Hey fam. This is Loomis. What if? Today's story is gonna blow your mind. What if Arabella Figg finally reported Harry's abuse to the Ministry and the entire order turned against Dumbledore? Show some love with a like and subscribe. Here we go. Chapter 1, The report. The cat had been watching the boy for 11 days straight. Not unusual, for Arabella Figg. She'd been watching Harry Potter in one form or another for nearly a decade, through net curtains and over garden fences, through the pretense of borrowed sugar and lost cats and the thousand small excuses a lonely old woman could manufacture to be somewhere near a child who needed watching. She had a system. She had reports. She had a direct line, of sorts, to Albus Dumbledore, and for years that had felt like enough. It didn't feel like enough anymore. The 11 days had started ordinarily, Harry dragging the Dursleys' bins to the curb in the July heat, Dudley's gang cycling past with that particular brand of casual menace that teenage boys treat as a birthright. Arabella had noted it. Filed it mentally. Added it to the letter she'd been composing in her head, the one she sent every few weeks to the address Dumbledore had given her, the one that always received a polite reply thanking her for her diligence and assuring her that the situation was in hand. On day 4, Dudley had shoved Harry hard enough into the garden wall that Harry had come up bleeding from his elbow. He'd gone back inside without making a sound. Not a word. Not even a sharp intake of breath. Just stood up, looked at the blood with the detached assessment of someone cataloging damage rather than feeling it, and went through the front door. That was the moment Arabella had started to feel sick. Not because of the shove. Children shoved each other. She knew that, had been telling herself that for years. It was the silence that undid her. The practiced silence. The way Harry had looked at his own blood like it was an inconvenience to be managed rather than an injury to be acknowledged. Like pain was just another thing you processed and moved past, because making noise about it had never once helped. She'd written the letter that evening. Urgent this time, she'd marked it. The boy was hurt. The cousin's behavior is escalating. I am concerned about the home environment. She'd sent it with the neighbor's owl, because she didn't keep one, and she'd waited. The reply came on day 7. Neat handwriting. Warm tone. Thank you, Arabella, your dedication is invaluable. I assure you Harry is receiving every protection we can offer. These small incidents, while regrettable, are part of what keeps him grounded. Please continue your reports. She'd read it 3 times. Then she'd folded it very carefully and set it on the kitchen table, and she'd sat with Mr. Tibbles in her lap for a long time, thinking about the phrase small incidents and the way it sat in her chest like a swallowed stone. On day 11, it stopped being small. She'd been deadheading roses near the front gate, real roses, not the cabbage she usually grew near Harry's route to give him something to do, when she heard the shouting from inside number 4. Vernon Dursley's voice carried like a foghorn in a tunnel. She couldn't make out words, just the shape of them, hard, percussive, contemptuous. Then a crash. Then silence. Harry came out of the house 40 minutes later carrying a bucket and headed for the garage. The left side of his face was red. Not cut, not bruised yet, just that specific inflamed red of skin that had been recently struck. He was moving with the controlled care of someone managing pain with every step, but his face was absolutely blank, eyes forward, jaw set. He was 15 years old. Arabella Figg stood in her front garden and watched him disappear into the garage, and something inside her that had been bending for years finally, quietly, broke. She went inside. She fed the cats. She made herself a cup of tea she didn't drink. Then she sat at the kitchen table and pulled out every letter she'd ever written to Albus Dumbledore, and every reply she'd ever received, and she spread them across the table and read them in order, start to finish, all the way back to the beginning. It took 2 hours. When she was done, her hands were shaking, not with age, which is what people always assumed, but with a very clean and very focused kind of fury. Because here was what the letters showed, laid out in sequence, a decade of reports. A decade of incidents. A child who never made friends, who came home from school with torn clothes and no explanation, who was seen in the garden at dawn doing chores while the rest of the household slept, who had shown up to wave Harry off on the Hogwarts Express looking like something the cat had brought in and been glad to see the back of. 10 years of reports, methodically documented, dutifully sent. And 10 years of warm, reassuring replies that said, in different words, every single time, we know. It's fine. Keep watching. He knew. He had always known. And he had decided, in his great wisdom, that this was acceptable. Arabella picked up the stack of letters and held them for a moment. Then she went to the bottom drawer of her writing desk, the one she kept locked, the one with the emergency documents Dumbledore had given her when she'd first been stationed here, and she pulled out the contact card for the Ministry of Magic. She'd never used it. She'd never needed to, supposedly. She'd always had Dumbledore. She didn't want Dumbledore anymore. The atrium of the Ministry of Magic at 8:30 in the morning had a particular energy, the organized chaos of a government building coming to life, witches and wizards streaming through the golden fireplaces in clusters, robes in every color, voices overlapping in 100 half-finished conversations. The fountain of magical brethren caught the light as Arabella stepped out of the fireplace and wobbled slightly, catching herself on the arm of a startled young wizard who clearly hadn't expected a small elderly woman in a floral housecoat to materialize beside him. "Sorry, dear," she said, not sounding sorry at all, and straightened herself up. She knew where she was going. She'd looked it up the night before, cross-referencing the ministry directory with the card Dumbledore had given her, and she'd been deliberate about it, not the improper use of magic office, not the office of misuse of Muggle artifacts. She wanted the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and specifically, she wanted the head of it. Amelia Bones had a reputation that preceded her like the prow of a ship. Arabella had heard Dumbledore mention her exactly twice, once approvingly, once with the careful neutrality that powerful men used for people they couldn't charm, and both times the mention had been brief. She'd done her own asking around after that, quietly, through channels that didn't run through Dumbledore, and what she'd learned was this: Amelia Bones was not political, was not biddable, and was not in the habit of filing things away. The lifts were on the other side of the atrium. Arabella crossed it with her handbag tucked under her arm and her letters in a brown envelope and the particular air of a woman who had made a decision and intended to see it through. The DMLE floor smelled of parchment and old wood and the faint mineral tang of security spells. A young man at the front desk looked up when she arrived, taking in the housecoat and the cats in the patterned slippers with an expression he was doing his best to keep professional. "I'd like to see Amelia Bones," Arabella said. "Do you have an appointment?" "I don't." "Then I'm afraid, I have documentation of 10 years of child abuse against the ward of Albus Dumbledore," Arabella said, calmly and clearly, and evidence that the chief warlock of the Wizengamot has been in receipt of regular reports about that abuse and has taken no action. "Would you like me to say that louder, or would you like to go and tell Madame Bones I'm here?" The young man stared at her. Then he stood up very quickly and went. She waited. She counted the ceiling tiles. She thought about Harry's face looking at the blood on his elbow, that particular blank assessment, and she kept her hands still in her lap by sheer force of will. Amelia Bones came out herself, which Arabella hadn't entirely expected. She was a square-jawed woman in formal aura robes with a monocle on a chain and short grey hair cut with ruthless practicality, and she took one look at Arabella Figg, at the housecoat, the slippers, the envelope, and the expression, and she said, "Come through," with the directness of someone who has learned to identify the real thing when they see it. Her office was functional. No portraits, no ornamental objects, a desk clear enough to work on and stacked with exactly the files currently in play. One window looked out over a false view of a summer sky. She sat across from Arabella and she put her hands flat on the desk and she said, "Start from the beginning." So Arabella did. She talked for nearly an hour. She laid out the letters in order, her reports and Dumbledore's replies, every single one, and she spoke with the methodical precision of a woman who had been composing this testimony in her head for years without knowing it. She talked about the blood wards. She explained what she understood of their mechanism, that they required Harry to return to Privet Drive each year, to call it home, and that the protection they provided to the wizarding world was predicated on his continued presence in a household that had never in 10 years treated him as anything other than an imposition. She talked about the isolation, no contact with the wizarding world over the summer, monitored and restricted, no way for Harry to report his own circumstances even if he'd wanted to, which she suspected he would not, because boys who were raised to believe their suffering was unremarkable did not generally think to report it. She talked about the day 11. The red mark on Harry's face. The practiced silence. Amelia Bones listened to all of it without interrupting. She made notes on a long scroll of parchment, small precise notes, and when Arabella finished she set her quill down and was quiet for a moment. "You're a Squib," she said finally, not unkindly. "Stationed as a Muggle neighbor by Dumbledore himself." "I am." "These reports, you sent them through what channel?" "He gave me an address. An owl post box, keyed to his personal correspondence. I verified twice with Order members that the letters were reaching him." "Order members?" Bones's voice didn't change, but something in her eyes sharpened considerably. "The Order of the Phoenix." "I understand that's classified." "It's not classified, Mrs. Figg. It simply doesn't officially exist." She tapped her quill against the scroll. "It's relevant that you're a member, as it speaks to your relationship with Dumbledore and any potential bias." "I'm not a member. I was recruited to a specific post. I've never attended a meeting, never been read in on their intelligence, never been treated as anything other than a neighbor with a useful location." Arabella met her eyes. "I was a tool, Madam Bones. A monitoring device with better social cover than a camera. That's what this was." Another silence. Then, "The child, Harry Potter, is he currently at Privet Drive?" "He is. He'll be there until September 1st, on Dumbledore's standing instruction." "And you believe he is in immediate danger?" "I believe," Arabella said, choosing each word carefully, "that he has been in a situation of ongoing harm for a decade, and that the degree to which that harm escalates over any given summer is variable. I believe that the incident 11 days ago represents an escalation. And I believe that a child who has been conditioned to silence for that long does not constitute a low-risk situation simply because he hasn't asked for help." Bones looked at her for a long moment. "Mrs. Figg. I want to be straightforward with you. What you're describing, if it is as you say, and I have no reason to doubt you, represents not just criminal neglect on the part of the Muggle Guardians, but a serious institutional failure. Potentially a criminal one. I know. Acting on this will be, politically significant. I know that too. Dumbledore has considerable influence over this office. Over this ministry." Arabella Figg sat very straight in her chair and looked Amelia Bones in the eye and said, "I'm aware of his influence. I'm also aware that it hasn't helped Harry Potter in 10 years. So I'm asking you to exercise yours instead." The silence that followed was different from the others, not thoughtful, exactly, but decisive. Something settling into place. Bones picked up her quill and made a note at the top of the scroll, a different kind of note, and when she looked up her expression had shifted into something harder and more purposeful. "I'll need to verify," she said. "I'll send a field team to Privet Drive for a welfare assessment. Discreet, plain clothes, Muggle cover. I'll also want a healer to conduct an independent medical evaluation if we find sufficient cause, and I'll want copies of these letters logged as evidence." She looked at the envelope. "May I keep those?" "I made copies," Arabella said, and produced a second envelope from her handbag. "These are yours. Those are mine." For the first time, something shifted in Bones's expression that might, in another person, have been the beginning of a smile. "You planned this." "I planned it very carefully," Arabella agreed. "I've had 11 days. The field team went to Privet Drive that afternoon. They were good, Arabella had to give Bones credit for that. 2 Aurors in Muggle plainclothes, carrying clipboards and wearing the slightly harassed expressions of council inspectors, and one DMLE investigator with a recording quill shrunk to the size of a pen in her jacket pocket. They knocked on the door of number 4 at 2:30, when the July heat was at its most aggressive and the neighborhood was emptily somnolent. Arabella watched from her garden with Mr. Tibbles on the wall beside her and her heart doing something complicated in her chest. Vernon Dursley answered the door with the automatic bluster of a man who'd never encountered a knock he couldn't make go away through force of personality. He deflated slightly when presented with official-looking clipboards and mentions of housing compliance inspections. Muggle bureaucracy was, in Arabella's experience, one of the few things Vernon Dursley found genuinely intimidating. They were inside for 40 minutes. She didn't know exactly what they saw. She could guess. The cupboard under the stairs with its outside lock, she'd seen it herself, once, years ago, before she'd been told not to ask questions. The size of Harry's room compared to Dudley's. The state of the kitchen, where Harry did most of the cooking. The general evidence of a child who was, in every material sense, a servant in his own home. She'd been in that house twice in a decade, always briefly, and both times she'd come away with the low uncomfortable feeling of someone who had seen something they weren't supposed to acknowledge. She wondered if the Aurors had found the locks on his bedroom door. The ones that had been there in his second year, he'd mentioned them once, offhandedly, the way he mentioned most things about his home life, as if they were simply facts of geography rather than deliberate cruelties. When they came out, the investigator's face was professionally blank in a way that told Arabella everything she needed to know. The one thing she hadn't expected, and it undid her, a little, in the privacy of her own chest, was Harry. He'd been in the garden when they arrived, she'd seen that, trimming the hedge with a pair of shears that were clearly meant for adult hands. When the Aurors came through the back gate with Vernon Dursley's grudging permission, Harry had looked up, and for a fraction of a second, just a fraction, something had crossed his face. Not hope, exactly. More like the ghost of it. The recognition that something unusual was happening. That this knock was different from other knocks. Then it had closed over again, smooth as a lake surface, and he'd gone back to the hedge. Arabella watched that happen from 50 meters away and felt the anger in her chest sharpen to something crystalline and clean. Amelia Bones read the field team's report at 6 o'clock that evening, alone in her office with the window showing a sunset that wasn't real and a cup of tea going cold on her desk. She read it once quickly, to get the shape of it. Then she read it again slowly, to be certain she hadn't misread anything. She hadn't. The investigator's notes were precise and unembellished, which was exactly what she trained her people to produce, and which in this case made the content considerably more damning than any amount of dramatic language could have achieved. A list of observations in a neat hand, the dimensions of the secondary bedroom compared to the primary. The exterior lock on the cupboard under the stairs and the dimensions of the space inside, consistent with habitation. The kitchen roster, confirmed by the Muggle woman next door who'd been happy to tell council inspectors anything. Harry cooked most meals and did most cleaning. The boy's general physical presentation, underweight for his height and age, healing contusion on the left jaw, older scarring on the forearm inconsistent with accidental injury. The boy had been polite and cooperative with the inspectors. He'd answered their questions in complete sentences. He hadn't complained about anything. He'd been, the investigator wrote at the end, notably matter-of-fact about his circumstances, in a manner consistent with long-term normalization of neglect. Amelia set the report down and sat for a moment with the particular sensation of a decision making itself. She had known, in a general way, that Dumbledore played a long game. She had known that the blood wards on the Potter boy were his doing, and that keeping him at Privet Drive was deliberate and strategic. She had even, in the way you did when you worked in government long enough, accepted that some operational decisions had costs that couldn't be publicly acknowledged. She was not naive. She was not a stranger to the calculus of power. But there was a photograph in the investigator's notes, just a Muggle photograph, still, no motion, taken through the garden gate before the inspection. A boy with a hedge trimmer too big for his hands, in clothes that fit him poorly, with a jaw that was purple at the edges. Standing in the garden of a house that had never been his home, going through the motions of a routine that had been beaten into him over 15 years. And next to it, a stack of letters from Albus Dumbledore's personal correspondence, each one acknowledging receipt of a welfare report, each one reassuring the sender, each one filed and forgotten. She picked up a piece of parchment and began to write. The first letter went to the Wisengamot's Oversight Committee, a formal notification of an active DMLE investigation touching on the welfare of a wizarding minor. The second went to St. Mungo's, requesting a healer with specialist experience in abuse cases to report to the ministry at 9 the following morning. The third was internal, to the head of the Auror office, 2 senior Aurors, authorized for immediate extraction if necessary, briefed and ready by morning. The fourth letter she held for a long time before she wrote it. It went to Albus Dumbledore, at Hogwarts. It was short, formal, and gave nothing away. It informed him that the DMLE had opened an investigation into the welfare of Harry James Potter and that his cooperation would be required. It did not say that she had Arabella Figg's letters. It did not say what the field team had found. It did not say that she had already spoken to the Oversight Committee or arranged for a healer or authorized extraction. She sent it last, after the others, so that he would not have time to move first. Then she went home, for the first time in 2 years, before midnight. In Privet Drive, the evening settled into its usual shape. The Dursleys watched television with the volume high enough to rattle the walls. Petunia's laugh, high and brittle, tracked a studio audience. Vernon's occasional commentary rumbled under everything like weather. Harry was in his room. He was at his desk, which was the one piece of furniture in the room that was actually his, doing the sort of nothing that came from a particular kind of exhaustion, not physical tiredness. He was used to that, but the low-grade depletion of being in a place that wanted you gone. He had his charms textbook open and he wasn't reading it. Hedwig was asleep in her cage, her head tucked under one wing, and the room smelled of summer heat and the cedar blocks Aunt Petunia insisted on for her linen. The jaw hurt. He'd been ignoring it for 11 days, which was long enough that he'd gotten good at it, but it had that deep throbbing quality that said it wasn't done yet. He'd learned years ago that ice helped and that asking for it was worse than the pain, so he hadn't asked, and that was just the way it was. He thought, not for the first time, about what it would be like to leave. Not run away. He'd worked out the logistics of that when he was 9, in the particular detailed way that bored, intelligent children worked out things they couldn't act on. He'd catalogued his money, minimal, his options, limited, his knowledge of the Muggle world, enough, and concluded it was technically possible and practically dangerous enough that he'd set it aside. But the thought had never quite left. It lived in the back of his head like a pilot light, always burning at low, waiting. He didn't know that downstairs, in his aunt's sitting room, Petunia Dursley had just answered the phone to a wrong number and, in her irritation, accidentally eavesdropped on the tail end of a very interesting conversation on the party line about council inspectors and official reports. He didn't know that 2 Aurors in plain clothes were currently compiling their observation notes in a ministry interview room, while a healer reviewed the physical assessment guidelines for adolescent abuse cases. He didn't know that Arabella Figg was sitting in her kitchen with a cup of tea and Mr. Tibbles and a feeling somewhere between relief and terror that she had finally done the thing she should have done years ago. He didn't know any of it. He just sat at his desk in the fading light, with the jaw that hurt and the textbook he wasn't reading, and looked out the window at the ordinary street and thought about September in the way you thought about a country you'd heard of but never been to. There was a soft sound from Hedwig's cage, a small shift of feathers, a readjustment in the dark. Not waking up, not a message. Just the living presence of something that was his, unconditionally, without requirement. He put one hand on the bars of the cage, lightly, and sat like that for a while. He didn't know that tomorrow morning would be the last ordinary day of his life at Privet Drive. He didn't know that an old woman in cat-patterned slippers had walked into the Ministry of Magic with a brown envelope and a decade's worth of suppressed fury and had, in the span of a single afternoon, set in motion something that Albus Dumbledore, for all his considerable foresight, had genuinely not anticipated. He didn't know that the scales had finally tipped. But somewhere in that quiet room, in the part of him that had been paying attention his whole life whether he acknowledged it or not, something had shifted. The air felt different. The evening was the same evening it always was, and yet something in it had changed pitch, like a tuning fork held against a different surface. He didn't know what it meant. But Harry Potter, who had learned to read the weather of his own life very early and very well, turned from the window and looked at the door of his room with an expression that was not quite hope and not quite wariness but something that partook of both. He waited. At 9:47 that evening, Albus Dumbledore received a letter in his office at Hogwarts. He was in the middle of something else. He was always in the middle of something else. This was the nature of running a war from a chess position, and he read it without putting down the other document in his left hand. Just a quick scan, enough to understand the shape of it. Then he set everything else down and read it again. His face didn't change much. It rarely did. But his hand, when he set the letter on his desk, was very still in a particular way, the stillness of a man keeping something quiet by force rather than by nature. He thought for a moment. Then he reached for his quill. He wrote 4 letters. To order members, specifically, those most likely to be needed in the next 12 hours. He chose his words carefully, calm, purposeful, no alarm. Just a gathering. A matter that required discussion. He did not write to Arabella Figg. He thought about the letter from Amelia Bones, which was precise and professional and had given nothing away except the one thing it couldn't hide, which was that it had been sent after the others, and he had been in government long enough to know what that meant. She already had what she needed. She'd sent him the courtesy notification last, which meant she did not need him to act first, which meant his usual option, move the pieces before the board was officially in play, was already foreclosed. He sat for a moment with that information, with the precise, uncomfortable feeling of watching something leave a station you'd arrived at too late. Then he put it away. He was very good at putting things away. There were still moves available. There were always moves available. Harry needed to be protected, that was still true, that was foundational, that was the whole architecture on which every other decision rested. If the ministry was moving, the key was to control the narrative, to be present, to shape Harry's testimony before it could be given in a context he couldn't monitor. The blood wards were compromised the moment Harry left Privet Drive, which meant the timetable was accelerating, which meant, he stopped himself. Made himself slow down. Panic was for other people. He had, by his best estimate, until morning. He began to plan. He did not, even now, and this was the truth of him, the deepest structural truth, he did not consider that he had done anything wrong. He had made decisions in the dark, with inadequate information, under pressure, trying to balance a dozen different catastrophes against each other, and he had made the best decisions he could with what he had. The blood wards had held for 14 years. Harry was alive. Harry was gifted and resilient and had survived everything that had been thrown at him. The Dursleys were unpleasant, but they were not, he had convinced himself, carefully, thoroughly, they were not truly dangerous. He was going to have to reckon, in the next several hours, with the possibility that he had been wrong about that last part. He pushed his chair back and stood and went to the window, and Hogwarts stretched out below him in the dark, all towers and light and the deep reassurance of permanence, and he breathed it in the way you breathed something that had always been yours. He had a plan. He always had a plan. What he didn't have, what he wouldn't have until it was too late to matter, was any real understanding of what Arabella Figg had left on Amelia Bones's desk. Not just the letters. The whole picture. The whole decade. He had always told himself that Arabella understood. That she saw the necessity, the strategic importance of the blood wards, the reason Harry needed to remain grounded, tethered to his mother's sacrifice through lived experience rather than comfortable distance. He had always thought she deferred to his judgment as others did, not because she was weak, but because she trusted him. He had been wrong about that too. But he was standing at a window in Hogwarts, composing a plan that was already obsolete, and he didn't know it yet. Down in Little Whinging, Arabella Figg turned off her kitchen light, told Mr. Tibbles good night, and went to bed. She slept soundly, for the first time in 11 days. In his room on Privet Drive, Harry Potter lay on his back staring at the ceiling, Hedwig warm and breathing in the dark nearby, and felt the changed air on his face like the hour before a storm. And in the Ministry of Magic, Amelia Bones's letters were already in motion, carried by owl into the summer night, crossing over sleeping towns and dark fields, moving toward the people who would receive them before dawn. The scales had tipped. The report had been made. Now everything else would follow. Chapter 2, Extraction. The Aurors arrived at 6:43 in the morning. There were 3 of them: Senior Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt, who was built like a cathedral and moved like one too, all quiet authority and immovable purpose; Junior Auror Hestia Jones, who was small and sharp-featured with the coiled readiness of someone who'd been in enough situations that she'd stopped being surprised by them; and the DMLE investigator from yesterday, a woman named Proudfoot, who carried her recording quill like other people carried wands, with the unconscious ease of a tool. That had become an extension of the hand. They came in a ministry car, black, muggle, chosen deliberately. No robes. Shacklebolt wore a suit that made him look like either a diplomat or a professional problem, and Jones had on a jacket that hit her wand holster with enough room to get to it fast. Proudfoot had a briefcase. Arabella was already at her gate. She'd been up since 5. She'd fed the cats, made tea, and stood at the kitchen window watching the street wake up in the pale grey light and trying to decide if she felt nervous. She didn't think she did. Nervous implied doubt about the decision, and she'd left doubt back at the kitchen table with Dumbledore's letters spread out in front of her. What she felt now was something sharper and more forward-facing. Purposeful. Shacklebolt nodded to her as they came through the gate. "Mrs. Figg." "He's in," she said. "I saw his light on at 5. He's usually up early." A pause. "They all are. But Harry's up first." Jones glanced at the house. "Any signs of wand use overnight?" "Wards, alert spells." "Nothing I could detect. But I'm a squib, my threshold is limited." "We ran a sweep from the car," Proudfoot said. "Nothing active on the property." She looked at Arabella with something that might have been professional reassurance, if Proudfoot had been a woman who went in much for that sort of thing. "Madam Bones appreciated your preparedness yesterday. The copies were helpful." "Good," Arabella said. "Then, he doesn't know you're coming. He doesn't know any of this is happening. I want you to know that before you knock, because he's going to, he'll be careful. He's always careful around authority. He doesn't expect it to help him." There was a brief silence on the pavement. "Noted," Shacklebolt said, and something in his voice had shifted slightly, gone a degree warmer, which on Kingsley Shacklebolt was the equivalent of anyone else dropping to their knees. Vernon Dursley answered the door in his dressing gown with a piece of toast in his hand and the look of a man whose morning was already going wrong before he'd had a chance to defend it. Shacklebolt said, "Ministry of Magic," very quietly, and showed him something in a small leather wallet. Vernon's face went through several colors. He settled on a deep frustrated puce. "I don't see what business, we're here for Harry Potter," Shacklebolt said. Not loudly. With the absolute settled certainty of a man who had already won this conversation and was just allowing Vernon time to figure that out. "We'd like to come in." They came in. Petunia was in the kitchen in her dressing gown, and her face when she saw 3 people she didn't know walking through her hallway went very still in a way that was different from her husband's bluster, more calculating, more watchful. She'd always been sharper than Vernon. She knew things she pretended not to know, and in this moment she was clearly sorting rapidly through what this visit might mean and what it might cost her. "Upstairs?" Shacklebolt asked. "First door on the left," Arabella said from the doorway, where she positioned herself because nobody had told her to come in but nobody had told her not to either, and she'd made a lifetime out of that kind of ambiguity. Jones went up. She knocked on the door, 3 sharp knocks, not tentative. "Harry? My name is Hestia Jones. I'm with the Ministry of Magic. I'd like to talk to you." A pause. Then the sound of the door unlocking from inside, not from outside, she noted, from inside, which meant he'd been locking it himself, and it opened. Harry had been awake since 5. He'd woken up with the particular snap of someone whose body had decided sleep was finished regardless of preference, and he'd lain there for a while letting his brain come online, listening to the house breathe around him. The jaw had stiffened overnight, which was the progression of things, and he'd done the thing he always did, which was acknowledge it and file it. Then he'd gotten up, because lying down didn't help and doing something helped marginally more. He'd been working through his charms revision, properly this time, with concentration, when he heard the knock at the front door. He hadn't thought much of it at that hour, just registered it as unusual, and then he'd heard voices downstairs that weren't the family, and he'd gone very still in his chair. Not afraid. Just listening. He'd heard his name. Not clearly, the floor muffled too much, but unmistakably his name, in a voice he didn't recognize. And then footsteps on the stairs, too measured and purposeful to be any of the Dursleys, and then 3 knocks on his door, and then a woman's voice saying Ministry of Magic and his name, and something about wanting to talk. Harry sat in his chair and thought for exactly 3 seconds. The Ministry was not, historically, a source of comfort. Last year they'd threatened to snap his wand for perfectly reasonable defensive magic. The year before that they'd done nothing when Cedric died in front of him and then spent the subsequent 10 months calling him a liar. He had no particular reason to think people coming from the Ministry at 6 in the morning were here to do him any favors. But they were here. And they'd come to his door, not the Dursleys. They'd ask for him by name and come upstairs, which meant they weren't here about Vernon's taxes or Dudley's parking tickets or any of the ordinary Muggle disasters that periodically descended on number 4. They were here about him. He got up and unlocked the door. The woman on the other side was small and looked like she could hit very hard very fast, which Harry categorized as a neutral observation rather than a threat. Behind her, on the landing, a tall man in a suit was saying something to his uncle in a low voice that had the quality of a full stop. His uncle was not arguing back, which told Harry a great deal. "Harry Potter," the woman said. "Yes. My name's Hestia Jones. Or, DMLE. She showed him something, a badge, Ministry seal. "I'm here because we received a welfare report regarding your living situation. We've been authorized by Head Amelia Bones to speak with you and, if you're willing, to bring you to the Ministry for a formal interview." Harry looked at her. "What kind of welfare report?" "The kind that means someone was paying attention," Jones said, and her voice was matter-of-fact but not unkind. "And decided it was time to do something about it." He stood there for a moment, and Jones, who had done this before in other circumstances, watched his face and kept her own very still. There was a sequence that happened with kids in these situations, a kind of rapid internal negotiation between the habit of not expecting help and the raw fact that help had apparently arrived. She'd seen it 100 times. It always looked different, but it always had the same shape. Harry's version was very quiet. Something moved across his face and then went away, and what was left was just attentiveness. He was watching her the way you watched something when you hadn't decided yet what it meant. "All right," he said. "What do you need from me?" "Pack what matters to you. We're not coming back here." Another pause. "How long have I got?" "Take your time." He turned back into the room and she watched him for a moment before she decided, on instinct, to just let him do it without hovering. She went back to the landing and leaned against the wall and listened to the sounds from below, Shacklebolt's quiet steady voice, Vernon's increasingly deflated responses, and 5 minutes later Harry Potter came out of his room with a trunk he'd clearly been keeping packed, or close to it. Hedwig's cage in his other hand, all inside and looking imperious about the whole situation. A rucksack on his back. "That's everything," Jones said. "That's everything that matters," Harry said, and there was no drama in it, no performance of loss. Just a statement of fact. He looked at his room once, briefly, a single glance, then he turned away and didn't look again. She took one end of the trunk. He took the other. They went downstairs. The sitting room had the atmosphere of a conversation that was technically polite and actually excruciating. Shacklebolt was standing in the middle of the room with the physical presence of someone who didn't need to raise his voice, and Vernon and Petunia were on the sofa with their backs straight and their hands in their laps, and Proudfoot was in the armchair with her recording quill moving steadily across a notepad and asking questions in the tone of someone doing an inventory. Dudley was on the stairs, peering through the banister. When Harry came down with the trunk and the cage and the rucksack, Dudley stared at him with an expression that was difficult to read, not quite guilt, because Dudley hadn't developed the architecture for guilt yet, but something adjacent to it, some dim recognition that something had shifted in the geography of things. Harry looked at him briefly. Then looked away. Vernon started to stand. "Now just Mr. Dursley," Shacklebolt said, without raising his voice or moving a single muscle, and Vernon sat back down. "We'll need you and your wife to remain available for follow-up questioning," Shacklebolt continued. "Madam Proudfoot will give you the particulars. You should be aware that any attempt to remove, destroy, or alter any records relevant to this investigation will be treated as obstruction." "What investigation?" Petunia said. Her voice was remarkably steady, which told Harry she'd been expecting something like this, or something adjacent to it, for longer than she'd ever admit. "The investigation into the welfare of your ward," Shacklebolt said, and it was the first time Harry had ever heard it framed in quite that way, not nephew, not boy, but ward, which carried with it a legal weight that made Petunia's jaw tighten. "He was cared for," she said. "He was, Mrs. Dursley." Shacklebolt's voice hadn't changed at all. "I'd recommend you continue that sentence with your lawyer present." Silence. Harry was standing in the hall with the trunk and the cage and the rucksack, and he was watching his aunt's face. He'd spent 15 years watching Petunia Dursley's face and he knew all its registers. The tightness around the eyes when she was covering anger. The way the line of her mouth went thin when she was calculating. What he saw now, underneath all of that, was something he hadn't expected. Fear. Not of Shacklebolt. Not of the Ministry. Fear of what was going to come out. Which meant she knew. Of course she knew. She'd always known. She'd made the same calculation Dumbledore had made, that the cost could be borne, and she'd borne it somewhere else, on someone else, for years. He didn't say anything to her. He'd spent a long time imagining this moment, in the unfocused way you imagine things you didn't actually believe would happen, and in every version of it he'd said something measured and precise that landed with the appropriate weight. But standing here in the actual moment, with the trunk in his hand and Hedwig turning a dismissive eye on the whole room, he found he didn't need to. The moment was already saying everything. He turned to the front door. Arabella Figg was in the doorway. He stopped. He hadn't known she'd be here. He'd had no idea. He'd been thinking about her lately the way he thought about the street and the hedge and the smell of Petunia's cooking, as part of the furniture of a life he was leaving, and now here she was in her floral housecoat looking at him with an expression he'd never seen on her before. Not the slightly distracted warmth of an eccentric neighbor. Something else. Something raw and direct and a little afraid of his reaction. "Mrs. Figg," he said. "Harry." Her voice was steady but her hands weren't quite. "I want you to know, I should have done this sooner. Years sooner. I'm sorry it took me this long." He looked at her for a moment. Something moved through him that he didn't have good words for, not anger, though there was something with anger in it, and not relief, though there was something with relief in it too. More like the feeling of a complicated picture coming into focus. All the small moments, the borrowed reports, the cat-related excuses, the watchfulness he'd always noticed and never fully understood, clicking into a shape that finally made sense. "You wrote the report," he said. "I did." "How long have you been watching me?" "Since you were 4 years old." He absorbed that. "For Dumbledore." She met his eyes. At first. Something in the way she said it told him everything he needed to know about the rest. "All right," he said, and his voice came out quieter than he'd intended, which he suspected was because he was working something through and hadn't finished yet. "All right." He looked at her for another moment. "Thank you." Her hands stopped shaking. He went through the door. The ministry car was on the street with the engine running. The morning was already warm, the sky that particular shade of pale blue that promised real heat by noon, and Privet Drive had the Sunday stillness of a place that hadn't started its day yet. Some of the houses still had their curtains drawn. Shacklebolt loaded the trunk into the boot with the economical strength of someone who didn't need to make a production of it. Harry put Hedwig on the back seat beside him, and Jones got in the front, and the car pulled away from the curb. Harry looked out the back window once. He didn't look at the house. He looked at Arabella, who was still standing at the gate in her housecoat, watching them go. He raised a hand. She raised one back. Then the car turned the corner and Privet Drive was gone, and Harry faced forward and let out a long slow breath and thought, "That's it, then. That's the last of it." The feeling in his chest was not simple enough to name. But it was weightless. Not happy, not relieved, not triumphant. Just weightless, like something had been put down, and now there was just the forward motion and the morning and Hedwig's warm presence beside him and the question of what came next. He realized he didn't actually know where they were going. "Ministry first," Jones said, apparently reading something in the quality of his silence. "Madam Bones wants to speak with you. There'll be a healer, just a checkup, routine." A pause. "You can say no to any of it. That's worth knowing. What happens after? That depends partly on you." He nodded. Looked out the window at the motorway opening up ahead of them. "Is Dumbledore involved in this?" The question landed quietly in the car, and he felt rather than saw Jones and Shacklebolt exchange something in the front seat. "He's been notified," Shacklebolt said carefully. "But he doesn't control it," Harry said. "Not a question." "No," Shacklebolt said, after a pause that was a fraction longer than a simple answer needed to be. "This is a DMLE investigation. Madam Bones runs that independently." Harry considered that. "Good," he said, and turned back to the window. Shacklebolt met Jones's eyes in the rear-view mirror, very briefly. Dumbledore's letter arrived at the Order's primary safe house at 7:15 that morning, which was Grimmauld Place, which was where Sirius Black lived in the particular way that a man in a cage lives somewhere, physically present, continuously furious about it. Sirius was in the kitchen, because he was always in the kitchen at this hour, making coffee and not sleeping and having arguments with Creature that served primarily as a container for feelings that had nowhere better to go. He'd been having a bad week. Bad weeks were more common than not, these days, and they had a particular texture, Moody's voice saying you have to stay put in that tone that was meant to sound reasonable, and James's face in old photographs looking out at him with an expression that had started to feel like accusation, and the sound the house made at night, all its old wounds creaking in the dark. He picked up the letter without ceremony, read it once, and went very still. Then he read it again. Remus. Not loud. The house was thin-walled and it was early, but with enough force that it carried. Lupin appeared in the doorway 30 seconds later in a state of partial dress, hair disheveled, looking like a man who had been awake but pretending not to be. He read whatever was in Sirius's face and crossed the kitchen in 3 steps. "What?" Sirius held out the letter. It was from Dumbledore. Calm, measured, the usual tone. An emergency order meeting was being called, today, 11 o'clock. There was a situation developing with Harry. It required discussion. Sirius's presence was especially important. Please try to keep your composure, Sirius. This will require all of our best judgment. Sirius set the letter on the table with the particular controlled precision of a man preventing himself from doing something he'd regret. Keep your composure, he said. Sirius, he's telling me to keep my composure. Sirius stood up and the kitchen felt smaller than it had. What situation, Remus? What's developing? Why is there an emergency meeting about my godson? We don't know yet. I know one thing. Sirius turned to him, and his eyes were bright with a feeling that was older and rawer than anger, something with grief underneath it. I know that Harry is in that house right now, that I've been told to stay away from him all summer, and that whatever this situation is, Dumbledore has already known about it long enough to have a meeting strategy. He picked up the letter. He's not calling this meeting to tell us something has gone wrong. He's calling it to control what we do about it. Lupin was quiet for a moment. Then, carefully, we should hear him out. I will hear him out, Sirius said. And then we'll see. He put the letter down. I'm going to the Ministry. Sirius, the DMLE is involved. It says right there, a situation developing. The Ministry doesn't get involved with Harry unless there's a reason, and Dumbledore doesn't call emergency meetings unless someone has moved before he could. He looked at Lupin with a clarity that had burned through the morning's bad temper and come out the other side. Someone got to Amelia Bones before he did. I want to know who. And I want to see Harry. He told you to wait for the meeting. He told me, Sirius said, with great precision, to keep my composure. I'm composing myself on the way to the Ministry. The Ministry at 9 in the morning was a different place from the Ministry at 6:30. The trickle of early arrivals had become a full current, fireplaces blazing in a constant rhythm, voices and robes and the smell of coffee charms and parchment dust. Sirius Black in a set of Muggle jeans and a jacket with the collar up was not exactly inconspicuous, but the Ministry had enough human variation that he passed through the atrium without being stopped. He'd come through a Muggle entrance. He still technically had a warrant out, technically. Fudge's Ministry and Dumbledore's mutual incompetence had not quite managed to clear his name despite everything, which was a piece of unfinished business that sat in Sirius's chest like a splinter that had gone too deep to reach. He'd learned to work around it. When you couldn't do the front door, you found the side one. He reached the DMLE floor and was stopped by the same young man at the front desk who'd been on duty yesterday, looking only marginally more composed. I need to see Harry Potter, Sirius said. I'm his godfather. Sir, this is a secure floor, I can't just tell Amelia Bones that Sirius Black is here and he'd like to know where his godson is. A pause, calculated. She'll want to know I'm here rather than learning about it another way. That's a friendly observation, not a threat. The young man made the trip in record time. He came back with Amelia Bones herself, which was twice in 2 days, and she looked at Sirius Black with the expression of someone doing a rapid reassessment. You're supposed to be dead, she said. Commonly believed, Sirius agreed. Completely false. I was in Azkaban for 12 years on no trial and escaped in 93, and the charges were never formally prosecuted because nobody could agree on a procedure, so I exist in a legal gray area that I have been advised not to examine too closely. By who? My lawyer. Dumbledore's been blocking the formal hearing, if you want to add it to your file. Bones studied him for a moment. Where's your lawyer now? On retainer. Waiting for a date that keeps getting pushed. He looked at her steadily. I want to see Harry. He's giving a statement. I know. I want to be here when he's done. Another assessment. Then, come through, she said, and stood aside. He went through. The room they'd put Harry in was not an interrogation room, Bones had been very specific about that. It was a smaller meeting room on the investigation wing, comfortable chairs, a table, natural light from a charmed window, a tray of food on the sideboard that Jones had specifically requested because the field team's report mentioned the boy's weight. The healer had been and gone, Healer Marchbanks, a small focused woman with 40 years' experience in cases she described, in her report, as long-term normalized neglect with associated physical indicators. The report was 6 pages and currently sitting on Bones's desk under a paperweight. Harry was at the table with Proudfoot and her recording quill and a mug of tea, and he'd eaten most of the food on the tray, which Bones noted with the pragmatic satisfaction of someone who had learned to find evidence of improvement wherever it presented itself. He looked up when she came in, and he looked past her shoulder almost immediately, and his face did something complex and unguarded. Sirius was in the doorway. Neither of them said anything for a moment. It had been a year, nearly a year since the Department of Mysteries, since the veil, which was, Sirius didn't let himself finish that sentence because this was not the moment. This was Harry at a table looking at him with green eyes that were too old for his face and a jaw that was bruised yellow-green with age at the edges, and Sirius had to do the thing he'd been doing his whole life, which was swallow the parts that didn't help and bring forward the parts that did. He pulled out the chair across from Harry and sat down. "Hi, Pads," Harry said. "Hey, kid." His voice came out steady, which was something. He looked at him, really looked, the way he hadn't had the chance to do last year because everything had been emergency and chaos and grief and then emergency again. The jaw. The way he sat, comfortable but watchful, with his back to the wall even here, even in a safe room, because that was what you learned when your home wasn't safe. The fury was there. He was keeping it somewhere it wouldn't land on Harry. "Someone's going to tell me," Sirius said conversationally, looking at Bones rather than Harry, "what the healer's report says. Today. Not at a meeting where it's been prepared for. The report will be filed as evidence," Bones said. "I'll have a summary to you by end of day." "Good." He looked back at Harry. "You okay?" "Yeah. A beat. Better than yesterday. That's the bar we're working with. That's always the bar." Something moved in Sirius's chest at that, the matter-of-fact nature of it, the complete absence of self-pity. Not bravery, exactly. Something that predated bravery. Something that had been practiced until it became structural. He'd known Lily Evans for 7 years and James Potter for his whole life, and watching Harry sit across from him in a ministry meeting room with a bruised jaw and the composure of someone who'd stopped expecting anything to be easy, Sirius felt the dual presence of both of them so acutely it was almost physical. Lily's watchfulness. James's readiness. Neither of them flinching. "What happens now?" Harry asked, directing it at Bones. "Now you finish your statement," Bones said, "and we determine next steps for your accommodation while the investigation is active. Do you have a preference for where you stay?" Harry looked at Sirius. Sirius said, without looking away from him, "He stays with me. Your current residence is a secret-kept property that is, whatever its other flaws, entirely secure." He looked at Bones. "If you need Harry accessible for the investigation, I'll bring him in whenever you need. If you need eyes on him, I'll have 2 Order members present who are not Dumbledore, who are not aligned with him, and who will cooperate fully with your office." A pause. "You're drawing a distinction between the Order and Dumbledore," Bones said carefully. "Yes," Sirius said. "I am." Another pause, longer this time. Something working through in her head. "Then, I'll need documentation of your living situation and confirmation of the property's security wards. You'll have it this afternoon. And Mr. Potter needs to be available for whatever you need," Harry said, cutting in. "I'm not going anywhere. I'm not hiding. Whatever you need me to do, I'll do it." He looked at her with the same clear directness he'd offered Jones that morning. "I just want to not go back there." "You won't be going back there," Bones said. He nodded once, and something in his shoulders shifted, a fraction, barely visible, and Sirius noticed it the way you notice something you've been looking for without knowing you were looking. Relief. Brief and fierce, and immediately folded back into composure, because Harry didn't know yet whether he was allowed to let it stay. Sirius reached across the table and knocked his knuckles against Harry's. "You're not going back." Harry looked at his hand for a moment. Then he looked up. "Okay," he said. And it was such a small word for what it had to carry, but it carried it anyway. Dumbledore's letter arrived at 12 Order members' homes between 7 and 8 that morning. By 11, the meeting at Grimmauld Place was filling up. Molly Weasley arrived first, because she always did, and she spent the waiting time making food that the situation didn't require and asking questions that no one yet had answers to. Arthur came behind her and sat at the table with his hands folded and the expression of a man reviewing everything he knew and finding it suddenly insufficient. Mad-Eye Moody stood in the corner and watched the door. Tonks arrived at 11:05 with her hair in a shade of anxious yellow and sat next to Lupin, who had been at the table for an hour already working through the same thought from 16 different angles. Dumbledore arrived at 11 exactly, which was typical. He came in with his usual manner, the robes, the air of benevolent authority, the way he occupied a room not by filling it but by centering it, as if the room had been waiting for him to make sense of it. He looked, Tonks thought, like he always looked. That was the thing about him. Whatever was actually happening, the surface never told you. He sat at the head of the table. He looked at each of them in turn, with that particular way he had of making you feel individually addressed, and he said, "Thank you all for coming on short notice. I need to tell you about Harry." And then he told them, a version of events. Carefully constructed, intelligently framed. He told them that the ministry had become involved, that a concerned party had filed a welfare report, that he had been in communication with Madame Bones. He told them that Harry had been removed from Privet Drive that morning, that this was ultimately not unexpected, that the blood wards were now compromised. He framed it as a challenge to be managed, the timing was difficult, but they could work with it, and the priority now was ensuring Harry's protection under the new circumstances. He did not say who had filed the report. He did not say what the report contained. He did not say what the healer's assessment had found. He spoke for 8 minutes, and when he was done he folded his hands on the table with the gentle authority of a man who had said everything that needed saying and was now ready to move on to solutions. Tonks said, "What exactly was in the report?" Dumbledore looked at her. "I haven't been provided the specifics. Arabella Figg filed it," said Lupin, from his spot at the table. The room went quiet. Lupin was looking at the table, not at Dumbledore, but his voice was very steady. "I went to see her this morning, before I came here. She told me what she'd done. She told me why." He looked up. "She told me what was in her reports." "And what was in your replies?" The room had changed. Not dramatically, no one had moved, no one had raised their voice, the lights hadn't flickered. But the air was different. Molly had stopped arranging food. Arthur was very still. Moody hadn't moved from the corner, but his magical eye had swung toward Dumbledore with an attentiveness that was its own form of statement. "Albus," Molly said, slowly. What did her report say?" Dumbledore looked at Lupin. Something behind his eyes moved, a very small adjustment, almost invisible, the kind of recalibration you could only see if you'd been watching someone for years. "Arabella's reports were taken seriously," he said. "The situation at Privet Drive is not ideal, and I've always acknowledged that. But the blood wards, she sent you a letter," Lupin said, 11 days ago, saying he'd been struck. "You told her it was a small incident." The word "struck" landed in the room like something dropped from a height. Molly made a sound. Dumbledore paused. And it was that pause, just that pause, that half-second of selection rather than instinct, that told everyone in the room something they wouldn't be able to unfeel. "The situation required balance," he said. "Harry's protection, don't," said Sirius Black, from the doorway. Nobody had heard him come in. He'd come through the back, through the kitchen, which he could do because it was his house, and he was standing in the doorway now in his jacket with the collar still up, and he looked at Dumbledore with the specific quality of a man who had gone past his anger and come out the other side. "Don't tell me it required balance," Sirius said. "I have been in this house for a year. I have listened to every conversation about Harry's protection and I have watched you make decisions that kept him exactly where you needed him, exactly as alone as you needed him to be, and I want you to look at the 11 people in this room and tell them, in plain language, what you were balancing against." Dumbledore looked at him. His expression was, as ever, composed. "Sirius. I understand you're upset. I'm going to need you to answer the question." "The blood wards were your choice," Sirius said. "You chose that house. You left him there. You had reports, years of reports, and you filed them. Don't explain the wards to me. Tell me why a child getting hit was a small incident. The silence was complete. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was measured and deep and had the quality of a man choosing truth as a strategy. Because the alternative was removing him from the wards. And if the wards failed, and Voldemort returned, he's back, Sirius said. Already. You know that. We all know that. The wards are gone. He looked around the table. What was it worth? Nobody answered. Dumbledore looked at the room, at Molly, whose hands were clasped tight in front of her, at Arthur, whose expression had done something he was clearly working to contain, at Tonks, who was looking at her own hands with her hair gone a dim and complicated grey, at Lupin, who was still looking at the table, at Moody, who had not moved but whose eye was doing something that in another person might have been mistaken for grief. He looked at them, and for the first time in the time any of them had known him, there was something on his face that had no frame around it. Not quite guilt. Guilt implied he'd stopped believing it was right, and he hadn't stopped, he couldn't stop, because if he stopped the whole architecture collapsed. But something. I made the decisions I believed were necessary, he said. For all of you. For all of us. With our godson, Sirius said. Molly Weasley stood up from the table. She didn't say anything for a moment. She looked at Dumbledore with an expression that had moved several complex distances in the last 3 minutes, and her voice, when it came, was quiet in a way that was more disturbing than shouting. He's a child, Albus. He's been a child this whole time. And you, she stopped. Started again. You told me he was fine. Every time I asked. He's fine, Molly, he's resilient, he's protected. And all the while, he is resilient, Dumbledore said, gently. He is extraordinary, that's not an answer, Molly said. That's not an excuse. And it's not good enough. She walked out of the room. The sound of her footsteps was very clear in the quiet. Arthur looked at Dumbledore for a long moment. I think, he said carefully, that you should give us some time. Dumbledore looked at the table. He looked at his hands. And then he did something none of them had ever quite seen before, he stood up without speaking and he went toward the door and he left. The room sat in the shape his absence made. Tonks said, very quietly, where's Harry now? Ministry, Sirius said. He's finishing his statement. He's all right. A pause. He's been all right for a while, actually. That's the worst part of it. He's been all right entirely on his own. Lupin looked up then. His eyes were bright with something he was managing carefully. What do we do? Sirius pulled out the chair at the head of the table, Dumbledore's chair, and sat down. We do what should have been done years ago, he said. We figure out what Harry needs, and then we actually provide it. Without asking him to be grateful. Without telling him it's for the greater good. He looked at Lupin. Then at Tonks. Then at the door through which Arthur had gone to find Molly. We start from scratch. Outside, the summer morning was warming toward noon. Somewhere across London, in a ministry meeting room with a tray of food and a mug of tea, Harry Potter was telling his story. Clearly, fully, and on his own terms. For the first time. Chapter 3, The Fracture. The statement took 3 hours. Proudfoot ran it with the kind of professional quiet that made the recording quill feel less like surveillance and more like a witness. She asked questions that were specific without being leading, and she listened to the answers with the focused attention of someone building a structure rather than filling a form. Harry answered everything. He'd decided somewhere on the drive from Privet Drive that he was going to do exactly that, answer everything, fully, without editing himself in the directions he usually edited, without the habitual trimming that came from years of learning which parts of his life made adults uncomfortable and removing them preemptively. He talked about the cupboard. Not with drama, just the facts of it, the dimensions of the space, the duration, the way it had been locked from the outside. He talked about the food, the portions, the way Dudley's leftovers had been a reliable source of dinner in the early years. He talked about the chores, cataloging them with the calm precision of someone reporting a work schedule. He talked about the clothes, the schooling, the birthday acknowledgments that had never come, the Christmases that had been other people's events happening around him rather than to him. And then he talked about the magic. The accidental incidents first, the ones he'd been punished for before he understood what was happening, the roof of the school building, the hair regrowing overnight, the sweater that had shrunk. Then Hogwarts, and the summers after, and the specific shape that the Dursleys' fear had taken once they knew what he was. The locks on his door. The bars on his window, second year. The way the whole household dynamic had shifted from contempt to something that had more edges in it. He said all of it without looking away from Proudfoot's careful face, and when he was done he picked up his tea, which had gone cold, and drank it anyway. "Thank you," Proudfoot said. "I know that wasn't easy." "It was actually pretty easy," Harry said, "and it wasn't bravado, it was accurate." He'd been carrying it for so long that putting it down felt less like effort and more like setting a heavy bag on a table. The hard part had been the years of deciding not to. Proudfoot made a final note. "Is there anything you want to add? Anything you want on the record that I haven't asked about?" He thought for a moment. "Dumbledore knew," he said. "I want that on the record. Not implied, not inferred. Madame Figg told me this morning that she'd been sending reports. I want it stated clearly that he was receiving those reports and responding to them." Proudfoot looked at him over her quill. "That's already in evidence." "I know. I want it in my statement too." She wrote it down. He watched the quill move and felt something settle in his chest, a particular satisfaction, small and clean. The kind that came from having said a true thing in the right place. The healer came after. Her name was Marchbanks, no relation to the Wizarding Examinations Authority woman, she said, though she'd heard it plenty, and she had the particular manner of someone who had spent decades in her specialty and had learned to make clinical detachment coexist with genuine compassion. She didn't ask him how he was doing. She said, "I'm going to do an assessment, and I'll tell you exactly what I'm looking at as I go." Which Harry found immediately more comfortable than the alternative. She worked through it systematically. "The jaw first, 3-week-old contusion," she said, with a secondary impact 2 weeks earlier that had partially healed underneath, which meant it had been struck at least twice in close succession. Harry hadn't known that second one was readable. He thought about that for a second and then decided not to. Then the general physical assessment, height, weight, development markers. She wrote numbers on her parchment without showing them to him, but her face was doing something very controlled, and he had enough experience reading controlled faces to know what that meant. "Old scarring on the forearm," she said, running a gentle diagnostic over his left arm. "Can you tell me about these?" "Second year, I think. Some from before that." "Accidents?" He looked at her steadily. "Not all of them." She made a note. Didn't push. Moved on with the same quiet focus. When she was done she sat back and looked at him with the particular expression of someone choosing their words for weight rather than comfort. "Harry, I'm going to be honest with you because I think you prefer that." "I would. Your physical health is recoverable. There's nothing here that won't respond to treatment. The jaw needs another week, there are some nutritional deficiencies that a potion course will address, and the older scarring is cosmetic at this point." She held his gaze. "What I'm documenting is a pattern. The accumulation of it. Individual incidents can be dismissed, I've seen it happen, in court, with Muggle and Wizarding families both. But a pattern like this, over 15 years, documented and contemporaneous, that's harder to argue with." "Good," Harry said. She studied him. "You're not upset." "I'm fine." "You don't have to be fine." "I know." He thought about how to explain it. "I'm not, this isn't me pretending. I've been putting this away for a long time and now it's out, and I know the difference between pretending and actually being okay." A pause. "I'm a bit angry. But it's the productive kind. Marchbanks looked at him for a moment with the expression of a professional encountering something that surprised her. The productive kind, she repeated. The kind that makes you want to do things rather than break things. And what things do you want to do? He picked up his cold tea. I want to talk to Sirius. I want to find somewhere to sleep tonight that isn't Privet Drive. And I want to get back to studying, because I've lost half the summer. A beat. In roughly that order. She made one more note. Then she stood and offered him her hand. You're going to be all right, Harry. He shook her hand. I've always been all right, he said. Just not in the way anyone was paying attention to. Sirius was waiting in the corridor outside. He'd been there for an hour and a half, which Bones had permitted on the basis that it was either that or he found another way to be present that she'd have less oversight of, and the second option was worse. He'd gone through a pot of the corridor's terrible coffee and had a conversation with Jones that had started as professional courtesy and ended with her giving him a rough summary of what the field team had found at Privet Drive, which she absolutely shouldn't have done and which she did anyway, because she was a good orer and also a person and some things were bigger than protocol. When Harry came out, Sirius looked at him, fully, the way he'd done in the meeting room, cataloguing, and then he stood up. Marchbanks done, he said. All done. What did she say? That I'm fine and it's documented and we can go. Sirius looked at him for another second. You ate the food? Most of it. Good. He put a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, just once, a quick firm pressure, not lingering, and then he said, Right. Let's go. Bones stopped them at the lifts. She looked, if possible, even more efficient than she had that morning, which Harry was starting to understand was just her baseline. She had a folder under her arm and her monocle was doing something purposeful. I need 5 minutes, she said, and it wasn't a request. They went back to the meeting room. She sat. They sat. She opened the folder. The investigation is formally open as of this morning, she said. The Dursleys have been notified of a formal inquiry into the welfare of their ward under both Muggle and Wizarding child protection provisions. We've coordinated with Muggle authorities, which is unusual but covered under the joint liaison protocols. She looked at Harry. They will not be charged with anything today. That process takes time. I want you to know it's moving. All right, Harry said. Your godfather has proposed Grimmauld Place as your residence during the investigation. I've agreed, provisionally, subject to Ward's review by my office and your availability for any follow-up questioning. She looked at Sirius. I'll need your cooperation if Dumbledore makes representations to this office about Harry's accommodation. He'll make them, Sirius said flatly. I expect so. My position is that Harry is a minor who has been removed from an unsafe home, and his placement is now a DMLE matter, not a private arrangement. She looked at both of them. I want to be clear, Dumbledore has no authority over where Harry lives. He is not a guardian. He is not a ministry official with jurisdiction here. He is a witness in an active investigation, and I intend to treat him as such. Harry felt something move through him. The strangeness of hearing it said plainly, just like that, he has no authority. He'd spent 5 years operating under the assumption that Dumbledore's decisions were simply the weather. Something that happened to you rather than something anyone chose. He won't take that lying down, Harry said. No, Bones agreed. He won't. She looked at him with the direct pragmatism that he was beginning to understand was simply how she worked. Harry, I'm going to ask you something directly, and I want a direct answer. All right. Do you trust Dumbledore? The question sat in the air. Not loaded, exactly, clinical. She wanted data. I trusted him, Harry said. Past tense. I'm revising. She nodded, like that was the answer she'd expected. There will be a Wisengamot oversight hearing about this investigation within the next 3 weeks. You'll likely be asked to give testimony. Do you have representation? Not yet, Sirius said. Get some. Today if possible. She stood, closed the folder. One more thing. She looked at Harry with a slight shift in her expression, still professional, but with something underneath it that was less official. What you did this morning, walking out of that room and talking to my people clearly and completely, that was not a small thing. Most adults in your position would have minimized. You didn't. Mrs. Figg did the hard part, Harry said. She did, Bones agreed. But so did you. She left. Sirius waited until the door closed and then he looked at Harry and said, "Right. I'm getting you a lawyer, a decent meal, and somewhere better than Grimmauld Place to spend at least one afternoon, in that order." Grimmauld Place is fine. Grimmauld Place is a haunted mausoleum with aggressive furniture and a portrait that screams. It's not fine, it's operational. I like Grimmauld Place, Harry said. You have terrible taste, which you get from your father. Sirius held the door. Let's go. The meeting at Grimmauld Place had been running for 2 hours by the time they arrived. Harry could feel it before they reached the front door, the particular atmospheric pressure of a building containing people who were in the middle of something significant. He'd grown up adjacent to the Weasleys enough to know the difference between a Grimmauld Place empty and a Grimmauld Place occupied, and this was the second kind, with extra weight to it. He looked at Sirius. Order meeting, Sirius said. Dumbledore called it this morning. It went, interestingly. He pulled the door open. Remus is here. Tonks. The Weasleys. Some others. Did you tell them? Lupin told them most of it. Molly walked out on Dumbledore. He paused. Dumbledore left shortly after. Harry absorbed that. Is he coming back? I expect so. Just not today. He looked at him. You don't have to go in there. I know. Harry considered. Let me. The kitchen was full. Not loudly, it had the quality of a room where a lot of sound had been made and had since settled into exhaustion. Molly was at the stove, which was where she processed things, her back to the table. Arthur was there and Lupin and Tonks and Fred and George and Moody in the corner, and Ron and Ginny at the end of the table looking like they'd been told to sit down and had obliged but not necessarily agreed with the instruction. Ron looked up first. His face did the thing it did when he was working something out, the shift from blank to attentive. Harry, he said, and it had in it all the things Ron didn't know how to say, which was one of the things Harry had always genuinely liked about him. Hey, Harry said. Tonks said, from her chair, you okay? Her hair was a subdued orange, which for Tonks was basically neutral. Fine. He sat down at the table. Hedwig's cage he'd left at the door, and she was doing her imperious survey of the kitchen from inside it with the air of someone expecting satisfaction in reasonable time. Molly turned around. Her eyes were red-rimmed and her expression was complicated in several directions at once. She looked at Harry for a long moment and then she crossed the kitchen and put her arms around him. He went very still. It lasted maybe 4 seconds. Then he settled into it, not easily, not with the practiced ease of someone who was used to this, but with the particular careful quality of someone accepting something they didn't quite know how to hold. His hands came up and rested on her back and he said nothing and she said nothing and the kitchen was quiet. Then she pulled back and looked at his face, the jaw, specifically, and something moved across her expression that had no name but occupied the same emotional space as fury and grief and guilt all running in parallel. I should have pushed harder, she said. Every summer. I should have pushed. You didn't know the full picture, Harry said. I knew enough. Her voice was steady with effort. I knew enough to ask more questions, and I didn't, because Dumbledore said. She stopped. Started again. That's not an excuse. That's just what happened. Harry looked at her. I know, he said. It's all right. It's not all right. No, he agreed. But we're here now. Something shifted in her face at that, some tension releasing. She squeezed his shoulder and went back to the stove, and the kitchen resumed its breath. Fred and George materialized on either side of Harry with the seamless coordination of people who had been doing this since they could walk. "Heard you walked out of Privet Drive this morning," Fred said. "With oars," George added. "And a trunk. And Hedwig. Leaving nothing behind." "We're going to need the full story," Fred said. "The full, unedited, heavily detailed, emotionally resonant version." Harry looked at them. "Later," he said, and there was a warmth in it that he didn't try to hide because there was no reason to. George leaned sideways and looked at his jaw. "Who did that?" "Vernon." "Right." Fred looked at George. George looked at Fred. "Later," Harry repeated, with more emphasis. They subsided, which for Fred and George meant they moved 6 inches rather than pressing the point, which was as close to restraint as they got. Lupin came around to Harry's side of the table. He sat down with the careful movement of someone who had thought about how to do this and hadn't found a satisfactory answer. His expression had the particular quality of a man who was looking at evidence of his own failures and not finding any comfortable place to rest his eyes. "Harry," he said. "I want to apologize." Harry looked at him. "Remus, let me." His voice was quiet and measured, which meant he'd prepared this. "I knew you were there every summer. I knew broadly what the Dursleys were like, I knew Lily's feelings about her sister, I knew what kind of people they were. And I deferred because Dumbledore said it was necessary and because," he paused. This was the part he hadn't prepared, Harry could see it. "Because I'm very practiced at deferring to people who seem more certain than I am. It's a long-standing habit and it's cost people I care about things they shouldn't have had to pay." Harry sat with that for a moment. He could feel the people around the table being tactful about not listening, which meant they absolutely were. "You came to me 3rd year," he said finally. "You taught me the Patronus. You stayed." "Not enough, Remus." Harry waited until Lupin met his eyes. "I'm not absolving you, and I'm not telling you it's fine. I'm saying I know who you are, and I know what you were working with, and I'm still here." He paused. "We can do the full reckoning later. Right now I need you to be on my side." "I am on your side," Lupin said, without hesitation. "Then that's a start." They had dinner around the kitchen table, all of them, in the chaotic communal way of the Weasley household, which had always been one of Harry's favorite things and which he absorbed tonight with the particular gratitude of someone who'd spent too long eating alone. Molly made more food than the table could accommodate and everyone filled their plates twice, and the conversation fragmented into a dozen simultaneous threads that overlapped and contradicted and occasionally erupted into the kind of laughter that only happened in groups of people who actually liked each other. Ron told Harry about an argument he'd had with Percy about Quidditch rules that had lasted 3 days and resolved itself by both of them being wrong, which Harry found extremely funny and which Ron delivered with the aggrieved authority of a man who had checked his sources. Ginny was quieter than usual, watching Harry with the sharp peripheral attention she'd always had, and when the table got loud enough she leaned over and said, low and direct, "You look lighter." "What?" "You look lighter than the last time I saw you." She shrugged. "Like something got taken off." He looked at her. Ginny Weasley had, over the past year, developed the discomfiting habit of saying accurate things in his peripheral vision and then immediately doing something else. "Yeah," he said. "Maybe." She nodded and went back to her food. Tonks was 3 seats down and conducting 2 conversations at once, her hair having migrated back to its natural pink. She caught Harry's eye at one point across the table and raised her mug in a small private toast and he raised his back, and that was the whole of it, but it felt like a statement. Sirius sat at the head of the table and ate and listened and watched, and if he talked less than usual it was because some part of him was still processing the day at a speed that the rest of him hadn't quite caught up with. Harry saw it, the way Sirius looked at him every few minutes with the specific expression of someone making sure something was still real. He understood it. He was doing the same thing. After dinner, when the table was being cleared and Ron had been drafted into washing up with Fred and George, who were making the task approximately 8 times longer by arguing about methodology, Harry went upstairs. Just to walk the house for a minute, he always needed to do that when he arrived at Grimmauld Place, a circuit of the space, establishing its dimensions. He was on the second landing when he heard voices from the study. He stopped. Not because he was eavesdropping, or not only because, but because one of the voices was Sirius, and Sirius's voice had a quality he recognized, the controlled low register of someone saying something important in a room they'd chosen specifically because it wasn't the kitchen. The other voice was Lupin. "Can't keep operating like this," Sirius was saying. "Half the order still defers to him out of habit. Molly's angry now, but in a week she'll be making exceptions because it's Dumbledore and Dumbledore must have had reasons. She walked out on him," Lupin said. "And she'll rationalize it. You know she will. She'll decide the reasons were good enough, because the alternative is sitting with the fact that she trusted someone who." Sirius stopped. "He made Harry a tool. You understand that, right? He put him in that house and kept him there and managed the information flow and called it protection." "I know. Do you? Because you've been giving him the benefit of the doubt since 1981, and that's 22 years, and at some point, I know, Sirius." Lupin's voice was quiet and had something in it that Harry had heard before, the sound of a man agreeing with something that hurts. "You're right. I deferred when I shouldn't have. I told myself it was trust, but it was avoidance. I told myself he knew more than me, which was probably true and completely irrelevant." A pause. "What do we do? We make sure Harry has what he needs. We make sure Bones has what she needs. And we stop asking Dumbledore for permission. He'll push back. Let him push." Sirius's voice had gone flat and final. "Let him come in here and tell me, in this house, to my face, that leaving Harry with the Dursleys was necessary. Let him say it without the committee room and the robes and the platform. Let's see what it sounds like in plain English." A silence. "He believes it," Lupin said. "That's the thing. He genuinely believes every decision was correct." "I know." Another pause, darker. "That's what makes it so much worse." Harry stood on the landing for another moment. Then he went back downstairs. The owl arrived at 9:30. It came through the kitchen window during the tail end of a card game, dropping a sealed ministry envelope on the table with the slightly self-important air of official correspondence. Sirius opened it. He read it and his expression went very still. "What?" Harry said. "Bones." Sirius looked up. "She's received a formal representation from Dumbledore regarding your accommodation. He's petitioned the Wisengamot Oversight Committee to recognize him as your de facto magical guardian, which would give him authority over your placement during the investigation." The kitchen had gone quiet. Even Fred and George. "Can he do that?" Tonks said. "He can petition. The committee decides." Sirius looked at Harry. "She's written to tell us so we can prepare a counter-representation. She's given us 48 hours. Harry looked at the letter. He could feel everyone in the room watching him, not with the old watching, the management kind, the Dumbledore kind. Just attention. Waiting for him. "He doesn't get to do that," Harry said. His voice was perfectly level. Not angry, or rather, yes, angry, but the productive kind, the kind he described to Marchbanks, and it was running clean and purposeful through everything he was saying. "He put me in that house and kept me there for 15 years and called every bit of damage a necessary cost, and now that someone's finally looking at it he wants to be my guardian. That's not protection. That's asset management." The room was very quiet. "He will argue," Lupin said carefully, "that he has your best interests." "He'll argue that," Harry agreed. "And some people will believe it because they've always believed it. But I don't." He looked around the table. At Sirius. At Lupin. At Tonks with her pink hair and her watchful eyes. At the Weasleys. I want a lawyer. Bones said 48 hours, let's use them. I want to know exactly what rights I have, and I want it documented, and I want Dumbledore's petition answered before that committee even meets. Sirius was already reaching for parchment. I've got someone, he said. Best wizarding rights lawyer in London. How do you know a wizarding rights lawyer? I was wrongfully imprisoned for 12 years, Harry. I have opinions about legal representation. Tonks made a sound that was almost a laugh. Right, Harry said. Contact him tonight. By 10 o'clock the kitchen had thinned. The Weasley children had been sent to bed, or in Fred and George's case had nominally agreed to go and were almost certainly in the process of doing something else. Molly and Arthur were in the sitting room, talking quietly. Moody had left 2 hours ago, heading back to whatever observation post he occupied in his off hours. Harry was at the kitchen table with a cup of tea and his charms textbook, actually reading it this time. He'd found, unexpectedly, that the day had not destroyed his ability to concentrate. If anything it had done the reverse, as if the weight that had been sitting on his thoughts for years had been moved, and the space underneath was cleaner than he'd expected. Tonks dropped into the chair across from him. You're doing revision, she said. I'm behind. You've had a fairly significant day. The exams don't care about that. She looked at him with the slightly exasperated fondness she'd developed over the past several hours. Can I say something? You're going to regardless. True. She folded her hands on the table. I joined the Order 8 months ago. I joined because Dumbledore asked me and because I believed in what he said we were doing. Her hair shifted slightly, a flicker of uncertainty in the color before settling back. Today changed some things for me. In terms of what I'm willing to do and why and on whose word. Harry looked at her over his textbook. What are you saying? I'm saying I'm with you, Tonks said, simply. Not the Order, not Dumbledore's version of the war. You. Whatever you need, I'm on your side. She paused. I have skills. I'm a trained Auror. I'm good at what I do and I don't think you need someone to hold your hand. But I think you should have someone at your back who isn't obligated to report up a chain of command. Harry closed the textbook. He looked at her for a long moment. Why? He said. Because you walked out of that house this morning with a trunk and a cage and you didn't look back, she said. And because in that ministry room today you didn't minimize anything. Not once. She met his eyes. That kind of honesty takes something. And it deserves something in return. He was quiet for a moment. I'll take you up on that, he said. Good. She stood. Go to sleep at some point. You look terrible. Thank you, Tonks. Anytime. She went to the door and stopped. Oh, and Harry. Yeah. The thing you said to Molly. About being here now. She looked at him with something real and uncomplicated in her expression. That was the right thing. She needed to hear it from you, not from someone else. Don't let that get buried. She left. The kitchen was quiet. The fire was burning low. Somewhere upstairs Hedwig was shifting in her cage, settled and watchful. Harry sat for a moment with his hands around his mug, feeling the day settle into him, not as a series of separate events but as a single connected thing, all of it running in the same direction. He thought about Dumbledore's petition. The 48 hours. The Wisengamot Committee. He thought about Amelia Bones's voice saying he has no authority, and the particular quality of a door closing on something that had previously been open without his knowledge. He thought about Arabella Figg in her garden with her hand raised as the car turned the corner. He opened the charms textbook and went back to reading. He worked through 2 chapters before he heard Sirius in the hall, the low sound of him finishing a fire call, the scrape of the call grate going dark. Then footsteps. Then Sirius in the kitchen doorway, looking at him with the same expression he'd worn at the ministry, that combination of hear and can't quite believe it. Lawyers on board, Sirius said. He'll be here tomorrow at 9. Good. You should sleep. I know. Sirius leaned against the doorframe. Harry. Sirius. I'm sorry I didn't get you out sooner. You were in Azkaban for 12 of those years. And the one after that, you were clearing your name and hiding from the ministry and being a wanted man. Harry looked at him steadily. You couldn't have done anything. You know that. Knowing it doesn't, I know. Harry closed the book. You're here now. That's not nothing. He looked at him seriously. That's actually quite a lot. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then he crossed the kitchen and sat down across from Harry, not at the table but in a chair beside it, turned toward him, and he put his elbows on his knees and looked at his hands the way he did when he was choosing his words. We're going to fight this properly, he said. Bones's investigation. The Wizengamot. Dumbledore's petition, we'll bury it. And then we're going to address everything else. The war, the training, all of it. But on your terms. Not because it's strategic. Not because of what you are or what's supposed to happen. He looked up. Because you're my godson, and I should have been doing this for years, and I'm doing it now. Harry looked at him. At the gray in his hair that hadn't been there before Azkaban, at the lines that the 12 years had left, at the absolute unflinching certainty in his eyes that was so precisely the quality Harry had always known from his father in photographs. All right, Harry said. Then let's go to war properly. Sirius smiled, the real one, the one that made him look 20 years younger. That's my godson, he said. 3 miles away, in a house that no one could find without being told its location, Albus Dumbledore sat at a desk in a borrowed room and wrote a letter. He'd been writing it for an hour. The phrasing mattered, it always mattered, every word chosen for the weight it would carry in the specific mind receiving it, and tonight he was writing to 3 members of the Wizengamot Oversight Committee, each letter calibrated differently, each one working toward the same conclusion through different approaches. He still believed he was right. That was not the problem. The problem was that believing you were right had never, in his experience, been sufficient to hold the line once the people around you stopped believing it too. You needed allies. You needed the narrative. And Arabella Figg, in her housecoat and cat-patterned slippers, had walked into the ministry with a brown envelope and rearranged the narrative before he'd had any opportunity to frame it. He thought about Harry. About the boy he'd placed in that house 15 years ago, screaming on the doorstep in the cold November night. He thought about every decision since, each one logical, each one defensible, each one a brick in an architecture that was only comprehensible if you could see the whole shape of it. The blood wards. The isolation. The deprivation of information, of connection, of the things that made a person into a person rather than a weapon. All of it had been necessary. He believed that. He had to believe that. But somewhere in the quiet of the borrowed room, underneath the planning and the letter-writing and the strategic assessment, something smaller and harder to argue with was making itself known. Something that had been there for years, actually, filed away with the same efficiency he filed everything that didn't serve the plan. He had told himself that Harry was resilient. That Harry would understand, eventually, when he was old enough. That the things Harry had suffered were regrettable but survivable, and survival was, in the end, what mattered. He had been telling himself that for 15 years. He finished the letters. He sealed them. He sent them with his owl into the dark. Then he sat in the quiet and did not sleep. Upstairs in Grimmauld Place, in a room that was not quite comfortable and was considerably better than where he'd been the night before, Harry Potter lay on his back and stared at the ceiling and breathed. His jaw hurt. The nutritional deficiency potions were on the nightstand, 2 of them, to start in the morning. Hedwig was on her perch and the house was quiet, and somewhere down the hall Sirius was moving between rooms in the restless way he had when he was thinking. Harry turned the day over in his mind. Not picking at it, just looking at it. The Aurors at the door. The ministry. Bones's office and Marchbanks and Proudfoot and the statement that had taken 3 hours because he'd told all of it. Sirius in the doorway. The kitchen full of people who had spent the day reckoning with something, and who had come out the other side on his side of it, most of them. Dumbledore's petition sitting somewhere in the ministry overnight, waiting to be answered. He thought about what it would look like. The committee hearing. Dumbledore with his robes and his composure and his immovable conviction that he was right, making the case for authority over a boy he had never once consulted. And on the other side, Harry, with Sirius, with Bones, with Arabella Figg's letters and Marchbanks's 6-page report and 3 hours of recorded testimony that said everything without flinching. He was not afraid of it. That was the part that surprised him slightly, not the absence of fear, which he was used to, but the specific quality of it tonight. Not suppressed. Not managed. Just genuinely not there. Because the hearing, the committee, Dumbledore's careful arguments, they were all happening on a playing field that had, as of this morning, definitively changed. The old rules had applied when no one was looking. The old rules required Harry's silence and Arabella's deference and the Order's faith and the Ministry's disinterest. None of those conditions still applied. He closed his eyes. "We're here now," he'd told Molly. "That's not nothing." It wasn't. He slept. Chapter 4, The Boy in the Room. The lawyer's name was Cassius Thorne. He arrived at Grimmauld Place at 8:55, which was 5 minutes early, and he did it without being given the address by any of the usual channels. Sirius had whispered it into a charmed coin the night before and sent it by Muggle post, which was paranoid and also exactly correct, because the usual channels all ran through Dumbledore eventually. Thorne came in off the street in a charcoal Muggle suit that cost more than most Hogwarts tuitions, with a leather briefcase that had seen 20 years of serious use and a manner that suggested he had been in more difficult rooms than this one and had never once lost the thread. He was somewhere between 50 and ageless, with close-cropped gray hair and dark skin and eyes that moved across a room with the efficient precision of someone doing rapid structural assessment. He shook Sirius's hand first, then Lupin's, then turned to Harry and shook his hand with the same weight he'd given the adults, which Harry noted and filed immediately as a point in his favor. "I've read the field team report and the healer's assessment," Thorne said, setting his briefcase on the kitchen table and opening it with practiced efficiency. "I've also reviewed the petition Dumbledore filed last night." He looked at Harry. "How much do you know about wizarding guardianship law?" "Not much," Harry said. "Good starting point is this: magical guardianship of a minor can be claimed by a non-relative only in the complete absence of blood relations and only when accompanied by documented prior custodial relationship." He pulled out a sheaf of parchment. "Dumbledore is arguing that his decade and a half of directing Harry's welfare constitutes a de facto custodial relationship. It's a creative interpretation. Can he win it?" Sirius said. "Not while I'm breathing." Thorne said it without inflection, like a statement of meteorology. "But let me explain why, because Harry should understand the argument we're making." He turned to face Harry fully. "The petition is actually useful to us. By filing it, Dumbledore has formally asked the Wisengamot to recognize his authority over you. Which means we get to formally ask the Wisengamot to examine the full record of how he exercised that authority." He paused. "He may have made a tactical error. Or he's confident he can control the committee," Harry said. Thorne looked at him with a slight adjustment in his expression, the professional equivalent of a raised eyebrow. "Yes. That's also possible. Which is why we prepare as if he can and win anyway." He set down a second document. "Counter-petition, filed this morning. Sirius Black, as documented godfather and bloodkin through magical bond, has primary claim. The case is straightforward. I filed it at 7:30. Sirius blinked. "You filed it before you came here?" "I filed it based on the documentation you sent last night. I don't wait for meetings to do things that can be done before meetings." He looked at Harry again. "There's a hearing before the Oversight Committee in 4 days. I need you to be there." "I'll be there." Do you understand what that means? Dumbledore will be there. Members of the Wisengamot who have known him for 50 years will be there. There will be arguments made about your welfare, your future, your safety, all framed around a war that is coming and a prophecy that, he stopped. You know about the prophecy. The kitchen was very still. Enough of it, Harry said. Then you know it may come up. Thorn's voice was neutral and precise. I need to know your position on it. Harry looked at him steadily. My position is that a prophecy doesn't make me anyone's property. Thorn held his gaze for a moment. Then he picked up his quill and wrote something on his notepad. Good, he said. That's exactly your position. Don't deviate from it. The rest of the morning was paperwork, which was less interesting than everything that had preceded it and more important. Harry sat with Thorn for 2 hours, going through the counter-petition point by point, signing documents, answering questions with the same clarity he'd brought to Proudfoot's recording quill the previous morning. Sirius sat at the end of the table and occasionally added context. Lupin made coffee and brought it to people and was useful in the particular quiet way he was always useful when he wasn't second-guessing himself. Thorn left at noon with a briefcase significantly fuller than it had arrived. He's good, Harry said, watching the door close. Best there is, Sirius said. Fought 3 wrongful imprisonment cases in the last decade and won all of them. Very annoying at Wisengamot parties, apparently. You've never been to a Wisengamot party. I've been told about them. Harry looked at him. Who told you about Wisengamot parties? I had a wide social circle before Azkaban. Right. The Ministry owl found them at lunch. It wasn't Bones this time, it was the Wisengamot Oversight Committee itself, formal letterhead, 3 official seals and a ribbon that meant it had been reviewed by more than one set of eyes before sending. Sirius read it aloud. The hearing had been moved up. Day after tomorrow. 9 in the morning. He pushed it forward, Lupin said. Course he did. Sirius set the letter down. He wants less time for us to prepare. He knows Thorn filed. He looked at Harry. We send Thorn the date change. Already thought of that, Harry said, reaching for parchment. Tonks was at the table, halfway through a sandwich, watching this exchange with a particular expression, not surprise, exactly, more like the recognition of something she'd been expecting to see and was now confirming. Harry moved through the logistics without any visible anxiety. Not performing calm. Just, operating. She'd worked with a lot of people in 2 years as a fully qualified Auror, and she'd learned fairly quickly that the ones who were genuinely good under pressure looked different from the ones who were trying to look good under pressure. Harry looked like the first kind. I want to go over the hearing preparation tonight, Harry said. Everything Thorn laid out. I want to know the arguments inside out before I'm in that room. He said he'd send prep notes, Sirius started. I know. I also want to do my own. He looked at Sirius. I've been in rooms with Dumbledore before. I know how he argues. He uses the big picture to make the specific thing feel small, and he uses your own care about the big picture against you. He picked up the quill. I want to be ready for that. The table was quiet for a second. Right, Sirius said, and there was something in his voice that sat between pride and sorrow and refused to be just one of them. Bones sent for Harry at 2. It wasn't the Oversight Committee matter, she was careful to make that distinction in the note, separate from the hearing, relevant to the investigation. A follow-up session. Standard procedure. Harry went with Tonks, who Bones had approved as a support person on the basis that she was an Auror, which meant the Ministry was paying for her to be there anyway. The DMLE floor had a different feel in the afternoon, busier, the morning's deliberate pacing replaced by the friction of active cases. Bones's assistant let them through immediately, which meant Bones had been watching for them. She was not alone. There was a woman Harry didn't recognize sitting in the second chair across from Bones's desk, mid-40s, neat robes, a quick quotes quill on the table beside her that was not moving, which meant it wasn't authorized for use and she knew it. She had the look of a journalist who had learned when to keep her quill down and when not to. "Rita Skeeter?" Tonks said, in the same voice she might have used for "Is that a Dementor?" "Or Tonks," Skeeter said pleasantly. "What is she doing here?" Tonks looked at Bones. "Sit down, Tonks," Bones said. Then, to Harry, "I asked Miss Skeeter to come in. Her presence here is at my invitation and under conditions she has agreed to in writing." Harry sat. He looked at Skeeter with the particular quality of attention he gave to things that required watching. He'd had a complicated relationship with Rita Skeeter, which was a polite way of describing the fact that she'd spent the better part of his fourth year dismantling his reputation in print with a combination of fabricated quotes and strategic misdirection. She looked back at him with an expression that he found hard to read, assessing, certainly, but with something under it that wasn't quite the predatory brightness he remembered. "She came to me," Bones said. "Yesterday afternoon, after the story started moving through the ministry. She has information I want you to hear." Harry looked at Skeeter. "What information?" Skeeter clasped her hands on the table. She was doing something he hadn't seen her do before, which was being careful. "I've been aware of your situation at Privet Drive for some time," she said. "I have sources I won't name who gave me the broad shape of it 2 years ago. I didn't run the story." "Why not?" "Because Dumbledore asked me not to." The room was very quiet. "He asked you," Harry said. "Came to see me personally. Very gracious, very reasonable. Made the argument that you needed privacy, that the public interest was outweighed by your welfare. Charming man, excellent argument." She paused. "He also made a more practical point, which was that my career would benefit significantly from continued access to ministry events through his recommendations, and would suffer notably from his opposition." "He threatened you," Tonks said flatly. "He applied persuasion," Skeeter said, with the slight compression of someone choosing precision over comfort. "I had a choice. I made it." She looked at Harry with something that was not quite guilt but was adjacent to accountability. "I've made choices like that before. I'm not here to pretend otherwise." "Then why are you here now?" Harry said. "Because I have a documented record of that conversation," she said. "Notes, a dictaquel transcript, a signed letter from him clarifying certain expectations about coverage." She set her briefcase on her knees and opened it. "And because the story is coming out now regardless, and I would rather be the one who tells it accurately than watch someone else distort it." She put a file on Bones's desk. Bones already knew what was in it, she'd reviewed it before the meeting. Harry could see that in the way she didn't look at the file. She looked at Harry instead. "This adds to the picture of deliberate suppression," Bones said. "Media, welfare reports, his own order. Dumbledore has been managing information about your situation very carefully, very deliberately, for a long time." A pause. "It strengthens our investigation. And it strengthens your position at the hearing." Harry looked at the file. Then at Skeeter. "You'd testify? If it came to it?" "In writing," Skeeter said. "In the room, if required. You know he'll come after your career." "My career is more interesting with this story in it than without it," she said, and there was in that statement the compressed pragmatism of a woman who had made her choice and was now, in her own way, following through. "I'm not doing this out of altruism, Potter. I want that on the record." "I appreciate the honesty," Harry said, and meant it. She looked at him, really looked, without the calculation in the way she'd looked at him before. "I wrote things about you that were unkind and untrue," she said. "That's also on the record, since we're being straightforward." "Yes," Harry said. "It was." She nodded once, precisely, as if that had been a transaction that needed completing and now was. "I'd like to write the story," she said. "Your story. The real one. Not for today, I understand the hearing comes first. But afterward." Harry held her gaze for a moment. "We'll discuss it afterward," he said. "After the hearing. After the investigations moved forward." He paused. On my terms. Skeeter looked at Bones. Then back at Harry. On your terms, she agreed. They were leaving the DMLE floor when Tonks touched his elbow. You handled that well, she said, in the tone of a professional assessment. She's useful, Harry said. I'm not going to pretend she isn't. She'll use you right back the second it's more profitable. I know. That's why it's my terms. He paused by the lift. She's not an ally. She's a tool pointing in a useful direction. As long as I know what she is, I can work with that. Tonks looked at him for a second. When did you get this strategic? I've always been this strategic, Harry said. People just assumed I wasn't because I'm 15 and don't use it at school. The lift arrived. They stepped in. Does it bother you? Tonks said. Skeeter being involved. The whole, people who hurt you now being useful. He thought about it. A bit, he said. But less than you'd expect. He leaned against the lift wall. I've been thinking about it on the way here. Dumbledore used people who trusted him completely. I'd rather use people who've been honest about what they are. Tonks was quiet for a moment. That's either very mature or very cold. Maybe both, Harry said. Back at Grimmauld Place, the afternoon had gone complicated. He knew before he reached the door, the quality of the silence inside was wrong, the kind of silence that existed around something rather than in the absence of something. He came in with Tonks and found Sirius in the hallway with his arms crossed and his jaw set in the precise expression that meant someone was in the house whom he hadn't invited. He's in the kitchen, Sirius said. Harry looked at him. He came an hour ago, Sirius said, and his voice was very controlled. I couldn't turn him away, it's a public order meeting space, technically, and he knows it. Lupin's in there. A pause. I've been out here for 40 minutes deciding whether to go back in. Harry looked at the kitchen door. Then he handed Tonks his jacket. You don't have to, Sirius started. I know, Harry said, and went through the door. Albus Dumbledore was at the kitchen table. He sat in the same way he always sat, upright, settled, occupying his space with the unconscious authority of someone who believed every room he was in was partially his. He was in full robes, which in the context of Grimmauld Place's kitchen felt like a decision rather than a habit. The half-moon spectacles. The long hands folded on the table. He looked, as he always looked, like a man in possession of a great deal of patience. Lupin was at the other end of the table. He looked up when Harry came in with the expression of someone who was relieved and wary simultaneously. Dumbledore looked at Harry with the warmth that Harry had spent years reading as unconditional and was now reading differently. Harry, he said, and his voice had that quality, gentle, specific, the voice of someone who considered you. Headmaster, Harry said. He sat down. Not across from Dumbledore. At the side of the table, which was neither submissive nor confrontational but kept his sightlines clear. He put his hands on the table and looked at Dumbledore and waited. I imagine, Dumbledore said, that the last 2 days have been considerable. They've been fine, Harry said. A slight pause. I want you to know that everything I've done has been, with my best interests at heart, Harry said. I know that's what you're going to say. Dumbledore stopped. He looked at Harry with the careful attention of someone recalibrating. You sound very certain. I've heard the argument before. Harry kept his voice level. You make the case for the greater good and you connect my suffering to the outcome and it sounds reasonable, when you say it. You're very good at making it sound reasonable. It is reasonable, Dumbledore said, quietly. Maybe, Harry said. But it was also a decade of Arabella Figg sending you letters that you filed away. And it was a child in a cupboard under the stairs for 3 years that somehow didn't interfere with the greater good enough to merit a change of plan. He looked at him steadily. So I'm not sure reasonable covers it. Something shifted in Dumbledore's face, the smallest movement, a slight tightening around the eyes. Not anger. Something older and less comfortable than anger. You've spoken with Cassius Thorne, Dumbledore said. This morning. He is a very good lawyer. And a very aggressive one. He paused. Harry, the hearing on Friday, I know about the hearing. Then you know that what comes out in that room will be public record. The Wisengamot Oversight Committee's proceedings are reported. Everything said will be in the Prophet by Saturday. He leaned forward slightly. I'm not saying this to intimidate you. I want you to understand the full picture before I say things you can't control, Harry said. Dumbledore was quiet. I'm going to say everything, Harry told him. In that room. Everything Proudfoot has, everything Thorne has, everything Marchbanks documented. All of it, clearly, on the record. He held Dumbledore's gaze. And you filing a petition to be my guardian is the reason it all gets to come out in that context, so I want to say thank you for that, because it's actually very helpful. The kitchen was absolutely still. Lupin was looking at the table with his hands wrapped around his mug and making no contribution to the conversation, which was either tactical or overwhelmed, Harry wasn't sure which. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was quieter than it had been, still measured, still deliberate, but something in the margin of it had changed. I find myself looking at you, he said, and seeing a young man I do not know as well as I believed. No, Harry agreed. You don't. That is, I think, partly my fault. Most of it, Harry said. Dumbledore's hands tightened slightly on the table. Not anger, Harry was certain it wasn't anger. Something he couldn't quite name. I made decisions, he said, slowly, that I believed were correct. I still believe many of them were correct. But he stopped. Something was working through him, visibly, which was rare enough that Harry watched it carefully. I am aware that the manner in which those decisions were made did not afford you the dignity of consultation. And I am aware that this was not merely a practical failure. Harry looked at him. It was a failure of, Dumbledore paused again, and Harry had the sense of watching a very large and very certain structure encounter, for the first time, a crack it couldn't plaster over. Of seeing you as a person rather than a position. The room was very quiet. Yes, Harry said. It was. I cannot undo it. No. Dumbledore looked at him with something that was, finally, uncomplicated. Something that had no strategy behind it. I hope, he started. Don't, Harry said, not unkindly. Don't tell me what you hope. Not right now. He kept his voice steady and direct. You can demonstrate it. Through what you do at the hearing. Through whether you fight the petition or drop it. He paused. Through what you decide is more important, the plan, or the person. Silence. I will consider withdrawing the petition, Dumbledore said. You should do more than consider it, Harry said. But that's your choice. He stood up from the table. Looked at Dumbledore once more, at the old face and the old eyes and the weight of everything that had been built on top of a single wrong decision made in 1981 on a cold November doorstep. I don't hate you, Harry said. I want to be clear about that. I know what you've done for the wizarding world. I know what you've given up. I understand the logic of every single thing you decided, even the decisions about me. A beat. But understanding a thing and accepting it aren't the same, and I'm done accepting things that shouldn't be accepted. He went to the door. Harry, Dumbledore said. He stopped but didn't turn. You are, Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. You are more than I built you to be. That is entirely to your credit. Harry stood in the doorway for a moment. I know, he said, and went out. Sirius was in the hall. He'd been there the whole time, Harry was fairly certain. The kitchen door was old and didn't insulate sound particularly well, and Sirius had the expression of a man who had heard things he needed time to sit with. He looked at Harry with eyes that were very bright. Petition, he said. He's thinking about dropping it. Thinking. He'll drop it, Harry said. He knows he can't win it, and he knows how it looks if he fights it. He's not, he paused. He's not unintelligent. He makes wrong decisions, but he's not unintelligent. Sirius looked at the kitchen door. You all right? I'm fine. Harry, I'm genuinely fine, Sirius. I mean it. He looked at him. I needed to have that conversation. I've been having the version of it where I don't say anything for 5 years. He paused. Saying it out loud is different. Better. He acknowledged it, Sirius said carefully. More than I expected. He acknowledged the manner, Harry said. Not quite the substance. But it's a start. He started for the stairs. I need an hour and then I want to go through hearing prep. Can you get Thorne's notes by 6? He sent them 20 minutes ago. Good. He stopped on the second stair. Tell Dumbledore to be out of the kitchen before dinner. I'm not going to ask him to eat with us. Sirius almost smiled. Noted. He used the hour. He sat on his bed with Thorne's notes and his own observations and built the case in his head the way he'd been building things in his head since he was old enough to have to, methodically, quietly, without anyone knowing it was happening. He read the opposition arguments, the ones Thorne had predicted Dumbledore's team would make, and he went through each one and found its weakness. The prophecy argument was the most dangerous. Not because it was strong but because it was emotional. It made everything about stakes and necessity and the fate of the whole wizarding world, and that kind of argument worked on people because it made individual harm feel small by comparison. He'd seen it work. He'd felt it work on himself, over the years, this particular math where his suffering was always the number that got rounded down. He wrote at the top of his notes, a prophecy does not require compliance. It describes. It does not instruct. He thought about that for a while. Then he wrote underneath it, even if it did, the manner of preparation is not mandated. There is no prophecy that says, put him in the cupboard. He stared at that for a moment. Then he set the parchment aside. Dinner was better than yesterday, which had been better than anything in the previous weeks, which had been better than the years before that. The progression was obvious if you were tracking it, and Harry was tracking it with the same quiet attention he brought to everything. The Weasley contingent was back, Arthur had stayed the night, apparently, and Molly had come back before noon and had been in the kitchen all afternoon making things that nobody needed and everybody wanted. She'd looked at Harry when he came down and said nothing that words would have covered, but she'd put a plate in front of him with the particular authority of someone declaring something, and he'd eaten it, and that had been a conversation in its own right. Ron sat next to him. Heard you talk to Dumbledore, he said, in the careful tone he used when he was trying to say something difficult and keep it casual. Yeah. How was that? Fine. Harry cut into his food. He's going to drop the petition. Ron looked at him sideways. You sure? Pretty sure. Because of what you said to him? Because it's the strategic move, Harry said. And because of what I said to him. Ron nodded. He ate for a moment. Then, you know I'm with you, right? Whatever happens at the hearing. I know. I've been with you since first year on the train and I'm not stopping now. Ron said it the same way he said most important things, quickly, looking at his plate, as if the meaning would be less embarrassing if the delivery was offhand. Just saying. Harry looked at him. I know, Ron. Right. A pause. Mum cried again before dinner. I know. She's angry at herself. She should be, a bit, Harry said. But she's here. She came back. He cut another piece. That counts. Does it? Yeah, Harry said. It does. People being here after they've realized something is worth something. It's not nothing. Ron ate in silence for a moment. Then he said, very quietly, I didn't know. Not really. I knew the Dursleys were awful but I didn't. I know you didn't, Harry said. If I had, Ron. Harry looked at him. You've broken into a ministry office for me. You faced a horde of spiders the size of small cars. You came to the graveyard when, he stopped. Restarted. You've been there. That's not nothing either. He paused. Stop apologizing for things you didn't do. Do something about the things you can. Ron looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded, with the particular resolution of a Gryffindor who has received actionable instructions. All right. Good. Ginny found him on the landing after dinner. She had the same peripheral accuracy she'd had at the table the night before. She appeared beside him without announcement and said, "The hearing's day after tomorrow," and it wasn't quite a question. Yes. Are you ready? Getting there. She leaned against the wall beside him, looking at nothing in particular with the calm confidence of someone who didn't need a reason to be wherever she was. I've been thinking, she said. About? About the way things have been framed. She looked at him. All the order meetings I've been sneaking to the edge of since last year. The way everyone talks about you. They talk about you like you're a problem to be managed or a resource to be protected. Like you're a thing rather than a person. She paused. I think that's been happening for a while. Not just from Dumbledore. He looked at her. People put you in these categories, she said. The chosen one. The boy who lived. Even your friends, sometimes, not badly, but it happens. You become what the situation needs you to be. She held his gaze. And you've just gone along with it, mostly. Because it was easier. Or because I didn't know I could do otherwise, he said. Yeah. She looked back at the wall. The hearing is going to be the first time most of the wizarding world sees you say no. In public. On the record. A pause. I think it's going to matter. A lot. He thought about that. Are you trying to tell me to do something? I'm trying to tell you what I see. She pushed off the wall. You've been careful your whole life. Careful not to take up too much space, careful not to want too much, careful not to say the hard thing in the room. She looked at him one more time. Stop being careful. She went back downstairs. He stood on the landing for a moment. Stop being careful. He thought about Proudfoot's quill moving across the parchment. About Marchbanks's controlled face over the healer's notes. About the way Dumbledore had looked at him in the kitchen, for the first time, actually at him, rather than at what Harry meant for the plan. He thought about tomorrow, and about the day after that, and about the hearing room, and about what it would feel like to stand up in front of the Wisengamot Oversight Committee and be, simply, completely, unedited, himself. He thought he might finally be ready for that. The owl came at 10 that night. It was from Thorn. Short, precise, no unnecessary words, petition withdrawn. Dumbledore's team filed the withdrawal at 9:15. Confirmed by the committee clerk. Hearing proceeds tomorrow solely on welfare investigation grounds. Well done. Harry read it twice. He brought it down to the kitchen, where Sirius and Lupin were still at the table. He set it in front of Sirius. Sirius read it. Looked up. His expression was complicated in several directions at once. He withdrew it, Lupin said, reading over Sirius's shoulder. Yes, Harry said. Lupin paused. That's significant. It is, Harry agreed. It means tomorrow is cleaner. No guardianship argument, just the investigation. Just the record. He picked up the parchment. Which is worse for him, actually. The guardianship fight would have given him something to defend. This way there's nothing to argue. Just what happened. Sirius was looking at him with that look again. The one from the ministry meeting room. What? Harry said. Nothing, Sirius said. Just watching you think. Is it that interesting? Terrifyingly, yes. He stood and put his hand on Harry's shoulder, the same brief firm pressure as before, and then left it there a beat longer. Get some sleep. Tomorrow you tell the whole world, and you need to be rested. I'm always rested. You're always functional. There's a difference. He took the parchment and folded it carefully. Evidence, he said. Everything goes in the file. Harry went to bed. He lay in the dark and Hedwig shifted on her perch and he thought about Ginny saying stop being careful and Thorne saying on your terms and Marchbanks saying a pattern like this is hard to argue with. He thought about Arabella Figg in her garden, 10 days of watching, 10 years of watching, the decision that something had to change made in the quiet of a kitchen with cats for company and a decade of letters spread across the table. He thought about the hearing room. He thought about saying it all. Clearly, fully, without editing, without the habitual trimming of a boy who had learned that his experiences made adults uncomfortable. He thought about Ginny, the first time the wizarding world sees you say no. In public. On the record. He thought it might change things. He thought, actually, that it definitely would. He closed his eyes. He wasn't afraid of tomorrow. He hadn't been afraid of anything since 6:43 yesterday morning, when 3 people with clipboards and 1 with a briefcase had knocked on a door in Privet Drive and the first thing had finally begun to end. He slept like someone who has put a heavy thing down and knows they are not picking it up again. Chapter 5, Fault Lines. The hearing room was smaller than Harry expected. He'd been bracing for the full Wisengamot chamber, the tiered stone seats, the torches, the absolute architecture of institutional power arranged to make whoever stood in the middle feel precisely as small as intended. He'd been in that room before, in a dream that wasn't quite a dream, and in person the previous summer when Fudge had tried to expel him for the Dementor incident. He knew how it worked. He'd been preparing for it. Instead Thorne led him into a wood-paneled room on the 4th floor of the ministry that was closer in scale to a large sitting room than a courtroom. A long table on one side with 5 committee members seated behind it. A single chair on the other side, not a dock, just a chair, though the positioning carried the same implication. Windows along one wall with the false sky showing a grey morning. A clerk in the corner with a recording quill. Sirius was allowed in as family. Thorne sat beside Harry. Everyone else waited outside. The 5 committee members were, a woman in her 60s named Hawksworth who had the look of someone who had sat on oversight committees long enough to have seen everything and been surprised by very little, a younger man named Baddock with careful eyes and a quill that moved before anyone had said anything worth recording, 2 others Harry didn't know, and at the center, chairing it, a broad-shouldered witch named Clearwater who had come up through the DMLE 20 years ago and whose reputation Thorne had summarized the previous evening as fair, rigorous, and not impressed by reputation. Dumbledore was not in the room. Harry noticed that immediately. He'd expected Dumbledore to be present, as witness, as interested party, as something. The empty chair at the far end of the room's single-side table told him that the petition withdrawal had removed his standing to attend. He felt the room get cleaner. Clearwater opened without preamble. This hearing concerns the welfare investigation opened by the DMLE on 7th July into the circumstances of Harry James Potter, minor, currently residing at a secure ministry-approved address. She looked at her notes. The investigation follows a formal report filed by Arabella Figg, documented ministry contact and welfare observer, citing concerns regarding ongoing neglect and physical harm at the property of Vernon and Petunia Desley, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, and additionally raising questions about the management of welfare reports by Albus Dumbledore over a period of approximately 10 years. She looked up at Harry. Not with warmth, not with hostility. Just attention. Mr. Potter. You're not on trial here. You're here to speak to the committee and to confirm the record. Is that understood? Yes, Harry said. Are you comfortable proceeding? Yes. Then we'll start. It went for 3 hours. It was different from Proudfoot's session, more formal, more structured, with committee members asking questions in rotation and Thorne occasionally interjecting with precise legal points that redirected the framing before it could go wrong. But the core of it was the same, Harry talking, clearly and completely, and the room listening. He told it in sequence. Not from birth, from the first thing he actually remembered, which was the cupboard, the darkness of it, the sound of the family moving around above him. He took the committee through the progression of years with the same detached clarity he'd brought to everything since Monday morning, and he watched the faces behind the table do their work. Hawksworth wrote steadily and her expression didn't change, but at the part about the bars on the window she set her quill down and picked it back up with a very deliberate care. Baddock's own quill went still at the mention of the food portions. It stayed still for 30 seconds. Then he made a note with the particular compression of someone recording something they'd rather not have heard. Clearwater listened to all of it with her hands flat on the table and her face carefully neutral, and 3 times she asked Harry to repeat something, not because she hadn't heard, he knew, but because she wanted it very precisely on the record. Thorne submitted the healer's report, Proudfoot's transcript, and all of Arabella Figg's original letters along with Dumbledore's replies. Each document was logged, numbered, entered into evidence with the dry efficiency of a process that had been designed for exactly this, gathering the shape of a harm into something that could be examined without looking away. "Mr. Potter," Clearwater said, during the second hour. "I want to ask you directly about your relationship with the headmaster's decisions regarding your welfare." "All right," Harry said. "Were you ever consulted? Regarding your placement with the Dursleys, regarding the blood ward arrangement, regarding the restrictions on your contact with the wizarding world during summers?" "No." "Were you ever informed that welfare reports were being filed on your behalf?" "No." "Were you aware that Dumbledore was receiving those reports?" "I found out on Monday," Harry said. "The day I left Privet Drive." "And prior to Monday?" "I assumed no one was watching," Harry said. "I knew Mrs. Figg was a neighbor, but I didn't know why. I didn't know about reports. I didn't know there was a formal structure." He paused. "I assumed I was just there. And that's what it was." The room was quiet. "Thank you," Clearwater said. "One more question in this section. If you had known, if someone had asked you, at any point, would you have asked to be moved?" Harry looked at her. "Yes," he said. "From the first year I understood what was happening to me, which was probably age 7 or 8. Yes." The committee took a 40-minute recess at the halfway point, during which Thorne went to speak with Clearwater's clerk and Sirius took Harry into the corridor. They stood by the window, the real one, on the exterior wall, overlooking the Muggle Street below where taxis moved through the grey morning and ordinary life continued at its ordinary pace. "How are you doing?" Sirius said. Not as a question, exactly. More as an opening. "Fine." Harry watched a taxi navigate a roundabout. "It's not bad. Clearwater's fair. Thorne thinks she'll recommend full prosecution of the Dursleys." "She should." "She will." Sirius put his hands in his pockets. "The second half is the Dumbledore section. You know that." "I know. It's going to be, some of those committee members have known him a long time. Even in that room, with everything on the table, there will be people who find reasons to contextualize it." "I know that too." Harry looked at him. "It doesn't change what I'm going to say." Sirius looked back at him. "I know it doesn't." He paused. "I just want you to know that however they rule, whatever they decide to do or not do about Dumbledore, what happened in that room this morning is already done. It's on the record. They can't undo that." "They won't rule against him," Harry said. "Not today. Not entirely." "No," Sirius agreed. "Probably not. He's too established. Too necessary. The war is coming, they'll weigh everything against the war and decide he's too valuable to censure properly." Harry said it without bitterness. Just accuracy. "But it'll be in the record. Permanently. And the Prophet will run it, and people will have to form opinions about it. He turned from the window. That's enough for now. Sirius looked at him. You worked that out last night. And you're all right with it? I'm pragmatic about it, Harry said. Which is different. He started back toward the hearing room. Come on. The second half was harder. Not for Harry. For the room. Clearwater took Dumbledore's roll methodically, document by document, each letter, each reply, each instance of acknowledgement followed by inaction. She read selected passages aloud, which was, Harry thought, a deliberate choice. Hearing it in another person's measured voice did something to the content that reading it silently didn't. It made the distance between what was reported and what was done into something that sat in the room's air rather than on the page. The third time Clearwater read a reply, this one from 18 months ago, assuring Arabella that Harry was resilient and the situation was manageable and her diligence was invaluable, Hawksworth put her quill down and did not pick it up again. She looked at the window. She looked at the table. She looked at Harry. Harry looked back. Then she picked her quill up and wrote something. A long something. Bad Doc asked the question Harry had been expecting, Mr. Potter, do you believe Albus Dumbledore acted in your best interests? Thorn started to speak. Harry touched his arm once, briefly. I believe, Harry said, carefully and precisely, that he acted in what he understood to be the best interests of the wizarding world. I believe he calculated that my welfare was a cost worth paying for certain outcomes, and I believe he made that calculation in good faith. He paused. I also believe that making a decision about someone's suffering in good faith doesn't make the suffering less real. And I believe that a decade of documented evidence that your calculation is causing ongoing harm, which you receive and file and ignore, that's not good faith anymore. That's a choice. Silence. Thank you, Bad Doc said, in the tone of a man who has received an answer he needs time to carry. Clearwater closed the session at noon. She would not give a ruling today. Harry had expected that, Thorn had prepared him for it. The committee would deliberate, would consult with the broader Wisengamot if necessary, would produce a formal finding within a fortnight. She gave Harry the outline of what that finding might address, the Dursley prosecution, the welfare framework for his remaining period of minority, the formal review of Dumbledore's role. For the avoidance of doubt, Clearwater said, looking directly at Harry, regardless of how the committee rules on other matters, you will not be returning to Privet Drive. That placement is closed. Good, Harry said. She almost smiled. Is there anything else you want on the record, Mr. Potter? He thought for a moment. Yes, he said. Arabella Figg did this. She made the decision to report and she carried it through and she did it knowing it would make enemies in places that mattered. I want that acknowledged. Clearwater looked at her clerk. Note that Mr. Potter wishes formal acknowledgement of the role played by Arabella Figg in initiating this investigation. Noted, the clerk said. Thank you, Harry said. They came out of the ministry at 12:30 into a July afternoon that had decided to be properly warm, and the street was full of the particular midday energy of people on lunch breaks and the smell of coffee from the cafe on the corner and the city going about its business with complete indifference to what had just happened on the fourth floor. Tonks was waiting outside with Ron and Hermione. Hermione was, Harry registered her presence with the same clarity he'd been registering everything these last few days, which was different from before, sharper, like a lens that had been adjusted. She'd been at Grimmauld Place since yesterday evening, having arrived with an intensity of purpose that suggested she'd been waiting for the moment she was allowed to be useful. She was looking at him now with an expression that was doing 6 emotional things simultaneously. She crossed the pavement and hugged him. It was briefer than Molly's and more emphatic, and when she pulled back her eyes were very bright. How did it go? She said. Well, I think. Thorn thinks very well, Sirius said, from behind Harry. Clearwater's fair and she's thorough and what she heard today is not going to leave her quietly. What happens to the Dursleys? Ron asked. Emily processes the case, Harry said. Muggle authorities are coordinated. It'll take time. He looked at Ron. They're not getting away with it. Good, Ron said, with a simplicity that covered a lot of ground. Hermione was still watching Harry with the eyes that were doing 6 things. How are you, actually? I'm fine, Hermione. You keep saying that, because it keeps being true. He looked at her properly. I know it's not the expected reaction. I know the expected thing is to be broken, or angry, or something. And I'm not saying I'm not angry. But mostly he tried to find the right word. Clear. Like I can see things properly. A pause. That's the honest answer. She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, okay, in the tone of someone choosing to believe a true thing because it was true rather than because it was comfortable. Right, Harry said. Can we get lunch? I'm starving and Thorn is going to want to debrief in an hour. They ate at a Muggle pub around the corner because nobody was going to bother them there and also because the food was better than anything Grimmauld Place's kitchen produced on a Thursday lunchtime. It was dark inside and loud in a good way, with the ambient noise of other people's conversations creating a kind of privacy in the middle of company. Hermione ordered immediately and then opened a notebook, which was such a characteristically Hermione thing to do that something in Harry's chest that had been tightly wound for days loosened slightly. I've been researching the guardianship question, she said. Even though Dumbledore withdrew, it's still useful to understand the legal framework going forward. There's a provision in the Wizarding Minority Protection Act of 1947 that allows a formally recognized godparent to petition for full guardianship without a court hearing if Thorn's on it, Harry said. I know Thorn's on it. I want to understand it myself. She looked up from her notebook. For when Thorn needs 2 people who understand it. Harry looked at her. You want to help Thorn. I want to be useful. You're always useful, Hermione. I'm more useful when I'm prepared. She looked back at her notebook. Also, I may have drafted a letter to the Prophet. A letter. The story's going to break either way. Rita Skeeter's involved. How do you know about Skeeter? Hermione's expression indicated she had her sources and they were good ones. My point is, if the story's coming regardless, it's better to have a narrative in the public space before the counter-narratives start. I drafted a factual account of the welfare investigation, the hearing, and the committee's role. Nothing editorial, just events and evidence. She paused. I'd want your approval before submitting anything. Harry looked at her. Thought about what Bones had said, that the story would be in the Prophet by Saturday regardless. Thought about Skeeter's calculation. Thought about Ginny saying the first time the wizarding world sees you say no. Show me the draft, he said. Her face did something brief and fierce and satisfied. She turned 3 pages in the notebook. Thorn arrived at the pub at 1:30, sat down without ordering, and gave them the debrief in 8 concise minutes. The committee was deliberating. Based on Clearwater's line of questioning and the documents and evidence, his assessment was that the Dursley prosecution would be formally recommended, that was nearly certain. The welfare framework going forward would confirm Sirius's guardianship, which was equally certain. The Dumbledore question was less certain but more interesting. He expected a formal censure, not removal from any official position, but a documented finding of institutional failure in his capacity as Harry's de facto overseer. That matters, Thorn said. A formal censure from the Wisengamot Oversight Committee is permanent record. It can't be expunged. It follows every future representation he makes to this body. He looked at Harry. It's not everything. But it establishes precedent. For what? Ron asked. For the idea, Thorn said, that Albus Dumbledore is not above accountability. He picked up his water glass. Which is, in the current political climate, a more radical statement than it sounds. The Prophet ran the story on Friday morning. Harry found out about it before he saw it. He found out from the way the house changed when Sirius came down from the owl post at 7 with a paper under his arm and a very particular expression. Not alarmed. Something more complex than that. Page 1, Sirius said, setting it on the kitchen table. The headline was not Skeeter's. Skeeter's piece was the inside feature, pages 4 and 5, fully documented, every claim sourced. The front page story was by another reporter entirely, someone from the Prophet's investigative desk who'd gotten there by a different route, probably through the Wisengamot clerk's office given the level of procedural detail. The headline read, Boy Who Lived, 10 Years of Filed Report. Subtitle, Wisengamot Committee Hearing Reveals Documented Neglect, Dumbledore's Role Under Review. Harry sat and read it. The whole thing, front page and the Skeeter feature inside. He read it with the detached clarity he'd brought to everything this week, and when he was done he set the paper down and picked up his tea. Hermione was watching him. Are you? I'm reading, he said, which wasn't quite an answer and she accepted it. The front page story was accurate. Largely accurate, there were 2 details rendered slightly wrong, probably from second-hand sourcing, nothing that changed the substance. The Skeeter feature was better, sharper, with the particular quality of good journalism that had been thoroughly sourced, quotes from Healer Marchbanks's report, excerpts from Arabella Figg's letters, the timeline of the welfare reports laid out in chronological order so the pattern was visible in the simplest possible way. There was a photograph of Harry. Not from this week, an old one, from the Triwizard Tournament press pool, the year Skeeter had made his life miserable with fabricated quotes. He looked about 12 in it, which was not how he wanted to be presented in the piece, but he understood the editorial logic. At the bottom of the feature, in a sidebar, Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot and Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, did not respond to requests for comment. The kitchen had filled while he was reading. Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, all of them with coffee or tea, all of them navigating the particular atmosphere of a morning where something large had become public. Owl Post is going to be interesting, Tonks said. She was right. By 8 o'clock the owls had started arriving. By 9, there were 14 letters and a ministry memo and 2 rolled-up newspapers with notes attached. By 10, Sirius had to take over managing the Post because the volume was exceeding any one person's capacity to process it. Most of it was from people Harry didn't know. Some of it was supportive, letters from wizarding families who had their own complicated feelings about power and authority and the stories that got suppressed. Some of it was the other kind, from people who found the story inconvenient for their image of Dumbledore and had strong feelings about that inconvenience, which they were expressing to Harry as if he were the cause rather than the subject. Don't read the hostile ones, Hermione advised. I read all of them, Harry said. Harry, I want to know what the opposition argument is. I want to know what people are saying who want to defend Dumbledore, because those arguments are going to get louder before they get quieter. He looked at one of the letters, a long one from a witch he'd never heard of, quite furious about the damage being done to the war effort by this politically motivated attack on our greatest defender. See, that's the framing. The war. Everything gets filtered through the war and the war makes everything about Dumbledore seem justified. Hermione read over his shoulder. So what do you do about it? I don't argue with it directly, Harry said. You can't beat that argument on its own terms. You beat it by changing the terms. He set the letter aside. The question isn't whether Dumbledore is good for the war effort. The question is whether the war requires children to be treated this way. And the answer to that is no, and I need people to see that clearly. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she reached for her notebook. The ministry memo was from Bones. Short, professional, with the characteristic absence of unnecessary words. The committee had fast-tracked one element of the deliberation. Sirius Black's guardianship of Harry Potter was formally recognized, effective immediately, pending submission of final documentation. The broader ruling would follow within the fortnight as stated. Also, Dumbledore had requested a meeting with Bones. She was including this for Harry's awareness, not his input. She would handle it. Harry read the memo twice. Then he went upstairs. He sat on his bed with the door open and Hedwig on his knee, running his hand along her feathers in the absent way that cleared his head, and he let the morning settle into its proper shape. The papers. The letters. The committee's preliminary move. All of it. He thought about Dumbledore reading the prophet this morning. He thought about what it felt like to have a thing that had been private become public, the particular exposure of it, the loss of control over who knew and how they framed it and what they did with it. He thought about the fact that he had lived in that exposure, that particular powerlessness, for 15 years, everything about him decided and discussed and directed by other people while he was simply present, an object in a room full of subjects. He stroked Hedwig's feathers and thought about that until it stopped being something he needed to think about. Then he went back downstairs. Dumbledore's response to the prophet came in the form of a letter to the Wisengamot, which was leaked to the press by Friday afternoon. It was well written. Of course it was. It acknowledged, formally and on record, that the welfare reports had been received, that his responses had been insufficient, and that Harry had not been afforded the consideration he deserved. It framed everything else around the war, the blood wards, the necessity, the broader context. It was the most artfully constructed piece of accountability Harry had ever read, because it said exactly the right things in exactly the right sequence while subtly ensuring that the reader came away feeling that any reasonable person in those circumstances might have made the same choices. Ron read it and said, "That's an apology that isn't an apology." "That's exactly what it is," Harry said. "Are you going to respond to it?" "No," Harry said. "Thorn might, if it affects the legal position." "I'm not going to." "Why not?" Harry thought about it. "Because responding to it makes it a conversation. If I respond, people focus on whether I accept his apology or what I think of his explanation. That's not the conversation I want people having." He looked at Ron. "I want people to look at the record. Just the record. And decide what they think." "Some people," Hermione said, from her end of the table without looking up from whatever she was writing, "will look at the record and decide the war justifies it." "Some will," Harry agreed. "And I can't change that. I'm not trying to win everyone." He paused. "I'm trying to change what's assumed by default. Right now the default assumption is that Dumbledore is trustworthy because he's Dumbledore. I want the default assumption to be that anyone, regardless of their reputation, is subject to scrutiny when a child is involved." A silence. "That's actually a political argument," Hermione said, looking up now. "Is it?" "That's a systemic argument. You're not just making the case about what happened to you. You're making the case about how decisions get made and who gets to make them." She looked at him with the particular expression she wore when her mind was moving fast. "Harry, do you realize how much, I've had a lot of time to think," Harry said. "Years of it." She looked at him. He looked back. "Right," she said, and went back to writing with a renewed energy. The afternoon brought a visitor. Not an expected one. Tonks answered the door and came to find Harry with an expression that was carefully neutral in a way that meant she'd decided to let him make the call. "Arabella Figg," she said. He was on his feet before she finished the sentence. Arabella was in the front hallway in a different housecoat than the one she'd been wearing Monday. This one had small birds on it rather than flowers, and she had Mr. Tibbles in her arms, which was either for comfort or because the cat had insisted on accompanying her, both of which were equally likely. She looked different from Monday. More uncertain, somehow. Monday she'd been purposeful. Today she looked like a woman who had done something irreversible and was now living in the space after it. "Harry," she said. "Mrs. Figg." He looked at her. "Come in." He took her to the sitting room rather than the kitchen, which was full of people, and sat her in the better chair and went and made tea himself because Creature was in one of his moods and he didn't trust him to do it without incident. When he came back with the tray, Arabella had Mr. Tibbles on her lap and was sitting with her hands folded and a look on her face that he recognized. She'd been rehearsing something. "You don't have to say anything," he said, sitting across from her. "I want to." She looked at him. "I've read the paper. Both pieces. I've had, a great many owls, which I wasn't prepared for. A small wry curve to her mouth. People have opinions. People always have opinions. Yes. She stroked Mr. Tibbles, who accepted this as his due. I've been thinking about what to say to you since Monday. I've had 5 days and I still don't have it quite right. She looked at him directly. What I did, reporting you, I want to be clear that I did it because it was right. Not because I stopped caring about Dumbledore's plan, not because I decided the war didn't matter. Because you mattered more than the filing system. Harry looked at her. And I want you to know, she said, that I'm sorry it took me 10 years to arrive at that conclusion. I had the evidence. I had the pattern. I had 27 letters from you written without your knowledge, describing what was happening to you, and I kept sending polite replies saying understood and noted. Her voice was steady but her hands were tight on the cat. That's not Dumbledore's failure. Well, it is his failure. But it's mine too. I had a choice. I made it too late. Harry was quiet for a moment. You made it, he said. Late. Still made it. He looked at her. You know what I think? I think most people never make it. Most people in your position would have kept sending the letters and accepting the replies until there was nothing left to report. He paused. You stopped. You walked in with the whole 10 years and you put it on Amelia Bones's desk and you didn't soften it. He looked at her steadily. That took something. She was quiet for a moment. I'm not sure it should have taken courage, she said. It should have been straightforward. Yes, he said. It should have been. But it wasn't, because the systems weren't set up to make it straightforward, and the people managing those systems made it easier to defer than to act. He paused. That's not an excuse for you. But it's context. She looked at him with something careful and complicated moving through her expression. You're being very generous. I'm being accurate. He picked up his tea. I'm angry. I want to be clear about that, I'm genuinely angry about a lot of what happened, including your part in it. But anger about the past and deciding what to do now are separate things, and I've decided that what to do now is, he thought about it. Build something. Whatever comes next, I want it to be built on what's actually true rather than what was convenient to believe. She looked at him for a long time. Then she said, very quietly, your mother would have liked who you are. He was quiet for a moment. You knew her? A little. Before she went to Hogwarts. The street was different then. She looked at Mr. Tibbles. Petunia was different then too. Or, not different, exactly. Just, there was still a direction things could have gone. She paused. I wonder sometimes if that's part of why I stayed. Because the street used to have Lily on it, and then it had you, and, she stopped. And that mattered, Harry finished. Yes. She looked at him. Yes, it did. The sitting room was quiet for a while. Not uncomfortably. The kind of quiet that had something in it, a reckoning that had been arrived at slowly and was now being sat in by two people who had both paid something to get here. What happens to you now? Harry said. People know who you are. The letters identified you. I know. She straightened slightly. I had a visit this morning from a rather severe woman from Bones's office who explained my options. A slight pause. I'm staying on the street. I'm not going anywhere. I have cats and a garden and 30 years of Muggle neighbors who think I'm harmless and eccentric, and I'm not being moved off my ground because someone's uncomfortable with what I did. Harry looked at her. Good. Besides, she said, with the return of something dry and practical in her voice, Tibbles would never forgive me for relocating him again. We tried it in 1987 and he sulked for a month. Harry laughed, a genuine one, the kind that surprised him slightly by its own realness. Arabella looked at him when he laughed. Something in her face settled into something quieter and more private. She reached across and put her hand on his briefly. He didn't move away. She left at 4 with Mr. Tibbles and her bird-patterned housecoat and a plate of biscuits Molly had appeared from nowhere to insist upon, which Arabella accepted with the grace of someone who understood that Molly Weasley's biscuits were a language and declined only by the cruel or the foolish. Harry went upstairs. He stood at his window, the real one, not the charmed false ones in the ministry, looking out at the slice of London visible from Grimmauld Place's narrow angle, the rooftops and chimneys and the particular July sky that couldn't quite decide between clouds and sun. He was thinking about what Arabella had said. About Lily. About the street and the direction things could have gone. He was thinking about the last 5 days laid end to end, Arabella's report, the ministry car, the hearing, the paper, the letters, this afternoon. All of it running in one direction, fast, with a momentum that 5 days ago he wouldn't have thought possible and that now felt simply like the natural consequence of something that should have moved years ago but was moving now. He thought about what Ginny had said. The first time the wizarding world sees you say no. He thought about what Thorn had said. Your terms. He thought about sitting across from Dumbledore in this kitchen and saying I don't hate you and meaning it and knowing the difference between meaning it and it being sufficient. He thought about the war. About Voldemort. About the prophecy sitting at the back of everything like a storm that everyone had agreed, by mutual consent, to pretend was still on the horizon. It wasn't on the horizon anymore. It was coming, and everyone in this house knew it was coming, and the difference between now and a week ago was that Harry was no longer being managed toward it. No longer being kept small and isolated and information controlled, shaped into a specific tool for a specific use. He was standing in his own room in a house that was genuinely his godfather's, having just spent a week saying true things in rooms that mattered, and whatever came next, he heard footsteps on the stairs. Sirius, he knew from the weight and pace of them. Hey! Sirius appeared in the doorway. Thorn called. The committee's going to release a preliminary statement Monday. What'll it say? Formal censure for Dumbledore. Full Dursley prosecution recommendation. Your guardianship confirmed. He paused. And a formal inquiry into information management practices within the order, which Bones apparently pushed for and got through in the last hour. Harry turned from the window. She's going after the structure. Not just Dumbledore. The whole mechanism. How decisions were made, who had oversight, what the accountability looked like. Sirius leaned against the doorframe. She's good. She is, Harry agreed. We should have her on our side properly. She's not on anyone's side. She's on the law's side. Good. That's even better. Harry looked at him. What do you think happens Monday? When the statement comes out? Sirius thought. The order fractures more. The people who've been holding middle positions, waiting to see what the committee said before fully deciding, they'll have to pick a side. Some of them will. He paused. And Voldemort is going to use this. He'll push while Dumbledore's under scrutiny, while the order is fractured, while the ministry is managing 2 crises at once. I know, Harry said. We need to start thinking about that. I've been thinking about it, Harry said. Training. Properly. Not Umbridge's version of defense and not Dumbledore's careful managed exposure to the parts of my own power he thought I was ready for. He looked at Sirius. I want to start this weekend. Sirius looked at him. You just finished a week that would have put most adults in bed. And I'm fine. And Voldemort doesn't care about my week. A pause. What kind of training? Sirius said. Everything, Harry said. Start with what I actually know and find out where the gaps are. Then fill the gaps. He looked at his godfather directly. No holding back. No, that's too advanced, or let's build to it. I want to know what I'm actually capable of. Sirius held his gaze for a moment. Then something in his expression shifted, the last trace of the automatic parental protection impulse giving way to something that recognized what was in front of him. I'll talk to Lupin tonight. And Tonks, Harry said. She said she was on my side. Let's find out what that means practically. Sirius almost smiled. The real one, the young one. This weekend, then. This weekend, Harry confirmed. He turned back to the window. The London sky had resolved itself into late afternoon sun, golden and sharp, throwing long shadows across the rooftops. The city below was going about its Friday with the cheerful oblivion of a place that didn't know what was coming. Harry knew what was coming. He was going to be ready for it. Not because someone had prepared him, because he was preparing himself. On his terms, in his own time, with the people he'd chosen standing behind him rather than directing him. The fault lines had run through everything this week. The Order, the Ministry, the comfortable story people told themselves about Albus Dumbledore and what the war required. All of it cracked and shifted and rearranged. But Harry felt solid. More solid than he had in years. He was exactly where he needed to be. Chapter 6, Sharpened. The training started at 6 in the morning. Not because anyone told him to. Harry was simply awake, and the house was still, and there was a courtyard behind Grimmauld Place that nobody used because it was hidden behind a permanent notice-me-not and smelled faintly of old magic, and it was large enough. He'd found it on his second day, doing the circuit of the house he always did in new spaces. He'd stood in the middle of it in the early morning grey and felt the potential of the space the way you felt a room before furniture went in. He brought his wand and a glass of water and nothing else. He started with the spells he knew, not a warm-up, not a revision exercise. An audit. He wanted to know precisely what he had. He worked through everything systematically, casting against the back wall, noting where his execution was clean and where it was approximate. The stunning spell was clean. The shield charm was clean but reactive rather than instinctive. The disarming charm was excellent. He'd been doing that one since second year and it was in his hands now rather than in his head. The Patronus came immediately, which still surprised him slightly. The silver stag lit the courtyard and stood there in the early morning air with quiet certainty, and Harry looked at it for a moment before dismissing it. He worked through the gaps. The impediment jinx was slower than it should be. The binding spell was theoretically solid but practically approximate. The reducto, he'd only used it once, in the maze, and it had worked then on instinct, and when he tried it deliberately now against the stone wall the result was substantially larger than intended. He looked at the hole in the back wall. He said. That's one way to put it, said Tonks, from the doorway. He turned. She was in training clothes, not aura robes, just practical, with her hair in a short professional purple and a mug in one hand. She looked at the wall with the expression of someone assessing damage and finding it instructive. How long have you been watching? Harry said. Since the Patronus. She came down into the courtyard. The stag's good. The shield's reactive, you're casting it after you've registered a threat rather than maintaining it. I know. The reducto is, she looked at the wall again. Enthusiastic. It worked in the maze. Instinct often runs hot. The question is whether you can replicate it with control. She set her mug on the step. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. When you cast, where's the decision happening? Head or hands? He thought about it. Depends on the spell. The Expelliarmus is hands. The Patronus is, he paused. Neither, exactly. It's somewhere else. Show me the shield again. He cast it. She watched it with the professional attention of someone reading a text. You're initiating from the wrist, she said. Micro-movement, barely visible, but it's there, you're generating the spell and then checking whether you need it in the same half-second. That's why it's reactive. She picked up her own wand. Watch. Her shield went up and Harry felt the difference before he fully saw it, a clean solid expansion of magical pressure, present before any visible threat had materialized. Not faster, exactly. Earlier. You cast it like breathing, he said. That's the aim. In a real fight you don't have the half-second to check. She lowered her wand. The interesting thing is your Patronus doesn't do that. Your Patronus is already happening when you cast it, you're not checking anything, you're just doing it. So you know what it feels like. She looked at him. What's different? He thought about it. The Patronus isn't strategic. I don't think about whether I need it. I just need it. Right. And the shield? I'm thinking about the threat first. So stop thinking about the threat first. She picked up her mug. You're at OWL level, maybe above it in some areas. The gap between that and aura capable isn't more spells. It's that the spells you have become automatic in more situations. She paused. The reducto, by the way, the output isn't wrong. The direction was slightly off. Work on directional precision and that spell is genuinely dangerous. Harry looked at the wall. Then at her. You've been thinking about this. Since Tuesday, she said. I've been running assessments in my head since the ministry car. And you're not an average fifth year. You're not even close to an average fifth year. Your instinct is exceptional, you have threat reading that auras build over years, you have it already. Your power output is, she paused. Inconsistent in a specific way. When you're defending, it's precise. When you're attacking offensively, it runs over. You've been trained by your circumstances to be defensive rather than offensive. Harry stood with that for a moment. It was accurate in a way that went past technical assessment. I'll fix it, he said. We'll fix it, she said. That's the point. Lupin arrived at 7. He came down the steps into the courtyard with his hands in his pockets and the look of a man who had been thinking carefully about something and had reached a conclusion he was going to act on without second-guessing it. He looked at the wall, noted the hole, looked at Harry. Reducto, he said. He's got directional drift, Tonks said. I'll work on it, Harry said. Lupin nodded. He stood in the courtyard for a moment, looking at the space with the assessing eye of a former defense professor who was also a very good duelist, which Harry knew from third year and had never entirely forgotten. I want to work on something specific with you, Lupin said. Something Dumbledore wouldn't have taught you yet. What? Legitimacy defense. He held Harry's gaze. Dumbledore had Snape teaching you a clemency last year. It didn't go well. I know. I know why it didn't go well. Snape's teaching method was entirely wrong for how your mind works, and there was a conflict of investment that made the whole thing unworkable. He paused. A clemency as Snape taught it is about suppression. Lock everything down, build walls, refuse access. That's one approach. He stopped. But it's not the only approach, and it's not the best one for someone whose emotional depth is a feature rather than a vulnerability. Harry looked at him. What's the other approach? Presence rather than suppression. Instead of locking down, you learn to be so fully in your own mind that there's no undefended space for external influence to enter. He paused. It's harder to teach, it takes longer, but once it's established it's substantially more robust. He looked at Harry steadily. And given what I believe is coming, given Voldemort's ability and his specific interest in your mind, I don't think we have the luxury of a worse approach taught badly. Harry was quiet for a moment. When do we start? Now, if you like. Sirius came down at 8 with coffee for everyone and the particular energy of a man who had been restless in the night and had resolved it into something purposeful. He found the three of them in the courtyard, Harry and Lupin sitting cross-legged on the ground doing something quiet and focused while Tonks practiced spell sequences against the far wall, and he stood on the step for a moment taking it in. Then he came down and set the coffees on the step and said, "Right. What are we doing and where do I fit?" "Sit with me," Harry said, not opening his eyes. "I'm terrible at sitting quietly." "I know. Do it anyway." Harry paused. "Tell me what you're actually good at. As a duelist." A brief silence. Movement-based combat. Close range. Transfiguration under pressure. He sat. I fight better when the terrain is complicated. Show me later. Lupin's working on something with me that needs quiet, and then I want to see what you do when the terrain is complicated. Another silence, shorter this time. All right, Sirius said, and sat, and was quiet in a restless way that was as much his resting state as anything else. They trained until noon. Not with a structure imposed from outside, it developed organically from the shape of what each person brought and what Harry actually needed, and the result was less like a training session and more like a very serious conversation conducted through magic. Lupin worked with Harry on the legitimacy defense for 2 hours, and Harry found it, not easy, not difficult in the way difficult things were difficult, but demanding in a specific way that required a kind of attention he hadn't exercised before. Being present in his own mind. Not locking doors but occupying the room so fully that there was nowhere for something external to get purchase. Lupin pushed twice, gently, with enough legitimacy skill to test the approach without causing harm, and both times Harry felt the pressure and simply, moved toward it rather than away, filled the space, and the pressure found nothing to catch on and slid off. That, Lupin said, the second time. That's what it's supposed to feel like. It feels like the Patronus, Harry said. Lupin looked at him. Yes, he said. Actually, yes. Same mechanism. Different application. He was quiet for a moment. Has Dumbledore ever mentioned that to you? No. Lupin said nothing, but something in his expression spoke at length. Tonks worked with Harry on the shield charm for 45 minutes and somewhere in that time something clicked, the shift from reactive to anticipatory, and when it clicked it was clean and complete, like a joint settling into its socket. She hit him with 3 jinxes in rapid succession and all 3 broke on a shield that was already there, and she looked at him with the expression of someone who had just confirmed something they'd expected but was still satisfying to see. There it is, she said. Again, Harry said. She came at him harder, not jinxes but the full combination she'd have used in an actual engagement, quick and overlapping with no natural gaps. He held the shield through the first 4, then dropped it and countered the 5th with a disarming charm that sent her wand up in a clean arc that she caught left-handed and looked at him with eyes that were bright and somewhat fierce. That was good, she said. Again, Harry said. Sirius was better entertainment and also more informative. He fought the way Harry had guessed from the description, constantly moving, using everything in the terrain, transfiguring the environment mid-fight in ways that were disorienting and creative and occasionally very funny. He turned a section of the courtyard wall into a hedge and came through it. He transfigured his own jacket into a distraction and stepped sideways. He used the corners and the angles and the uneven ground in ways that made the space work for rather than against him. He was also genuinely hard to hit, which Harry found out in the first 3 minutes and adapted to in the next 2. The adaptation itself told Harry something interesting, that he was doing it, automatically, reading Sirius's movement patterns and adjusting, and that this had been happening unconsciously in every physical challenge he'd faced since he was old enough to know what danger looked like. He'd just never had the vocabulary for it before. You're tracking prediction 3 moves out, Lupin said, watching from the step. Is that unusual? Harry said, ducking a stinging hex that passed where his left ear had been. Yes, Lupin and Tonks said simultaneously. Sirius got him eventually, a transfiguration he hadn't anticipated because it required thinking like someone who didn't treat spells as tools but as materials, which was a different framework than Harry had encountered before. He went down on one knee, felt the stunner graze his shoulder, conceded the point. Show me that, he said, getting up. Sirius showed him. By the time they came in for lunch Harry felt the particular clean exhaustion of having used himself properly, not depleted, not damaged, just thoroughly exercised in every dimension. He ate Molly's food with the appetite of someone whose body had remembered what it was built for and sat at the table with the rest of them and listened to the conversations flowing around him. Ron had been watching the courtyard training from the kitchen window, he admitted over lunch, which prompted an argument between him and Fred about whether that constituted spectating or spying, which was resolved, inconclusively, characteristically, by Ginny pointing out that the distinction was irrelevant since they'd both been doing it. "You're brilliant, you know," Ron said to Harry, in the same offhand way he said important things. "At what specifically?" Harry said, "Eating." "All of it. The whole week." Ron had the expression of someone working out how to say something honestly. You've been doing all these things and saying all these things and I keep waiting for you to crack or get scared and you just, don't." "I get scared," Harry said. "You don't act like it. Neither do you, most of the time. You're terrified of spiders and you went into the forest anyway." Harry looked at him. "Being scared and acting scared aren't the same thing. You know that." Ron ate for a moment. Is it weird that I feel angry on your behalf? Like more angry than you seem to be?" "No," Harry said. "It's not weird. Because I'm genuinely," Ron stopped. "Tried again. I've been in your house. I've seen how they treated you. I saw the bars on your window in second year and I thought it was terrible and then Dumbledore kept sending you back and I never," he looked at his plate. "I should have said something. To someone." "You were 12, Harry said. Old enough. Old enough to notice. Not necessarily old enough to know what to do about it." Harry looked at him. "You did what you could. You came to get me with your brothers. You wrote letters." He paused. "And you're here now. That's the thing, Ron, the people in this house right now are the people who showed up when it mattered. Some of them earlier, some of them later. But they're all here." Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, "Hermione cried this morning." "I know. I heard her from the hall. She didn't want anyone to know. I know that too. I didn't go in." He paused. "She's processing. She'll be fine. She processes by doing things, so just watch, she'll have a 17-point plan by this afternoon." As if on cue, Hermione appeared in the doorway with her notebook. "I've drafted a follow-up letter to the Prophet," she announced, "and a separate piece for which weekly on the procedural aspects of the welfare investigation, which has a different readership and different framing needs, 17 points, Harry said to Ron. Ron put his hand over his mouth. "What?" Hermione said. "Nothing," they said, in unison. She looked between them with the expression she reserved for when she suspected she was being found funny and was deciding whether to object. "The Prophet piece is important," she said, pulling out a chair. "The initial story was accurate but it's going to get buried under the response pieces. I want to keep the core facts visible." "Show me," Harry said. She did. He read it and made 3 comments, 2 small factual adjustments and 1 suggestion about framing, which she took without argument because they were correct, and then she revised it in the margin while he was still eating, and he thought for the 100th time that Hermione Granger was one of the most formidable people he had ever met and that the wizarding world genuinely had no idea. Dumbledore came in the afternoon. Not unannounced this time, he sent an owl ahead, politely, asking whether Harry would be willing to speak with him. The phrasing was different from his visit 2 days ago, willing, which acknowledged the choice, rather than the assumed access of his previous appearance. Harry read the note twice. "You don't have to," Sirius said. "I know." Harry folded the note. "I want to." "You want to, or you think you should?" Harry thought about the distinction. "Both," he said. "But mostly I want to. There's something we haven't said yet." He looked at Sirius. "You don't have to be in the room." "I want to be in the room." "I know that too." Harry stood. "You can be in the room." Dumbledore arrived at 3. He came in without the full regalia this time, simpler robes, less of the deliberate authority. Either a strategic choice or a genuine adjustment in register, Harry found he wasn't certain which and was content to let it remain uncertain. They went to the study. Sirius sat in the corner and said nothing, and Dumbledore acknowledged him with a slight nod, and Harry sat across from the old man and looked at him. "I've read your statement," Harry said. "I thought you might have." The language was good. The acknowledgement was real, I think. But the framing, Harry paused. "You made it about the war again." Dumbledore was quiet. "I'm not saying the war isn't real or that the stakes aren't real," Harry said. "I know what Voldemort is capable of. I've been closer to it than most people in your order combined." He kept his voice even. "But the war isn't an explanation for the cupboard under the stairs. It's not an explanation for a child who learned not to make noise when he was hurt. Those things happened before the war came back, and they happened because someone decided the cost was acceptable, and I want to be very clear that I know the difference between a genuine strategic necessity and a rationalization." Dumbledore looked at him. "Yes," he said. "You do. So I'm asking you directly," Harry said. "Not for the committee, not for the prophet, not for the record. For me." He held the old man's gaze. "What did you actually think when you left me on that doorstep? Not what you told yourself. What you thought." A long silence. Dumbledore's hands were on the arms of his chair and very still. Something moved through his face, not the controlled adjustment of a strategist, but something that had been there a long time and had not been looked at in a while. "I thought," he said, slowly, "that I was making the only choice available to me." "That's what you told yourself?" "Yes." The word came out smaller than the others. "Yes. I told myself that." He looked at Harry with the eyes that were old and certain and had, this week, been made to look at themselves in a way they hadn't before. "What I thought," he stopped. Started again. "What I thought was that it would hurt you. I knew it would hurt you. I told myself that you were resilient, that you would survive it, that the world I was trying to preserve was worth more than the harm I was sanctioning." He paused. "And underneath all of that, underneath the reasoning, underneath the strategy, I thought that if I didn't look at it too directly, it would be easier to continue." The room was very quiet. Sirius was absolutely still in the corner. "Thank you," Harry said. "For saying that." Dumbledore looked at him. "It doesn't help you." "It helps me understand what actually happened," Harry said. "Which is more useful than a good apology." He paused. "I don't need your apology, Albus. I need you to be honest about what you did and why, so it can't be done the same way to someone else." "Someone else," Dumbledore said. "Yes." Harry met his eyes. "When this war ends, and it will end, there will be another one. Or something like one. And there will be another child in some version of a cupboard, and someone will be deciding it's a necessary cost, and I want the record to make that harder. I want what happened to me to make that argument harder to make." He leaned forward slightly. "That's why I said everything in that hearing room. Not for justice, exactly. For precedent." Something shifted in Dumbledore's face. Something that Harry thought might be the actual thing, not the managed version, not the presentation, but the real man looking at the real situation clearly for possibly the first time in decades. "You are," Dumbledore said, very quietly, "extraordinary." "You keep saying that," Harry said. "I think you use it as a category. A reason not to worry. He's extraordinary, so he'll survive it." He held his gaze. "I'm also just a person. Both things are true." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "Yes," he said finally. "Both things are true." They sat with that. Then Harry said, "The war is coming. Properly coming. Voldemort is going to move while you're under scrutiny." "Sirius thinks so, I think so. I need to know what you know about where he is and what he's planning." The shift in the room was immediate, the conversation's register changing, both of them moving from the personal reckoning into something operational with the speed of people for whom the personal and the operational had never been fully separate. "That conversation," Dumbledore said carefully, "is one I'm not doing selectively," Harry said. Not in parts. Not filtered through what you've decided I'm ready for. He kept his voice steady. Full intelligence. Full picture. Because I'm going into this war with accurate information, or I'm going in better equipped than anyone's managed so far, and both options are better than what you've been doing. Sirius made a sound from the corner that was not quite a word but was entirely legible. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. Then he reached into his robes and produced a small sealed file. A memory, he said. One of several I have collected over the years regarding Tom Riddle. His origins, his methods, the architecture of his power. He set it on the desk. There are more. I would propose, if you are willing, that we review them together. Harry looked at the file. Then at Dumbledore. Together, he said. Not presented to me. Together. Yes. When? Whenever you say. Harry picked up the file and turned it between his fingers, the liquid light moving inside it. Monday, he said. After the committee's preliminary statement. We start Monday. I'll bring everything I have. You'll bring everything, Harry said. Not a condition. A statement of how it was going to be. Dumbledore looked at him. Yes, he said. Everything. He left at 4. Sirius came out of the corner the moment the door closed. You gave him something, Sirius said. A path forward, Harry said. A way to be useful that doesn't involve him being in control. He turned the file over. He's not my enemy, Sirius. He made wrong decisions with wrong methods and the consequences were, what they were. But he knows Voldemort better than anyone alive, and I can't afford to throw that away because of the personal. Most 15-year-olds can't separate those things. I had a lot of practice managing conflicting truths, Harry said, and there was something under it that was dry rather than bitter. Living with the Dursleys was very educational in certain ways. Sirius looked at him for a moment. Then he laughed, the real one, young and sudden, the one that made him look 20 years younger, and clapped Harry on the shoulder. James would have loved who you are, he said. Arabella said the same thing about Lily. They're both right. He looked at the file. Monday. Monday, Harry confirmed. The evening was the best one yet. Something had settled over Grimmauld Place in the last week that was difficult to name precisely, not peace, because the situation wasn't peaceful, and not happiness in any simple sense. More like the particular quality of a group of people who have come through something and found themselves standing together on the other side with a clearer view of what matters and what doesn't. Molly made dinner that could have fed twice the number present and did anyway because half of Grimmauld Place had an open-door quality that nobody had formally announced but everyone had observed. Fred and George were arguing cheerfully about something that may or may not have been related to a product that they were developing in their room and had not yet disclosed, which meant it was either harmless or deeply alarming, and experience suggested the latter. Arthur had discovered one of Sirius's old Muggle radios and was examining it with the joy of a man who has found religion. Ron was teaching Harry Exploding Snap, which Harry knew perfectly well but was relearning from Ron's slightly incorrect version because the slightly incorrect version was funnier. Ginny was reading something and pretending not to follow 4 conversations simultaneously, which she had been doing all week and which Harry found extremely admirable. Hermione had submitted the letter to the Prophet and the piece to which weekly and was now in a post-submission state of restless energy that she was managing by cross-referencing 2 books at once. Tonks was at the end of the table writing what appeared to be a formal report to the Auror office with the expression of someone choosing every word for how it would land, and occasionally stopping to look at the ceiling in the way people looked at ceilings when a sentence was refusing to go in the right direction. Sirius was at the head of the table and he was, for the first time since Harry could remember, simply present. Not managing something or planning something or containing something. Just here, with his family, the actual one, the built one, the assembled collection of people who had ended up on his side through varying combinations of choice and circumstance and stubbornness. Harry played Exploding Snap badly on purpose and let Ron win twice and then won the 3rd game, which Ron contested loudly and incorrectly, and across the table Hermione looked up from her books and smiled at them with the expression of someone watching something that she was glad was still intact. Later, when the table had been cleared and half the house had gone to bed and the kitchen had settled into its late-night quiet, Harry was alone at the table with his charms revision and his tea when Sirius came back down. "Can't sleep?" Harry said. "Habit." Sirius sat. "You. Revision. You know you're probably years ahead of most of your class at this point." "I know. I still want the marks." Harry turned a page. "For myself. Not for anything it proves to anyone." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "We got a letter from Hogwarts today. I meant to mention it earlier." He pushed an envelope across the table. "McGonagall." Harry opened it. It was brief and characteristic, no unnecessary warmth, no preamble, just McGonagall in her most direct register, "Dear Mr. Potter. I have read the committee's preliminary statement and the press coverage of this week's events. I want you to know that Hogwarts has and will always have a place for you, regardless of any institutional changes occurring at the administrative level. The staff are aware. The position remains unchanged. Please do not hesitate. M. McGonagall." He read it twice. Then he folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. "She knew too," Sirius said carefully. "Some of it. She knew something. She was also Dumbledore's deputy. Those two things don't make an obvious room to stand in." He thought about McGonagall, about every interaction he'd had with her, every stern word that had warmth underneath it, every moment where she'd done exactly what she should and exactly enough. "She showed up in her own way," he said. "Like most people did." Sirius looked at him. "You're very good at giving people the exact amount of grace they've earned." "I've had practice at calibrating," Harry said. "Your mother did that too." Sirius leaned back. "She was extraordinary with people, she knew exactly what someone was and she treated them precisely accordingly. Not cruelly, not generously beyond what they'd shown. Just, accurately." He looked at Harry. "You have it." Harry was quiet for a moment. He didn't have many things that came unambiguously from Lily. He had her eyes, people told him, though he couldn't verify that from the inside. He had some things, apparently, that he hadn't known were hers until someone identified them. "Tell me about her," he said. "Not the things everyone tells me. The actual things." So Sirius did. He talked for an hour, while the fire burned low and the house breathed around them and Harry's revision sat open and unread beside his tea. He talked about Lily Evans in their 6th year, when she'd solved a curse that 3 7th-year students had failed to break, not dramatically, not with announcement, just looked at it for 2 minutes and said, "Oh, that's the wrong question," and took it apart from the inside. He talked about her laugh, which had been sudden and unguarded and had surprised people who expected someone of her intelligence to have a more considered laugh. He talked about James first realizing she was genuinely angry at him rather than performatively annoyed, which had produced the specific expression of a person confronting something they hadn't adequately considered. Harry sat and listened and felt the person being built, sentence by sentence, into someone with dimensions rather than just significance. "She would have been so angry," Sirius said, "at the end of it. About what happened to me. About all of it. The whole structure. The decisions made without consultation." He looked at the fire. "And she would have been very precise about where the anger went. Not diffuse. She would have known exactly who deserved what measure of it and she would have delivered it accordingly." "She sounds like someone I'd have liked," Harry said. "She'd have liked you." He met Harry's eyes. "She'd have been proud." Harry sat with that. Not performing the receiving of it, actually sitting with it, letting it land. It was one of those things people said, and sometimes it was something people said to be kind, and sometimes it was true. He thought it was true, this time, from Sirius, who had known her and was not in the habit of saying things just to be kind. "All right," he said, after a while. "All right," Sirius said. They sat in the kitchen until the fire went out. Sunday brought something new. Lupin arrived in the courtyard before Harry with the specific look of a man who had decided something overnight. He had 3 books under his arm, defense texts, Harry could see, but older than anything on the Hogwarts reading list, the kind of old that meant they'd been written when the distinction between defensive and offensive magic was less politically important. "I want to talk about magical theory," Lupin said. "Not spells. Theory. The underpinning of what you're doing when you do the things you can do." "All right," Harry said. "You produce a non-corporeal Patronus in 3rd year." Lupin set the books down on the step. "Fully corporeal by the end of 3rd year. Replicable reliably by 4th year. That's a progression that most adult wizards never complete." "I had good motivation," Harry said. "Yes. But motivation doesn't explain the mechanism." Lupin looked at him. "Can you tell me what you actually do when you cast it?" "In detail." Harry thought about it. "I find a memory that's genuinely happy, not just good, actually happy. And I hold it in the front of my mind and I push the feeling outward through the spell." "What kind of feeling?" "Warmth," Harry said. "Not just contentment. Something bigger than that. Like, the feeling of knowing someone is genuinely glad you exist." Lupin was quiet for a moment. "Right," he said, and something in his voice had a quality Harry didn't usually hear from him. "That's an advanced magical mechanic, Harry. What you're describing is using emotional truth as a power source, not emotional intensity. Most people who learn the Patronus charm are trying to find the happiest memory. You're finding the most real one." Harry hadn't thought about it that way before. "Does the distinction matter?" "Enormously. Emotional intensity depletes. Emotional truth doesn't." He sat on the step. "This is why your Patronus is stable under extreme pressure, the Dementors in 3rd year, the graveyard, all of it. You're not running on happiness, which is vulnerable to attack. You're running on something they can't reach." He looked at Harry. "I think this is how your magic works in general. I think you're instinctively grounding your power in truth rather than intention, and it's why your output is sometimes larger than expected. Truth has less resistance than intent." Harry sat down across from him. "Can you teach me to do that deliberately? That's what this morning is for." He opened the first book. "Deliberate Truth Grounding for Offensive Spells. It changes what they do, they hit differently, they hold better, they're harder to counter." He looked up. "It also means you have to be completely honest with yourself about why you're casting. What happens if I'm not? The spell works but it's ordinary." He met Harry's eyes. "I've seen your magic when it's not ordinary, Harry. In 3rd year with the Patronus, at the graveyard with the Priori Incantatem connection. It's substantially not ordinary." He paused. "I want to know how much of that you can access deliberately." Harry looked at the book. Then at Lupin. "Show me." What happened that morning in the courtyard was not dramatic by the standards of things Harry had experienced. There was no enemy, no stakes, no emergency. Just a man who understood how magic worked and a boy learning to understand how his did, in the particular way you understood things that had been true your whole life and had just needed the right vocabulary. But by noon, when Tonks came down and found them with the books spread around them and the courtyard wall bearing several new and geometrically interesting marks, she stood in the doorway for a long moment watching. "What did you do?" she said. "Theory," Harry said. "That wall disagrees." "Directional precision," Harry said. "I fixed the drift." She looked at the marks, clean, precise, exactly where they'd been aimed. Then she looked at Harry with the professional reassessment she'd been doing all week, each time recalibrating slightly upward. "Good morning," she said. "Good morning," Harry said. By Sunday evening, something had shifted in the quality of what Harry was carrying. He was sitting in his room with Hedwig and the day's last light coming through the window, and he was thinking about Monday, the committee's preliminary statement, Dumbledore, and the memories, the next phase of everything. The war. The training continuing. The story continuing to move through the wizarding world and the responses to it continuing to come in. He was thinking about all of it without the heaviness that had been there before. Not because the stakes had reduced, they'd increased, actually, on every axis simultaneously. But because the weight and the capability had come back into proportion. He'd spent years carrying more than he'd been equipped for, and now he was being equipped, properly, on his own terms, by people who were with him rather than managing him. He picked up his wand. He cast the Patronus, not because he needed to, just to have it in the room with him for a moment. The stag filled the small space with silver light, present and warm and absolutely certain, and stood there looking at Harry with the calm of something that had never doubted. Harry looked back. He thought about Arabella Figg's kitchen and her spread of letters and a decision that had taken 10 years to make in 5 days to change everything. He thought about what the committee would say Monday and what Dumbledore's memories would show and what was coming and what he was becoming. He was not afraid. He had not been afraid of anything, really, since 6:43 on a Monday morning. He was something else. The stag held its light in the room for another moment. Then Harry lowered his wand and let it go, and the room was ordinary again, and he was simply himself, sharp and ready and entirely unmanaged, and that was, for the first time in his life, completely enough. Chapter 7. The greater good Monday arrived the way significant days did, unremarkably, the light through the window just light, the house making its usual sounds, Hedwig turning on her perch with the small click of talons on wood. Nothing atmospheric about it. Just morning. Harry was already dressed when the owl came with the committee's preliminary statement. He read it at the kitchen table before anyone else was down, with a cup of tea and the quiet of a house not yet awake. The statement was 4 pages, formal ministry language, dense with procedural framing that he read through without difficulty because Thorn had spent 2 evenings teaching him exactly how to parse it. He went through it in sequence, tracking each finding to the evidence it was drawn from. The Dursley prosecution recommendation was unambiguous. Full referral to joint Muggle wizarding child welfare proceedings, all documentation transferred, the DMLE retaining oversight of the wizarding elements. Thorn had told him this was coming and it had come exactly as described. Sirius's formal guardianship was confirmed, effective immediately, without condition. Harry read that paragraph twice. Not because he doubted it but because he wanted to feel the solid fact of it, the simple, plain, documented reality that the question had been answered and the answer was Sirius. The Dumbledore section was on the 3rd page. He read it slowly. Formal censure, as Thorn had predicted. The language was precise and measured and made for permanent record, a documented failure of institutional duty in the management of welfare information regarding a minor in his care, representing a significant departure from the standards expected of a public official. It recommended a formal review of his role as Order of the Phoenix Director insofar as that organization had formal ministry recognition, and it flagged the suppression of the Skeeter story as a separate matter for investigation by the Press Standards Office. It did not remove him from any position. It did not recommend criminal charges. Harry had expected that and he was not surprised by it. What he had not expected was the final paragraph. The committee, it said, wished to note formally its recognition of the exceptional clarity and completeness of Harry James Potter's testimony, and to state for the record that his willingness to speak fully and without reservation, at the age of 15, in circumstances that had never before offered him institutional support, represented a standard of civic courage that the committee found, the word used was instructive. He read it again. Then he folded the statement and put it in the folder with the rest of the documentation and went to make more tea. Sirius read it at 7. He sat at the table and went through it in the same systematic way Harry had, and when he was done he set it down and looked at the ceiling for a moment. Censure, he said. It's permanent record, Harry said. That's what matters. It's not enough. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. But it's what's possible right now, and what's possible right now changes what's possible later. He looked at Sirius. Thorn is filing a civil claim on the welfare basis, separate from the criminal proceedings, separate from the committee. Long process, but Thorn says it has legs. I know. He told me. Sirius looked at the statement. Then at Harry. The last paragraph. I saw it. Instructive. It's a strong word for committee language. Sirius looked at him with the expression Harry was beginning to identify as the one Sirius wore when he was proud and didn't have a less overwhelming way to be it. He didn't say anything. He just looked at Harry for a moment and then looked back at the statement, and that was enough. Lupin arrived at 7:30 with the books from yesterday under his arm and a third one Harry hadn't seen before, and the three of them sat at the table while the house woke up around them and went through the preparation for the afternoon session with Dumbledore. Not anxiously, practically. What they needed from the meeting, what lines mattered, what Lupin knew about the gaps in Dumbledore's intelligence that Harry should be watching for. He'll bring the Horcrux memories, Lupin said. He's been collecting them for years. Tom Riddle's history, the orphanage, the early magic, the acquisition of knowledge he shouldn't have been able to access at 17. He paused. There's something he's been circling. I've suspected it for a year. What? Harry said. The nature of the connection between you and Voldemort. Lupin looked at him carefully. The scar. The shared dreams. The emotion transfer you were experiencing last year. He set the third book on the table. It's not just a cursed scar. It can't be. The effects are too specific, too directional. Something else happened in Godric's Hollow. Harry looked at the book. Then at Lupin. You think you know what? I have a theory, Lupin said. I want to see if Dumbledore's memories confirm it before I say it. Tell me the theory, Harry said. After the memories. He held Harry's gaze. I don't want to prime you to look for evidence of something specific. I want you to see what's there first. Harry sat with that. He didn't like it, he preferred full information, always had, but he understood the logic, and he trusted Lupin's judgment enough to accept the constraint. All right, he said. After the memories. Tonks appeared at 8 with two people Harry didn't know. She brought them to the kitchen without preamble, a man in his 40s with the specific physical bearing of someone who spent a great deal of time training, and a younger woman with close-cut hair and the controlled energy of a person who didn't stand in one place when she could be standing in a more tactically sound one. This is Dawlish, Tonks said, nodding at the man. Senior Auror. He's been quiet this week, which is because he's been doing his own thinking, and what he thought led him here. She nodded at the woman. Proudfoot, you know. Harry looked at them. He knew Dawlish by reputation, the Auror who tried to arrest Dumbledore last year, who'd been working under Fudge's direction, who had been professionally subordinated to the wrong orders for long enough that his reputation had complications in it. You're here because... Harry said. Dawlish looked at him without the usual deference people offered, which Harry actually preferred. I've been in the Auror office for 19 years, he said. I've worked under 3 ministers and 2 directors of the DMLE. I'm good at my job and I've done it the way the institution directed, including in directions I had reservations about. A pause. I read the committee statement this morning. I've read everything this week. And I've decided that what the investigation surfaced isn't just about you, it's about a structural problem in how this institution handles inconvenient information. He met Harry's eyes. I want to help. Help with what specifically? Harry said. Training. Intelligence. If Voldemort is moving, and he is, I've seen the activity reports that aren't being released publicly, you need people who know how the operational side actually works. Not theory. Not schoolroom defense. He paused. Real engagement preparation. Harry looked at Tonks. He came to me, she said. I verified with Bones. She has no objection. Does Dumbledore know he's here? No, Dawlish said. And that's where I stand. Harry studied him. The 19 years in the man's face, the competence, the history, the complicated track record that included getting things wrong in visible ways. He thought about what Tonks had said at the beginning, people who've been honest about what they are. You tried to arrest Dumbledore last year, Harry said. On Fudge's orders. Do you regret it? Dawlish was quiet for a moment. I regret following orders I had reservations about without voicing those reservations. The order itself was, I've been thinking about whether it was wrong. I haven't finished that assessment. He held Harry's gaze. I'm not someone who was on your side before this week. I'm someone who decided this week to be on your side now. All right, Harry said. Then be useful. Dawlish nodded once. Proudfoot, who had been watching this exchange with the focus of someone who had already done her assessment and was confirming it, made a small motion that might have been approval. We start this afternoon, Harry said. After the meeting with Dumbledore. I want a full operational picture, what Voldemort's doing, where the Ministry's gaps are, what intelligence exists that isn't being publicly reported. He looked at Dawlish. Everything you know. Not filtered. Everything, Dawlish said. Dumbledore arrived at 2. He came in differently from his previous visits, not the full authority of the first unexpected appearance, not the careful managed register of the second. Just himself, carrying a worn leather case that had the weight of things accumulated over decades, with the particular quality of a man who has decided to stop performing a role and simply occupy it. He greeted Sirius with a nod that acknowledged the history between them without trying to resolve it. He greeted Lupin with the warmth of someone who still believed in this man despite everything. He looked at Harry with the eyes that had, over this week, been progressively stripped of their managed certainty and were arriving now at something harder and less comfortable and considerably more honest. They went to the study. Harry sat across from him. Sirius was in the corner again. Lupin pulled his chair slightly sideways, angled to see both of them. Dumbledore set the case on the desk and opened it. There were 7 files inside, each labeled in Dumbledore's neat hand. They were arranged in chronological order, Harry could see the dates. I'll provide context for each memory before we view it, Dumbledore said. If you have questions as we go, ask them. I'll ask them as they come, Harry said. Of course. He picked up the first file. Tom Riddle, age 11. Wool's Orphanage. My first meeting with him. He poured it into the pensieve that sat on Sirius's desk, an old one, brass and solid, that had belonged to someone in the Black family tree whose portrait refused to discuss it. They went in. Harry had been in a pensieve once before, briefly, in Dumbledore's office in an accident that hadn't been an accident. This was different, deliberate, guided, with Dumbledore present beside him as they moved through the silver-grey light of the memory. He watched Tom Riddle at 11 in a small austere room and he felt the recognition of it, not the specifics but the atmosphere, the particular quality of a child who had learned to manage the space around themselves because the space had never been reliably safe. He watched Dumbledore in the memory offer a chair and explain Hogwarts and watched Tom with the eyes of someone who was already performing an assessment, and he felt the resonance of that too. He lied to you, Harry said, watching the memory Riddle's face. Right from the start. But you already knew that. I suspected it, Dumbledore said, beside him. I believed I could, work with it. Redirect it. A pause. I was wrong about the same thing twice. Harry looked at him. Meaning me. Meaning that I have a habit of believing I can shape what cannot be shaped. His voice was very quiet. Of deciding that the person in front of me can be guided toward the outcome I need rather than the outcome they choose. They came out of the memory. Harry sat in the quiet of the study for a moment. Then he said, next one. They went through all 7. Tom Riddle at 16, discovering what could be done with Horcruxes in a conversation with a professor he was manipulating with the same instinctive skill that had been visible at 11. Harry watched him work and felt the cold clarity of it, the absolute purposefulness, the complete absence of any internal conflict about what was being contemplated. Tom Riddle creating the first one. Dumbledore had found the memory in a sequence of reconstructions, not a direct recording but pieced from witness accounts and physical evidence, which made it less clear but no less real. Dumbledore's own memory of the night James and Lily died, or the nearest approach he'd been able to make, the Godric's Hollow aftermath, the rubble, something that had needed examining in the ruins that he had examined and drawn a conclusion from and then not shared. Harry sat up straighter for that one. They came out of it and Harry looked at Dumbledore directly. "You knew something happened beyond the curse rebounding," he said. Dumbledore was still. "I had a theory." "Not a theory. You had evidence." "That memory had evidence in it." Harry kept his voice level. "What did you find in Godric's Hollow?" A long silence. Sirius had come out of the corner. "The nature of a Horcrux," Dumbledore said, "is that a portion of the soul is severed from the whole and anchored to an object. The anchor provides stability, the soul fragment requires something to attach to." He looked at Harry with the eyes that were completely unguarded now, and what was in them was something Harry had never seen there before, the specific fear of saying the thing that cannot be unsaid. When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded, the portion of his soul that had been destabilized by the act of making so many Horcruxes, the torn, unmoored piece of it, attached to me, Harry said. The room was absolutely still. "I believe so," Dumbledore said. "Yes." Harry sat with it. He felt Sirius very still across the room and Lupin's hand on his own notepad going completely motionless and the fire not crackling, just burning, and the particular silence of a room in which a large and irrevocable thing has been placed on the table. He thought about what Lupin had said that morning. "I have a theory. I want to see if the memories confirm it." "You knew," Harry said. "When did you know?" "I suspected from the beginning. I confirmed my suspicion during your second year, when the diary, the nature of the diary Horcrux and its effect on Ginny Weasley clarified the mechanism for me. The connection between you and Voldemort was consistent with a soul fragment in proximity to its origin." He paused. "I was certain by your fourth year." "You've known for 3 years," Harry said. "Yes. And you didn't tell me." "No." Harry looked at him for a long moment. "Why not?" "Because," Dumbledore said, and his voice had the quality of a man reaching the floor of something, "telling you would have required telling you everything. Including the conclusion that the soul fragment makes you, that you are," he stopped. "A Horcrux," Harry said. The word sat in the room. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. "An unintentional one. Not made by design. But the function is the same." "Which means," Harry said, working through it, "that as long as the piece of Voldemort's soul is in me, he can't be killed permanently." "Yes. And removing it, would require a process analogous to destroying a Horcrux. The same process that destroyed the diary. The same that we believe destroyed the ring." He looked at Harry. "But you are not an object. The process that destroys an object Horcrux would destroy the vessel." The room was very quiet. "You would have to die," Sirius said from the corner, and his voice had an edge on it that Harry had never heard before, not anger, not grief. Something that had moved past both into a very cold and very clear place. "That is what I believed," Dumbledore said. "That has been my belief. That ultimately, that Harry would need to go to Voldemort willingly, would need to," he stopped. "You were going to let me walk to my death," Harry said. "I was going to prepare you," Dumbledore said, and there was in it the last and most honest defense he had, "and then ask you to choose. Not compel. Ask. After years of making sure I was prepared enough to be useful and not so prepared that I'd have other options," Harry said. The silence that followed was the most complete Harry had ever sat in. He sat in it for a long time. He thought about the cupboard. He thought about the letter after Arabella's first urgent report, small incidents. He thought about the occlumency lessons given badly with the specific teacher most likely to make them fail. He thought about the managed information, the restricted summers, the careful calibrated isolation that had kept him exactly dependent enough on Dumbledore's guidance to follow it when the time came. He thought about all of it and he held it very still in his mind and he let himself feel the full weight of it for exactly as long as it took to understand it completely. Then he said, "That's not what happens." Dumbledore looked at him. "I'm not walking to my death," Harry said. "Not because I'm afraid to, and not because I'm unwilling to sacrifice something for this. But because your whole premise is wrong." He leaned forward. "You've been treating this as a fixed equation. Voldemort has Horcruxes, I'm one of them, I have to die to end it. That's the equation you've been building toward." He held the old man's gaze. "But you've also just told me more about Horcrux mechanics in the last 2 hours than you've told me in 5 years. And I've spent the last week learning things about how my magic works that I didn't know before. And I want to know," he stopped. "Has anyone actually tried to separate a soul fragment from a living host without destroying the host?" A very long pause. "It is theoretically," Dumbledore started. "Has anyone tried?" "No," Dumbledore said. "It has been assumed to be impossible." "Assumed," Harry said. The theory was built by people who assumed I was an acceptable loss," Harry said, and his voice was completely level. "So I want to know who else has looked at this. Not just you, who else has done the actual work?" Silence. "Nicholas Flamel," Lupin said, from his seat. His voice was very careful. "Before he died. He was working on soul mechanics in the last years of his life." His notes passed to Dumbledore. Harry looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore reached into the case and produced a second, smaller envelope. Sealed. He held it for a moment with the expression of a man setting down something he has been carrying alone for too long. "I received these 18 months ago," he said. "I have been reluctant to examine them thoroughly. Because if Flamel found what I believe he found, it disrupts the plan I have been building for 15 years. He set the envelope on the desk. "I have been, I think, more committed to the plan than to its purpose." Harry reached across and picked up the envelope. He opened it. The notes inside were dense and old and written in 2 languages alternating, French and Latin, in Flamel's cramped meticulous hand. Harry couldn't read all of it, but he could read enough, and what he could read described a process. A theoretical process, unpracticed, built on the same soul mechanics that underlay Horcrux destruction, but inverted. Not destroying the container to remove the fragment. Separating the fragment from the living consciousness that had grown up around it, anchored around it, over years, using the same mechanism that powered the Patronus charm. Emotional truth as a power source. Something that doesn't deplete. Harry looked at Lupin. Lupin was looking at the notes with an expression that was composed over something that was very much not composed. "That's the theory," he said quietly. "That's what I thought the connection might be pointing toward." "You knew about Flamel's notes?" Harry said. "I suspected they existed. I didn't know their content." He met Harry's eyes. "But what you showed me yesterday in the courtyard, the way your magic grounds itself, Harry, the mechanism Flamel is describing is exactly that. It requires the same kind of magical truth anchor that produces a fully corporeal Patronus under extreme Dementor pressure." He paused. "You've been doing it instinctively since you were 13. The room was very still. Dumbledore was looking at the notes in Harry's hands with an expression that had no precedent in Harry's experience of him. No management, no framing, no careful composition. Just an old man looking at the possibility that the cost he had accepted, had built his entire plan around accepting, might not have been necessary. "It's theoretical," Harry said. "Yes," Lupin said. "It's untested." "Yes. But it's possible." Lupin held his gaze. "Yes." Harry looked at the notes. At Flamel's dense careful handwriting, this old dead man who had spent his last years working on something that disrupted the settled equation, whose conclusions had sat in an envelope in Dumbledore's possession for 18 months while the plan built around the wrong assumption continued. "Why didn't you look at these?" Harry said to Dumbledore. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Because the plan was already in motion, he said. Because the alternative, accepting that 15 years of decisions had been built on an incorrect assumption, was something I was, he stopped. Not ready to look at, Harry said. Not ready, Dumbledore agreed. Even if it meant, even then. His voice was very quiet. That is the thing I am most ashamed of, Harry. Not the cupboard, not the letters. This. That I looked at a possible alternative and put it away because the plan was easier to hold on to than the admission that the plan was wrong. The room held that for a long moment. Harry looked at the notes again. Then he looked up at Lupin. Can you read these fully? Both languages? French, yes. My Latin is functional. Start today. He looked at Dawlish, who had been given the hearing room and the corridor by Sirius and had apparently been waiting with equanimity. I want every piece of intelligence on the other Horcruxes by end of week. Locations, status, anything the Order has on the objects Voldemort was known to have connections to. Dawlish nodded. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The memories you haven't shared yet. The ones you've been managing. He held the old man's gaze. All of them. This week. No selection, no curation. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Something in his face was different from anything Harry had seen before, stripped of the final layers of the architecture, the careful certainty of a man who had always been in possession of more information than anyone in the room. Now he was just a man who had been wrong about something enormous and was sitting across from the person who had paid for that wrongness. All of them, he said. And I want to be clear, Harry said, that I'm not doing this because you've decided to cooperate. I'm doing it because the information is necessary and you have it. The cooperation is useful. It is not, he paused. It is not the same as trust. That's rebuilt differently. Over time. Through what you do next. I understand, Dumbledore said. Good. Harry stood. Then we start again tomorrow. All day. We go through everything you have. He looked at Lupin. You're there. I'm there, Lupin said. Serious? Obvious, Sirius said. Harry gathered Flamel's notes carefully and put them in the folder with the committee statement and McGonagall's letter and the documentation from the week. He looked at Dumbledore one last time. The plan you built, he said. I don't hate you for it. I've said that already and I mean it still. But I want you to understand something clearly. He held the old man's eyes. I'm not the person that plan was built for. That person, the one you shaped through the blood wards and the isolation and the managed information, that's not who I am. Whatever that plan needed from me, it isn't what you're going to get. Dumbledore looked at him. No, he said softly. It isn't. A pause. I find that I'm glad. You should be, Harry said, and went out. He went straight to the courtyard. Not because he was upset, he wasn't, particularly, or not in a disabling way. He needed to move. He needed the space between walls and the feel of his wand in his hand and the clean physical fact of doing something after the morning sustained intensity of sitting and talking and receiving things. He worked through the directional drills Tonks had given him, precise and focused, and then through the shield sequence, and then through the offensive combinations he and Sirius had been developing that used movement and terrain as integral components rather than incidentals. He moved through the courtyard with the total absorption of someone for whom physical practice had always been the most honest form of thought. Ginny found him there at 4. She sat on the step without asking if he minded and watched him work. Not with the anxious watching of someone managing their feelings about what they were seeing. Just watching, with the clean attention of someone who appreciated competent things for what they were. He finished a sequence and stopped. You heard, he said. Not everything. Enough. She looked at him. Are you all right? Yes. Really? Really? He turned to face her. It's a lot. I won't pretend it isn't. But it's also, he thought about how to say it. Knowing the thing is better than not knowing. Even when the thing is terrible. You can't work with what you don't know. She nodded. What happens now? Lupin works through Flamel's notes. We get the full intelligence picture. We find the other Horcruxes. He looked at his wand. And I figure out whether what Flamel described is actually possible. The separation, she said. You heard more than enough. I heard everything. She met his eyes without apology. Is it possible? Lupin thinks so. Based on how my magic actually works. He paused. I think so too. I felt it today in the session, the truth grounding. What Flamel was describing is the same mechanism. I know what it feels like from the inside. The question is whether it can be directed outward. Can it? I think so, he said, and there was in it neither bravado nor uncertainty but the clean forward-facing quality of someone who has assessed a situation accurately and is working from what's actually there. She looked at him for a moment. You're not scared of it? Not of trying it? He sat beside her on the step. A bit scared of being wrong. Of the alternative being the real answer after all. But you don't think it is? No, he said. I don't. She was quiet for a moment. Good, she said. Because I was going to say, if anyone can do something no one's ever done, it's probably you, and not in the chosen one way, just in the stubborn relentless won't accept the established answer way. He looked at her. That's the nicest thing anyone said to me all week. It's Monday. It'll get worse, she said, and stood up, and went back inside. He stayed on the step. He thought about the Horcrux inside him, tried to feel it, actually, now that he knew what to look for. He'd been in Voldemort's mind before. He'd felt the connection, the dark edge of it, the way emotion moved along it in both directions. He tried now to locate the thing itself rather than the connection, to find where it lived in him, and it was, there. Not dominant, not loud. Quiet, actually. Dormant. A small cold certainty sitting somewhere deep that was not quite him, that had never been quite him, that he had spent 15 years having to fight past and push against in ways he hadn't understood were fighting and pushing until this week. He sat with it. He didn't flinch from it. He thought about the Patronus. About truth as a power source. About the warmth that came from the realest, most grounded memories, the ones that knew themselves completely. He thought about what Flamel had written. The fragment had attached to a living consciousness that had grown up around it. The fragment was there. The consciousness was also there. The question was whether the consciousness was now strong enough to simply, not need the fragment. To expand past it. To be so fully and completely itself that the fragment had no place left to anchor. He cast the Patronus. The stag came immediately, massive and silver and completely certain, and it stood in the afternoon courtyard and looked at him, and Harry looked back, and he thought about every true thing, not just the happiest moments but the realest ones. Arabella's raised hand. Sirius's knuckles against his at the ministry table. Lupin's voice saying I am on your side without hesitation. Hermione's hug. Ron winning at exploding snap and not knowing he'd been allowed to. Ginny saying stubborn and relentless with complete accuracy. The committee statement with the word instructive. McGonagall's letter. Thorne filing the counter-petition at 7:30 before the meeting even happened. The small cold certainty in the deep part of him was still there. But the stag was larger. He held the Patronus for a long time, longer than he'd ever sustained it before, and the courtyard filled with silver light, and the cold thing was still there but it was quieter, smaller by comparison, pushed to the edge by the sheer weight of everything true pressing outward from the center. Not gone. But, on the way. He let it go. He sat on the step and breathed. Then he heard Sirius calling him for dinner from inside, and the spell of the moment released into ordinary evening and the smell of Molly's cooking coming through the back door, and he stood up and went inside. Dinner was good. It was good the way good things were when you just spent the afternoon with something enormous and come out the other side still standing. Molly had made shepherd's pie and there was bread and the kitchen was full and loud and Fred and George were having the argument about their product again, now more openly, which meant either they were confident or they'd already done the irreversible part and were managing fallout. "What is it?" Sirius said to Fred. "Proprietary," Fred said. "It glows," George said. George. "Slightly. Barely. Only in certain lighting conditions." "Is it dangerous?" Molly said. "Define dangerous," Fred said. "Frederick, no one is in danger," George said. "The wall we tested on has some opinions about it, but the wall is fine." Harry ate his shepherd's pie and listened to this unfold with the specific pleasure of a person who has spent their life eating alone at a kitchen table while a family made noise around them and has now been inserted into the noise itself. He didn't say anything for a while. He just ate and listened and was here, in this room, with these people. Ron was next to him as always. Hermione was across from him, not writing for once, just eating, which meant she'd finished the thing she was working on and hadn't started the next one yet. A rare interval. She caught him looking and raised an eyebrow. "The Witch Weekly piece ran," she said. "Already?" They move fast when the topic is relevant to current coverage. She paused. "The response has been, 'Tell me tomorrow,'" he said. "Tonight I just want to eat dinner." She looked at him for a moment. Then she smiled, not the anxious pleased smile she had when she'd done something well, but the other one, smaller and more real. "Okay," she said. Tonks was at the end of the table and Dawlish was next to her, which was a combination that had settled into unexpected comfort over the afternoon. They were talking in the low professional register of two aurors who were in the process of deciding they were on the same side, which had a specific quality Harry could hear from across the table. Sirius was at the head. He looked at Harry at one point, across the noise and the shepherd's pie and Fred's ongoing argument about glowing and Molly's responses to it and Ron eating like he was trying to win something, and he raised his glass in a small private motion. Harry raised his back. The connection between them was simple and unambiguous and required no management. That was what had been missing, Harry thought. Not love, there had always been love in various forms, even from Molly who barely knew him and Arthur who treated him like a puzzle he was delighted to have encountered. Not even safety, which Grimmauld Place had always had in its own complicated way. What had been missing was the thing that was here now, being seen completely, by people who knew all of it, the full picture, the whole record, the morning with Arabella and the afternoon with Dumbledore and the courtyard training and Flamel's notes, and who were sitting here eating shepherd's pie anyway. Not despite any of it. Because of it. He was the person he was because of what had happened to him, and that person was exactly who was sitting at this table, and the people at this table had decided, individually and collectively, that this was the person they were choosing to be with. That was not a small thing. That was, in fact, the largest thing. He went up late, after most of the house had gone to bed. He stood at his window in the dark and looked out at London and thought about tomorrow, Dumbledore and the remaining memories, Lupin and Flamel's notes, Dawlish's intelligence briefing, the training continuing, all of it running forward. He thought about Voldemort. About the other Horcruxes that needed finding and destroying. About the small cold thing in the deep part of him that was quiet now but would need to be addressed directly, eventually, in a way that no one had ever done before. He thought about being 15 and standing in a room full of adults and saying I'm not what you built me to be and meaning it completely. He thought about the stag, silver and larger than the cold, filling the courtyard. He thought, this is going to be hard. And then, that's fine. And then he went to bed. Chapter 8, A Different Kind of War. The intelligence briefing happened Tuesday morning. Dawlish spread 11 documents across the kitchen table with the systematic efficiency of a man who had been organizing sensitive information for 2 decades and had clear opinions about sequence. Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, Hermione, and Harry sat around the table. Ron had been allowed to stay on the basis that he'd been part of everything else and refusing him now would be both unfair and ineffective. Ginny had simply already been in the room when Dawlish arrived, and nobody had thought to ask her to leave. "Voldemort has been moving since May," Dawlish said, without preamble. "We have confirmed Death Eater activity in 7 locations across Britain and 3 in mainland Europe. The Ministry's official position is that these are isolated incidents without central coordination. That position is wrong and Fudge knows it and is choosing it anyway because the alternative is admitting that everything Harry Potter said in the graveyard 14 months ago was accurate." "Which it was," Harry said. "Which it was," Dawlish confirmed. "What we have is a pattern of activity consistent with consolidation. He's not attacking openly yet. He's rebuilding the network. The inner circle is reformed. The outer ring is being recruited from the same populations as before, disaffected pure-blood families, people with Ministry connections who think backing the winning side early is better than backing it late." "Specific names?" Sirius said. Dawlish produced a second document. "The ones we know. The ones we strongly suspect." He said it in front of Sirius. "There are Ministry employees on that second list." Sirius looked at it. His expression didn't change but something in his posture did, a slight tightening that went through and settled. "The Horcrux question," Harry said. "What does the Order know about the objects?" Dawlish looked at Dumbledore, who was sitting at the far end of the table. Dumbledore had arrived with the remaining memories and had spent the morning watching the briefing unfold with the expression of a man who had spent years controlling the information in rooms like this and was learning what the room looked like when he wasn't doing that. "The ring was destroyed," Dumbledore said. "Last month. That is confirmed." He reached into his case and produced a photograph, the shattered remains of an old ring, blackened as if burnt through. "I destroyed it myself. There was a cost." He looked at his right hand, which Harry had been noticing since yesterday, the fingers not quite right, a slight darkness at the edges. "The curse in the ring was, it needed managing." "You destroyed a Horcrux," Lupin said carefully. "Alone. Without telling anyone." "Yes." Lupin looked at Harry. Harry looked at Dumbledore's hand. "What other costs should we expect?" Harry said. "From the remaining ones. Each is different," Dumbledore said. "The diary was destroyed by a basilisk fang, a substance of profound magical lethality. The ring required a different approach. The others," he spread his own documents alongside Dawlish's. "I believe there are 4 remaining objects. The locket of Slytherin. Something related to Hufflepuff. Something related to Ravenclaw. And the snake." "Nagini," Harry said. "Yes." "The locket," Hermione said. She had her notebook open and had been writing rapidly for 10 minutes. "Sirius, wasn't there a locket here? In this house? When you cleaned it out last summer?" Every head turned toward Sirius. Sirius stared at her. "There was a locket," he said slowly. "Old thing. Couldn't open it. We put it in the bin." His face went through several expressions in quick succession. "Creature." He was on his feet before anyone else moved. The confrontation with Creature took 20 minutes and was, by any measure, one of the more unpleasant experiences Grimmauld Place had generated, which was a competitive field. The house elf had the locket. He'd rescued it from the bin, he screamed, because it was a precious thing, a great thing, it belonged to the noble house, and he'd kept it hidden because the blood traitor and his filthy friends would have thrown away anything of value if Creature had let them, and here the tirade became unprintable and Molly appeared in the kitchen doorway to assess the noise and immediately retreated back through it. Harry looked at the locket in Creature's shaking hands. Heavy gold, ornate S on the front, emanating the cold particular heaviness of a thing that contains something that shouldn't be contained. He felt it from across the room, not with his eyes or with any ordinary sense but with the part of him that had the Horcrux fragment in it, a resonance, like 2 wrong notes recognizing each other. He looked at Dumbledore. "Can you feel it?" "Yes," Dumbledore said. "The presence is unmistakable." Harry looked at Creature. He crouched down to the elf's level, which was not a comfortable position and was entirely deliberate. Kreacher fixed him with the full weight of his loathing and Harry met it without flinching. "Kreacher," he said. "I know you don't like me. I know you don't like most people in this house. I'm asking you to give me that locket because what's inside it is dangerous and it needs to be destroyed." "The half-blood brat thinks he can, it belonged to Regulus," Sirius said, from the doorway. Kreacher's entire body changed. The mention of the name Regulus Black in Kreacher's presence was like a tuning fork struck against the deepest note of whatever the house elf was capable of feeling. The rage collapsed inward, replaced by something rawer and more complicated. "He died for it," Harry said, gently. "Not strategically, genuinely." He'd had time to think about Regulus Black this week, the young man who had been a Death Eater and then hadn't been, who had sent his house elf to retrieve a Horcrux from a cave and told him to destroy it and died trying. Regulus found out what Voldemort was doing. He tried to stop it. He gave his life for it. He paused. "Helping us destroy this is finishing what he started. That's what he wanted." Kreacher was shaking. Something was moving through him that had no clean name. "He told Kreacher to destroy it," Kreacher said. His voice was entirely different from usual. "Master Regulus said destroy it, and Kreacher couldn't." "Kreacher tried." "We can," Harry said. "Let us finish it for him." The locket changed hands. Hermione had spent the morning with Flamel's notes while the briefing was happening. She'd read through them once the night before at speed and had wanted a proper pass, and when the locket situation resolved and everyone reconvened in the kitchen she looked up from the notes with the expression she wore when she'd found something important and was deciding how to present it. "The process Flamel describes," she said, setting the notes on the table, "is more specific than it looked on first read. It's not general theory, he worked through a very particular scenario." She looked at Harry. He wasn't writing about Horcruxes in the abstract. He was writing about this specific one. "He knew about you." The kitchen was very quiet. "How?" Lupin said. "He doesn't say directly. But the notes reference a conversation with, he uses initials, AD, which, Albus Dumbledore," Sirius said flatly. "Yes." Hermione held Dumbledore's gaze with the steady reproach of someone who had made up her mind about something. Flamel knew about Harry's specific situation because Dumbledore told him. And he worked on the problem because Dumbledore asked him to. And then when Flamel died and left him the solution, Dumbledore, she paused. Didn't use it. She set the notes down on the table and stepped back and the room absorbed this in silence. Dumbledore said nothing for a moment. "Then, I asked Nicholas to look at the problem in 1997. Before Harry's first year. I told myself it was research, that I was exploring all possibilities before committing to the plan." He looked at his hands. "Nicholas found a solution and communicated it to me, and I was not ready to believe it was real. It was too convenient. Too precisely what I wanted to be true." "So you put it away," Harry said. "I told myself the evidence was insufficient. That it was theoretical. That the risk of acting on incomplete information was too great." He paused. "The truth is simpler and less defensible. I had built a plan around a certain outcome, and I had told myself that outcome was necessary. Accepting Flamel's solution required accepting that I had been wrong, and that the plan had been wrong, and that 15 years of decisions predicated on that plan had been." He stopped. "Wrong," Harry said. "Yes. All of them. Not all. Some would have been made differently. Some would have been made the same." He looked at Harry. "The blood wards, without the deprivation, that might have been done correctly. The isolation, the restricted information, those were not. Those were the plan serving itself rather than serving you." Harry looked at him for a long moment. "I know," he said. "I worked that out." He reached for Flamel's notes. "So we use this. What does it need, practically?" Hermione immediately opened her notebook. "Flamel is specific about 3 requirements. First, the host's magical core needs to be fully grounded, what he calls truth-anchored, which is the mechanism Lupin identified. Second, the process needs a deliberate act of expulsion directed at the fragment, essentially willing it out rather than drawing it out, using the same emotional truth mechanism as the Patronus. Third, she paused. He says the fragment needs to be given somewhere else to go. Something needs to receive it. What receives it? Tonks said. He doesn't specify the object. He says it needs to be something already associated with Voldemort's soul, something already corrupted by Horcrux magic, so the fragment has a familiar anchor rather than simply dispersing. She looked up. Another Horcrux. Harry looked at the locket on the table. You'd push the fragment out of yourself, Lupin said slowly, working through it, and direct it into the locket, and then the locket contains two fragments instead of one, and both can be destroyed together, Harry said. In theory. In theory, Harry agreed. He picked up the locket. The cold resonance was louder now, unpleasant, like standing too close to something that knew you. When? Not yet, Hermione said firmly. We need to work through the process properly. The grounding needs to be more deliberate than anything you've demonstrated yet, Flamel is very specific about that. A partial truth anchor will either fail completely or, she looked at him. Or damage you. How much preparation time? A week, minimum. 2 would be better. He looked at Lupin. She's right, Lupin said. The work we've been doing is pointing in the right direction, but we haven't deliberately stressed it yet. We need to know it holds under pressure before you use it for this. All right. He set the locket down. 2 weeks. We work every day. He looked at the table. And we find the other Horcruxes while we're doing it. Because if Voldemort figures out we're moving, he'll accelerate, Dawlish said. Yes. Harry looked at Dawlish. The intelligence on the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw objects, what does the Order have? Very little on the Hufflepuff one. The Ravenclaw object, Dawlish produced another document. There are reports of heightened Death Eater activity around Hogsmeade. Specifically around the area of the Hog's Head. He paused. The Hog's Head is owned by Aberforth Dumbledore, Sirius said. Everyone looked at Dumbledore. My brother, Dumbledore said, has been in contact with me recently for the first time in many years. He has also been in contact with certain objects that passed to him from our family. There is a possibility. He reached into his case one more time and produced a small velvet pouch. This is what the Death Eaters have been looking for. He opened the pouch. Inside was a small brooch, old, delicate, a stylized bird that Harry didn't immediately recognize. Hermione made a sound. That's a Ravenclaw. That's the Ravenclaw crest. She looked at Dumbledore. How long have you had that? Aberforth sent it to me a month ago. He found it in a box of their mother's effects. Dumbledore looked at the brooch. He didn't know what it was. I did. And you didn't tell anyone, Sirius said. No. The table sat in a silence that had a specific texture. Harry looked at the locket, the brooch, and Dumbledore's photograph of the destroyed ring. 3 of 6. Nagini still alive. The Hufflepuff object unknown. Himself. Right, he said. We have the ring destroyed, the locket here, the Ravenclaw brooch here. We need the Hufflepuff object and we need to get to Nagini. He looked at Dumbledore. What's your read on the Hufflepuff one? A cup, Dumbledore said. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. It was in the possession of a Death Eater family. I believe it has been moved to Gringotts. Gringotts, Ron said, in the tone he used for things that were difficult and somewhat alarming. Yes, Harry said. We'll deal with that. But not this week. He looked around the table. This week, Lupin works the Flamel process with me every day. Dawlish maps the Death Eater network and identifies gaps, places Voldemort is thin on coverage, routes he's not watching. Sirius, I need you working the Gringotts angle. You have contacts from before Azkaban, people who still owe you things. Some of them, Sirius said. Use them. He looked at Hermione. I need everything you can find on Nagini, specifically on Horcrux snakes, whether the mechanism differs from objects, and whether she can be separated from Voldemort long enough to act. Already started, she said, without looking up from her notebook. He looked at Tonks. Auror office, is there anyone else who's made Dawlish's calculation? Anyone else who's read the situation clearly? 3 more, she said. I've been careful about who I've approached. They're good people and they're waiting. Bring them in. He paused. Not as Order members. Not under Dumbledore's command structure. As their own people, making their own decision. Tonks nodded. He looked at Dumbledore last. Tomorrow we finish the memories. Everything. He held his gaze. And then I want you to contact Snape. A slight shift around the table. Severus is, Dumbledore started. In a complicated position, Harry said. I know. I also know he's a legilimens of the First Order and I'm working on something that involves the interior of my own mind, and I need someone who can verify from the outside that what I think is happening is actually happening. He paused. I don't like him. He doesn't like me. Those facts are irrelevant to whether his skills are useful. He will not be cooperative, Dumbledore said. You'd be surprised, Harry said, what people do when they're approached directly and told exactly what they're needed for. The 2 weeks that followed were the most demanding of Harry's life, and his life had not been short on demanding periods. He trained with Lupin every morning, working through the truth-anchoring process with a precision that was more like meditation than spell work, finding the exact quality of presence that Flamel had described, sitting with it until it became involuntary, until the grounding was structural rather than deliberate. Lupin pushed harder each day, testing it with stronger legilimency pressure, and each day Harry held for longer before the push had any purchase at all. By day 5 the push had no purchase. Lupin sat back from the session on the 5th morning with the expression of a man who has expected to find something good and found something extraordinary instead. It's complete, he said. Is it? Harry said. I hit it with everything I have. Full force. There's nothing to catch. He looked at Harry with the eyes that had started this week somewhat guilty and had arrived at something cleaner. What does it feel like from inside? Harry thought about it. Like being fully here, he said. Like there's no gap between what I know and what I am. He paused. The cold thing is very quiet. Can you locate it? Yes. He reached inward, gently, toward the small cold certainty that had been there his whole life. It's still there. But it's isolated. It can't spread into anything because there's nowhere for it to go. Everything around it is occupied. Lupin was quiet for a moment. That's precisely what Flamel describes. Snape arrived on day 6. He came to Grimmauld Place with the expression of a man attending something that he found distasteful on multiple levels simultaneously, which was simply Snape's baseline, and Harry had learned to read through it to the actual state underneath. He was, under the contempt and the curtailed fury at the situation, genuinely engaged. Harry could see it in the quality of his attention, the way he looked at Flamel's notes when Hermione had them spread on the table, absorbing them in the focused hungry way that meant the intellectual challenge had gotten past the personal objections. He didn't speak to Harry directly for the first 2 hours. He spoke to Lupin about the process. He asked Hermione 3 sharp questions about the notes that she answered with complete accuracy and which moved something in his expression from dismissive to professionally respectful. Then he looked at Harry. Show me the shield charm. Harry cast it. Snape studied it with the legilimency that Harry felt as a light pressure against the outside of his mind that found nothing and slid off completely cleanly. He said. That's the second time I've gotten that, Harry said. Snape looked at him with the expression he'd always had, the default contempt, but there was something happening underneath it. The truth anchor is complete, he said. Lupin's assessment is correct. The fragment is isolated. A pause. Potter. What? The fragment has been there your entire life, Snape said, in the tone of someone delivering information he finds distasteful. You have been living with a piece of the Dark Lord in your mind since you were an infant. The fact that your magical development is, he stopped. Began again. You should not be capable of this. Most adults who had experienced that level of sustained legitimacy violation over a lifetime would have no stable interior self to anchor from. I know, Harry said. How? Snape said. Because the Dursleys couldn't touch what was inside, Harry said. They could control the outside. The food, the room, the clothes, the access, the information. But they couldn't get inside. Whatever I am, whatever's actually mine, they didn't have access to that. He paused. I think that's what Flamel was pointing at. The fragment attached to the outside of a consciousness it couldn't actually penetrate. It needed a host, but the host it found was more defended than expected. Snape looked at him for a long moment. Yes, he said finally. That is a reasonable assessment. He turned away, which was Snape's version of acknowledging something significant, and picked up Flamel's notes. The expulsion process requires, I know what it requires, Harry said. I need you to be outside it and confirm that it's happening correctly. You need a legitimacy observer, Snape said. Yes. Who can tell you if the fragment is moving as intended and not, elsewhere? Yes. Snape sat down. When? Day 12, Lupin said. We've set it for day 12. That gives us time for 2 more preparation sessions and the locket needs to be ready. The locket, Snape said. Slytherin's locket. He looked at it on the table with the expression of someone who had known about it longer than anyone in the room except possibly Dumbledore. Something moved across his face that was complicated and private. Yes, he said. It needs to be open when the fragment arrives. Can you open it? Harry said. Snape looked at him. Yes, he said. Day 12 arrived like all significant days, unremarkably, the light ordinary through the window, the house making its usual morning sounds. But the quality of the house was different. It knew something was happening. Houses that had been lived in for generations accumulated that sensitivity, and Grimmauld Place had centuries of it. Everyone was there. Molly had arrived the night before with food she'd been cooking since dawn and an expression that said she wasn't going anywhere, and Arthur was beside her with the quiet steady presence he always had when things were large. Fred and George were uncharacteristically still, sitting at the kitchen table without arguing about anything. Ron was next to Harry and not speaking, which was the most supportive thing Ron could do. Hermione had Flamel's notes memorized and had moved past the point of needing to consult them. Tonks's 3 additional Aurors were present, posted at the perimeter, not because anyone expected an attack but because they were good at their jobs and doing their job felt better than watching. Dawlish was at the table with the intelligence map spread in front of him, tracking the Death Eater network in real time, because Voldemort had been quiet for 3 days which meant he was about to be loud. Sirius was next to Harry on one side, Lupin on the other. Dumbledore was at the far end of the room. He had spent 12 days keeping his word, every remaining memory, the full intelligence picture, nothing held back. He had spent 12 days watching the preparation with the expression of a man learning, too late and precisely, what he should have been all along, and he had been quiet about it in a way that was different from his usual quietness, which was controlled. This was just, quiet. Ginny was in the doorway. She'd been there for 20 minutes and nobody had suggested she move. The locket was on the table. Snape had opened it the previous evening with Parseltongue, which Harry had not known Snape could speak and which Snape had declined to explain. It sat open, ugly, and emanating that cold resonance, the golden interior dark with something that was not quite shadow. Harry sat in the chair they'd placed in the center of the kitchen. Not the dock from the Ministry hearing room, just a chair, solidly ordinary. He put his wand on the table because the process didn't need it. He looked at Lupin. "Ready." "Whenever you are," Lupin said. He looked at Snape, who was behind and to his right, positioned to have clean observational access. Snape nodded once. He looked at the locket on the table. He closed his eyes. The truth anchoring took about 3 seconds to establish fully. It had become that fast, that automatic. The grounding was just what he was now, the way breathing was just what he was. He let it settle and then he went inward. The fragment was there. Small and cold and isolated, exactly where it had always been, pushed to the edge of everything by the weight of everything real pressing outward from the center. He'd been here a dozen times over 12 days, learning the exact topography of it, knowing where it was and how it was anchored and what it felt like from the outside and the inside both. He put his attention on it now. Not the avoidant attention of someone who didn't want to touch it, the full direct attention of someone who knew exactly what it was and what he was going to do. He thought about every true thing simultaneously. Not sequentially, all at once, the whole weight of everything that was actually his, Arabella's raised hand, Sirius's knuckles, Lupin's voice, Hermione's hug, Ron's exploding snap, Ginny's accuracy, the committee's statement, Flamel's notes, the courtyard and the silver stag and the training and the 12 days of becoming more completely himself than he had ever been. He thought about Lily in the ruins of Godric's Hollow, choosing her death to power a protection that had held for 15 years. He thought about love as a power source. He directed it all inward and outward simultaneously, at the fragment, and he said, not with his voice, with whatever the actual instrument of this was, "You are not mine. You have never been mine. There is no place for you here." He felt it move. Not gently, nothing about it was gentle. It was like removing something that had grown into scar tissue, pulling it out of the fibrous closeness of 15 years of proximity, and it hurt in a way that had no physical location but was entirely real. He heard himself make a sound. He heard Sirius say his name. He kept going. The fragment moved toward the edge of him and he directed it. He'd practiced this too, the directional precision, Tonks's work applied inward now, toward the locket on the table, toward the cold resonance it would recognize as familiar, toward the open golden mouth of it. He heard Snape say, very quietly, "It's moving." He pushed. The cold thing left him. The sound it made was not audible exactly. More like a pressure change, the atmospheric shift of something that had been inside a space moving out of it, a sensation that everyone in the room felt in different ways but all felt simultaneously, because Grimmauld Place was sensitive and this was happening in its kitchen. The locket snapped shut. The sound of it closing was the loudest thing in the room. Harry opened his eyes. The kitchen was exactly the kitchen. Molly's food on the counter, the worn table, the windows with their grey morning light. Everyone in the same positions they'd been in. Sirius with his hand on Harry's shoulder. Lupin watching him with an expression that was doing something that had no name. Snape was looking at the locket. Then at Harry. "The fragment is no longer present," he said, in the precise tone of a man making a clinical report because clinical is the register he has and he's using it as hard as he can. "What you said would happen has happened." Harry looked at the locket on the table. It was vibrating slightly. Not visibly, he felt it more than saw it, the internal pressure of two fragments in proximity, both anchored to the same corrupted vessel, the dissonance of it building. "Now," Lupin said. Harry picked up his wand. He thought about the basilisk Fong and the diary. He thought about what Dumbledore had done to the ring. He thought about every Horcrux as a vessel made by an act of deliberate severing, violence against the natural wholeness of a soul, and he thought about what unmade that kind of thing. Not matching violence. Something the violence didn't have. The same thing Lily had used. He cast, not a named spell, nothing from the textbooks, something that came from the same place as the Patronus but directed outward at an object rather than inward as protection. The magic that came out of his wand was not the color of standard spellwork. It was the same silver as the stag. It hit the locket with a sound like something fundamental cracking open. The locket screamed. Not metaphorically. Whatever was in it produced a sound that hit the room like a physical force, high and ancient and furious, and Harry held the spell through it without flinching because he had been preparing this for 12 days and had also, in a more extended sense, been preparing it for 15 years. The locket came apart. Not into pieces, it dissolved, the gold losing its coherence, the fragments of soul inside losing their anchor and dispersing in the same instant, and for a half-second the kitchen was full of silver light and then it wasn't, and the locket was gone, and the table was empty, and the room was full of the particular silence that followed something enormous. Harry lowered his wand. His hands were completely steady. The silence lasted about 4 seconds. Then Sirius's hand tightened on his shoulder, and Lupin made a sound that might have been a word, and Hermione said, "Oh," in the particular voice she used when a theory became a fact, and Molly burst into tears from the direction of the stove, and Fred said, very quietly, "Bloody hell," and George for once didn't add anything, and Ron grabbed Harry's arm and then grabbed his whole shoulder and pulled him sideways in the graceless emphatic way that was entirely Ron, and Harry went with it and held on. Tonks was on her feet with her wand out, not because she needed it but because her training had decided the sound required it, and when she realized nothing required it she stood there for a moment with the wand in her hand looking at the empty table. "It worked," she said. "It worked," Lupin confirmed. Dawlish was looking at the space where the locket had been with the expression of a man filing something for later. "The Ravenclaw brooch is next," he said. "Then the cup. Then the snake." "Not the snake yet," Harry said. "The snake is last. The snake requires getting to Voldemort." He looked around the room. "The brooch, today, while we have the momentum. The process will be harder without a second fragment to receive from me, but the brooch itself, Fiendfire," Snape said. "The brooch is an object only, not a host fragment. Fiendfire is the most reliable method. I can cast it controlled." "You're sure about controlled?" Sirius said. Snape looked at him. "Just asking," Sirius said. The brooch was destroyed 20 minutes later in the back courtyard, which gained a new set of marks for its record and lost a small section of the back wall that everyone agreed was an acceptable trade. Dawlish's intelligence hit at noon. He'd been monitoring the network all morning on the portable observation setup Tonks had assembled, and at noon it moved in the specific way that meant Voldemort was moving. 3 locations, Dawlish said. Simultaneous, which means it's coordinated. He spread the map on the table. Here, here, and here, Ministry access points, all 3. He's not attacking publicly. He's inserting people into infrastructure positions. This is how the last war started, not with open engagement but with the slow infiltration of every institution that mattered. Harry looked at the map. Which ministry departments? Magical Law Enforcement. The Flu Network Authority. The Department of Mysteries. A beat. The Unspeakables, Lupin said. Yes. Harry looked at Bones's last letter, which was on the table with the documentation folder. She'd been fighting the institutional battle from her end all week, the Dursley proceedings, the Dumbledore review, the structural inquiry. She was good but she was working against institutional resistance and a minister who still believed what was convenient. "I need to talk to Bones," Harry said. "Harry," Sirius started. "Not through official channels. Directly. Today." He looked at Tonks. "Can you set it up? She's not going to love being approached outside the official structure, she'll understand why." He looked at the map. "If Voldemort gets people into the Department of Mysteries, everything we're doing becomes harder in a specific way I don't want to explain to a hearing committee in retrospect." He paused. "She needs this intelligence. Dawlish, will you come?" "Yes," Dawlish said. Bones agreed to a meeting. It happened at 3, at a location Tonks arranged that was neither the ministry nor Grimmauld Place, in a private room above a pub in Diagon Alley that the landlord rented to people who needed rooms above pubs in Diagon Alley without asking what for. She arrived in plain clothes and looked at the assembled group, Harry, Tonks, Dawlish, Sirius, with the assessing intelligence that Harry had come to recognize as simply her default mode. "You've been busy," she said, sitting down. "We have," Harry said. "So has Voldemort." He pushed Dawlish's intelligence map across the table. 3 Ministry access points. Coordinated insertion. The Department of Mysteries is a specific target. She looked at the map. She looked at Dawlish. "When did you get this?" "This morning. I've been tracking the network for 12 days. You've been tracking Death Eater activity independently of the Ministry's official intelligence operation," she said. "The official intelligence operation is compromised," Dawlish said. "We believe there are 3 Death Eater contacts within the investigative division alone." Bones looked at the map for a long time. Then she looked at Harry. "What are you asking me to do?" "I'm not asking you to do anything outside your authority," Harry said. "I'm giving you what we have. What you do with it is your decision." He paused. "But I'd suggest that coordinated access attempts to 3 Ministry entry points on the same morning constitute sufficient cause for emergency departmental lockdown." "It does," she said. "And I'd suggest that the names on Dawlish's second list," he produced it, "constitute sufficient cause for immediate security reviews of those individuals' access levels." She took the list. "Read through it." Her expression stayed absolutely level and something behind her eyes moved like deep water. 3 of these people are currently involved in the committee's review process," she said. "I know. That's not a coincidence." "No," Harry said. "It isn't." She looked at him. "You've been doing this in parallel. The investigation, the hearing, the Horcrux work, and you've been tracking the intelligence operation and you've been," she stopped. "How old are you?" 15, Harry said. A pause. "Right," she said, and it carried in it both the pragmatism and the very faint edge of something that wasn't quite admiration but was the professional recognition of a peer. She folded the map. "I'll have the lockdown authorized by 5. The access reviews will take 72 hours. She looked at Dawlish. "I want your full documentation by end of day." "You'll have it," Dawlish said. She stood. Looked at Harry one more time. "The committee will have its full ruling by Friday. I pushed for the language I wanted on the Dumbledore censure, it's stronger than the preliminary statement. His role in the Order, as it applies to any Ministry-recognized activity, will require Wisengamot approval going forward." "Thank you," Harry said. "Don't thank me. I'm doing my job." She picked up her cloak. "The story's still moving, by the way. The Witch Weekly piece has had a significant response, more than the Prophet, actually, because the readership is different and the framing went in different directions." She paused. "People are asking questions they didn't ask before this week." "Good," Harry said. She left. Sirius watched the door close. "She's extraordinary." "She is," Harry agreed. "She's exactly what the Ministry needs and has been systematically underused because she's not interested in being manageable." He stood. "We need to move on the Gringotts question. What's your contact situation?" "I've been working it," Sirius said. "There's a retired cursebreaker who owes me a substantial favor from 1982. He's been in correspondence with the Gringotts Security Division." He paused. "It's complicated. But it's possible. When can we know?" "Week's end." "Good. Make it happen." Harry looked at Tonks. "The 3 Aurors, I want them at Grimmauld Place tomorrow morning for a full briefing. Not as Order members. As their own people, choosing this themselves." "Done," Tonks said. They came back to Grimmauld Place in the late afternoon, and Harry went straight to the courtyard. He needed to assess. Not emotionally, just factually. The locket was gone. The brooch was gone. The ring Dumbledore had destroyed. 3 of 6. The cup in Gringotts, the Nagini problem, and the question of how to get to Voldemort directly to address the snake. He stood in the middle of the courtyard in the early evening light and went through his inventory the way he'd started doing weeks ago, not anxiously, just accurately. What he had, what he needed, what the gaps were. He felt different. Not lighter. Lighter had been the feeling in Privet Drive's garden, looking at the car that arrived in the early morning. This was different from lighter. This was the particular quality of someone who has had something removed from them that was always foreign and finds the interior space where it was is simply more, themselves. More complete. More solid. The cold thing was gone. He wasn't sure he'd actually noticed how constant it was until the absence of it. Like a sound that had been present so long it had become part of the atmosphere and only registered when it stopped. Ginny came down the steps at 4:30. She sat on the step and looked at him. He'd been expecting her or someone, but he found he was glad it was her specifically. She had the quality of someone who looked at things clearly without needing the looking to serve another purpose. "How do you feel?" she said. "Different," he said. "Better. I'm trying to be precise about it." "You were always going to be able to do it," she said. "I told you, stubborn and relentless. You said that was about not accepting established answers." "Same thing." She looked at the courtyard walls. 3 down. 3 to go. "The hard 3, he said. "The cup is logistically complicated. Nagini requires direct engagement. And direct engagement requires," he paused. "Voldemort," she said. "Yes." She sat with that for a moment. "When you go after him," she said, carefully, "what does that look like? Not the final thing, the approach. How do you see it?" He thought about it properly. Not a confrontation he's prepared for. Not the kind of battle he expects from the prophecy, 2 sides meeting in the open, the chosen one against the Dark Lord, the theatrical version. He paused. "He thinks he knows what I am. He thinks I'm the thing he made, the weapon Dumbledore built. He doesn't know about this week." He looked at his hands. "I want to use that." "He'll come to you," Ginny said. "Sooner or later. He'll push. I know. I want to choose the moment rather than react to his." She looked at him. "You already are, though. Everything this week, the investigation, the committee, the Horcruxes, the Ministry intelligence, that's all been moving before he knew you were moving." Harry looked at her. "Yes," he said. "That's exactly what it is." She nodded once, with the decisive quality she had. He sat on the step beside her. The evening was warm and still, the city breathing quietly around them, the last light going bronze over the rooftops. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "Always. Last week you said to stop being careful." He paused. "Was that about the hearing, or was it general?" She looked at him sideways. "Both," she said. He thought about that. "All right," he said. She raised an eyebrow. "I mean," he looked at her. "I mean I hear you. I'm working on it." She looked at him for a moment with the accuracy that she had, the particular Ginny Weasley quality of seeing what was there rather than what she wanted to see, and something in her expression shifted into warmth that was also entirely unsentimental. "Okay," she said. Dinner that night was the loudest it had been. Fred and George made the formal announcement of their product, which was revealed to be a portable modified shield charm in the form of a coin that produced a localized defensive field, which was both more impressive and more useful than anyone had expected from the weeks of cryptic hints. Arthur immediately wanted 3 and Sirius immediately wanted to understand the mechanism and Hermione immediately started asking about the theoretical underpinning, which Fred and George navigated with the practiced ease of people who had been getting Hermione to help them by letting her think she was interrogating them for years. Molly put food on the table continuously, because this was how she managed large emotions, and everyone ate continuously, because this was how people responded to Molly Weasley managing large emotions. Dumbledore was there. He'd been there for the locket, for the brooch, for the briefing that preceded the Bones meeting, and Harry had not asked him to leave, which was its own kind of statement. He sat at the end of the table and ate quietly and watched the room with the eyes of a man seeing something he'd spent 40 years believing he was building toward and understanding, late and clearly, that what he'd been building toward was always already here, had been built by the people themselves, in spite of rather than because of his design. Harry caught his eye at one point across the noise of the table. Dumbledore raised his glass, slightly. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he raised his back. It was not forgiveness. Forgiveness was a different process, slower, and had not yet run its full course and wouldn't for some time. But it was acknowledgement. The recognition of someone who had been wrong about important things and was trying, now, to be right about them. That was enough. Not everything, enough. Later, much later, when the house had gone quiet and Sirius had finally slept and Lupin's light was off and even Hermione's scribbling had stopped, Harry sat on his bed with Hedwig on his knee and the room around him full of the ordinary dark. He thought about Voldemort, not with fear, not with the particular weight the name had always carried, but with the operational clarity of someone assessing a problem they intend to solve. He was out there, in his rebuilt network, in his consolidating power, believing he was moving faster than anyone knew. Believing the equation was still the one he'd always had. He didn't know that the equation had changed. He didn't know about Flamel's notes or the 12 days of preparation or the locket dissolving in Grimmauld Place's kitchen in a burst of silver light. He didn't know that the fragment he'd accidentally created in 1981 was gone, that the connection between them had been severed on Harry's terms rather than his. He didn't know that Dawlish's intelligence had reached Bones this afternoon or that the Ministry's access points were about to be locked down before his people could complete the insertion. He didn't know that the Order had fractured and reformed around a different center and that center was not Dumbledore. He didn't know any of it. Harry thought about that. Then he thought about something Lupin had said, weeks ago, the first morning in the courtyard, when you're defending, it's precise. When you're attacking offensively, it runs over. You've been trained by your circumstances to be defensive. And what Tonks had said, there it is, when the shield clicked from reactive to anticipatory. He understood, sitting here, that the whole past 3 weeks had been the same shift. From reactive, responding to the things that were done to him, managing within the structure he'd been given, to anticipatory. Moving before the move was forced. Choosing the ground. He wasn't waiting for Voldemort to come to him. He was already moving. The Gringotts run would happen. The cup would be found. Nagini would be separated from her master at the moment of his choosing. And when Voldemort finally understood what was happening, when he realized that the boy he dismissed as a managed pawn was in fact the person who had spent the last 3 weeks dismantling everything he'd been counting on, it would already be too late to change the calculation. Harry stroked Hedwig's feathers. She turned her head and looked at him with the amber eyes that had always been purely hers, uncomplicated, unconditional. He thought about Arabella Figg in her kitchen at 11 at night, spreading 10 years of letters across the table and feeling something that had been bending for years finally break. He thought about her in the Ministry at 8:30 in a floral housecoat with a brown envelope and 30 years of suppressed fury and the simple, unadorned decision that this is wrong and something needs to happen. Everything that had followed, the car at 6:43, the Ministry, the hearing, the Order fracture, the training, the Flamel process, the locket going silver and silent on the kitchen table, all of it had followed from one old woman deciding she was done filing reports. He found that he loved her for it. Not sentimentally. With the clear-eyed love that recognized what a thing had cost and what it had made possible. He looked at Hedwig. "We're going to be all right," he told her. She turned her head the other way and ruffled her feathers, which was not agreement exactly but was Hedwig's version of being present, which had always been enough. He lay back on the bed. He thought about tomorrow, Lupin in the morning, Sirius working the Gringotts contact, Tonks briefing the 3 new Aurors, Hermione with the Nagini research, Dawlish mapping the network. He thought about the week after, and the week after that, and the shape of what was building. He thought about Voldemort somewhere in the dark, consolidating, recruiting, believing he was moving faster than anyone knew. He thought, I'm already there. And then he stopped thinking and let himself rest in the clean quiet of a room that was genuinely his, in a house that was genuinely his godfather's, with people who had chosen him completely, and he closed his eyes. He slept without dreaming. For the first time in 4 years, his scar did not hurt in the night. The war was coming. Everyone knew it. The signs were visible to anyone willing to look, the ministry's creaking infrastructure, the Death Eater network rebuilding in the shadows, the Prophet running daily pieces that ran from alarmed to dismissive depending on who was buying the advertising that week. But the war that came would not be the war Voldemort expected. It would not be the chosen one, shaped and managed and delivered to his fate by a grand design that treated his suffering as a necessary line item. It would not be the weapon that had been pointed at the problem and called protection. It would be Harry Potter, 15 years old, who had been sharpened by circumstances that had tried to break him and had instead simply made him sharper. Who had been given, by one old woman in cat-patterned slippers with the whole weight of a decade of suppressed fury, the first real thing, the chance to tell the truth in a room that was listening. Who had taken that chance and built from it, in 3 weeks, something that no design could have predicted. Not because he was extraordinary, though he was. Not because he was the chosen one, though the prophecy said what it said. Because he was, first and most fundamentally, himself, entirely, completely, without apology or management or the careful trimming of a boy who had learned that his experiences made adults uncomfortable. That was what made the difference. That was, in the end, what won.